Bon, bonjour, goedemorgen, welcome. Het is een groot genoegen voor mij om u namens de Belgische sectie van AWEPA te mogen verwelkomen bij de opening van deze conferentie. Je tiens à vous souhaiter la bienvenue. Nous allons commencer nos travaux parce que le programme est bien rempli. Alors je crois qu'il est temps de se mettre au travail et je vous souhaite la bienvenue au nom de la section belge de l'AWEPA et au nom, bien sûr, de l'AWEPA en général. Nous donnerons tantôt la parole à notre présidence. Je vais commencer par vous donner quelques informations pratiques. Cette conférence est couverte en 3 langues, donc en français, en néerlandais et en anglais. Vous avez les cabines en haut, donc pour l'anglais c'est le canal numéro 1, pour le français le canal 2 et pour le néerlandais le canal numéro 3. Tantôt quand vous pourrez vous exprimer, vous pouvez parler dans une de ces 3 langues et tout sera bien entendu aussi traduit en simultané. J'ai aussi une communication importante à vous faire pour ce midi. On me demande de vous informer que nous allons prendre une photo de groupe à 12h30 et nous aimerions vraiment vous inviter à tous y participer. Nous avons pas mal de presse qui s'est engagée à venir filmer et photographier le groupe à 12h30 car nous allons pas seulement prendre une photo de groupe classique mais nous allons poser en croisant les mains. Je crois que certains d'entre vous connaissent la campagne des Nations Unies qui est menée par Madame Wallström et qui veut dire qu'avec ce geste-là, nous disons que nous voulons résister contre toutes les formes de violence par la guerre, donc toutes les formes de violence contre les femmes par la guerre. Donc tantôt nous allons tous en groupe participer, si vous voulez, à cette campagne symbolique et nous allons aussi mettre cette photo sur le site des Nations Unies et tout le monde pourra aussi, bien sûr, recevoir une copie de cette photo. Dus de diensten vragen met jullie eraan te herinneren dat we samen die foto zouden maken. En er is ook gelegenheid om individuele foto's te maken in dezelfde geest in de loop van de dag. Maar dat zal u beneden in het pericilium kunnen meemaken. Ik denk daarmee dat iedereen stilletjes zijn plaats heeft gevonden, dat u hopelijk het vertaalkanaal hebt gevonden en dat de tijd gekomen is om de conferentie ook officieel te openen. En ik ben dan ook heel gelukkig het openingswoord te mogen geven aan senatrice Elga Stevens. Zij is ondervoorzitter van de Belgische Senaat. Zij zal het eerste woord spreken. Ik wil u graag de micro geven, mevrouw Stevens. En ik wil meteen ook de Belgische Senaat bedanken voor de ondersteuning. Il y a des problèmes, il y a des problèmes avec la traduction, avec les écouteurs. Est-ce que tout le monde a trouvé comment se débrouiller avec les écouteurs? Donc pour la traduction en anglais, c'est le canal numéro 1. Pour le français, c'est 2. Et pour... Ce n'est pas juste? No. English is 1. Ah, there is no translation yet. Is the translation okay? I look to the technicians. There is nobody. Yes, they are coming in now. Er is weer een probleem met de vertalingen. Er zijn geen... Is the translation starting? Okay, thank you very much. I think now it should work. So for English it's channel 1, for French it's channel 2, and Flemish it's 3. Does it work for everybody? Yes? Okay, we shall start. Madam President, you have the floor.
Dank u wel, mevrouw de voorzitter. Geachte heer vice-eerste minister, geachte mevrouw minister van Staat, geachte collega's, senatoren en volksvertegenwoordigers, geachte dames en heren.
And somebody will come to help you to find the channel. Excuse me. It's okay now, yes. The 2 ladies, they had a problem. Okay. You can go on.
Oké.
Excuse me.
Oké, dan ga ik opnieuw beginnen. Goed. Geachte mevrouw minister van Staat, geachte collega's senatoren en volksvertegenwoordigers, geachte dames en heren. Namens de Senaat heet ik u graag van harte welkom op dit seminarie van het Belgisch voorzitterschap van de Europese Unie in de Belgische Senaat met als thema naar een parlementaire strategie voor vrouwenrechten en gendergelijkheid in Afrika. Parlementaire inspanningen om het geweld tegen vrouwen in Afrika te beëindigen. Geweld tegen vrouwen en meisjes is een probleem dat ons allen aanbelangt, waar ook ter wereld we wonen. Het is een zaak van ons allemaal, vrouwen en mannen, meisjes en jongens, in Noord en in Zuid. Samen moeten we geweld tegen vrouwen en meisjes de wereld uithelpen. Dit kan alleen door echt werk te maken van vrouwenrechten en gendergelijkheid. Niet alleen in Afrika, maar ook elders, zoals Afghanistan en andere landen. Ook hier in Europa. Want verworven rechten kunnen we zo weer kwijtraken. Wij, parlementsleden, hebben in deze een voortrekkersrol. Want zelfs nu, in de 21ste eeuw, worden nog steeds de rechten van vrouwen met de voeten getreden en wordt er geweld op vrouwen gepleegd. Dat kan subtiel gebeuren via machtsverhoudingen en wetten, bijvoorbeeld waar vrouwen geen stemrecht hebben. En dat kan ook zeer bruut en fysiek gebeuren, bijvoorbeeld via verkrachting en of genitale verminking. Nu, dames en heren, iedere vorm van geweld op vrouwen en meisjes moet worden veroordeeld. In het bijzonder aan het seksuele geweld tegen vrouwen en meisjes in conflictgebieden moet paal en perk gesteld worden. Er moet een einde komen aan het misbruiken van vrouwen als pasmunt in conflictgebieden. Dit is voor mij de ergste vorm van geweld tegen vrouwen. Omdat wij hierdoor als mens en als maatschappij tot in de diepste vezels van ons wezen worden geraakt. Want als men aan de vrouwen raakt, raakt men aan de hele maatschappij. Immers, vrouwen zijn in de meeste culturen de werkelijke spil van het gezin en bij uitbreiding van de hele gemeenschap. Wanneer bruut fysiek geweld wordt gepleegd op vrouwen, dan veroorzaakt dat trauma's. En vaak onherstelbare trauma's, die dan op hun beurt een grote impact hebben op de samenleving. Het beestachtig verkrachten van vrouwen is veelal vooral een kwestie van cynische machtsberekening, namelijk het uitschakelen van weerstand en het ontwrichten van gemeenschappen. Samengevat kunnen we pas beginnen spreken over gelijke kansen voor vrouwen wanneer er op zijn minst respect is voor de fysieke integriteit van vrouwen. Dit is de bottom line. Dit heeft niets te maken met cultuur of religie, maar alles met de menselijke waardigheid. Het is onze taak als parlementsleden om oog te hebben voor de bestaande problemen, om de bevolking rond deze problemen te sensibiliseren en om mee bij te dragen aan oplossingen. Het is onze taak om op een correcte manier samen te werken aan een betere wereld, waar vrouwen en meisjes vreedzaam en op gelijke voet met mannen en jongens kunnen leven. Ik geloof echt dat dit mogelijk is. De weg is nog lang, maar u, de aanwezigen hier op dit seminarie, bewijzen dat er een wil is om dit ideaal te bereiken. En waar een wil is, is een weg. Ik wens u namens de Senaat een succesvol en leerrijk seminarie toe en kijk met belangstelling uit naar de conclusies en aanbevelingen die later vandaag zullen volgen. Dank u voor uw aandacht.
Dank u, voorzitter, voor uw bemoedigende woorden. En dank u nogmaals voor de steun van de Senaat voor het organiseren van dit evenement. Nu hadden we graag het woord gegeven aan commissaris Viviane Reding, vicevoorzitter van de Europese Commissie. En we gaan daarvoor gebruik maken van de nieuwe technologieën. Er is een klein filmpje opgenomen dat ze ons heeft toegestuurd om haar boodschap aan deze conferentie over te maken. Dus we gaan nu naar de toespraak kijken van Europees commissaris Viviane Reding.
Violence against women is a worldwide reality. It affects all countries. While it is not always on top of the politicians' agendas, it should be nevertheless a serious concern for everyone. Gender-based violence, be it domestic violence or female genital mutilation, is a violation of fundamental rights and causes lasting, disastrous injury to its victims. The prevalence of female genital mutilation is astounding. More than 100 million girls and women around the world are affected by this terrible plague. The figures for Europe are also alarming. Today, more than 500,000 girls are at risk, or their lives have been changed by this brutal crime. Ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you that stopping this devastating practice for good is on top of my agenda. We cannot accept, not in the EU, nor anywhere in the world, not now in the 21st century, not ever. The Commission has been working on this for many years, both politically and practically, both at home and abroad. Across the world, we ask for better laws and policies that promote and protect women's rights and prohibit harmful practices. Our aid to third countries includes initiatives on combating violence against women. We help government officials build their own ability to help and raise awareness for all sectors of society. Our policies are being developed according to the priorities set by the United Nations for the protection of women in conflict zones. This action has clear goals. When we talk to African, Caribbean or Pacific countries, we always underline the need for laws banning female genital mutilation and their effective enforcement. Here in Europe, through the Daphne programme, we support civil society organizations to protect victims and develop actions of prevention of violence against women. Some of the more than 500 projects directly tackle FGM. They work at grassroots level by raising awareness in migrant communities, training professionals, providing victim support. Whenever we discuss gender issues, we talk about ending gender violence. In our Women's Charter, the European Commission is committed to fight gender-based violence. We made this commitment more concrete now in our adopted strategy for equality between women and men, which makes eradicating violence against women one of the key priorities. The Commission is preparing a communication on a strategy to combat violence against women. It will be presented together with the Victims' Rights Package next year. This strategy will wield every policy it can to stand up to all forms of violence against women, including female genital mutilation. In order to support the preparation of the draft communication, a study on harmful traditional practices, including FGM in Europe, is currently being finalized with funding of the Daphne programme. November 25th is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. On this occasion, the Commission and the Belgian Presidency will hold a two-day conference on violence against women. The results of the Ministerial Summit on Violence Against Women will take place in Brussels on the 24th of November, and there it will be presented. I firmly believe that the Commission can and should do more to fight violence against women, including FGM. We have a moral obligation to use all possible means to make sure that girls and women are protected from these horrific crimes. We are determined to do our utmost to ensure that girls and women enjoy protection and respect of their fundamental rights. Help us to get this done.
In the frame of the European presidency, it's important to know and to hear that the work of AWEPA is supported by the Commission and that we all work together to end violence against women. Now I would like to invite the President of the East African Legislative Assembly, Honorable Haidar Adi, to address the audience. You can take the floor here. We are very honored, President, that you attend our conference and we are listening to your speech.
Madam Chair and President of AWEPA Belgium, Honorable Helga Stevens, Vice President of the Belgian Senate, Ms. Mead-Smith, Minister for State and President of AWEPA, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished resource persons, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great pleasure that I stand before you to make my statement on behalf of the East African Legislative Assembly. Indeed, my delegation expresses its deepest appreciation for the invitation by AWEPA President to participate in this year's EU Presidency Seminar. This seminar in itself offers a great opportunity for us to give a deeper meaning to parliamentary efforts to end the mistaken notion of custom and tradition towards FGM and violence against women, particularly in areas of conflict. It is for this reason, and owing to the cross-cutting nature of the themes, that the EALA's delegation for this year's event consists of the entire leadership of the EALA committees, the committee chairpersons, so that they can use the recommendations of this seminar as a launchpad to influence legislative reforms and to broaden further the scope of our work in dealing with FGM and violence against women in conflict areas. The Great Lake region, which East Africa is part of, is associated with FGM and is also prone to conflicts more than any other part of Africa. The theme of this year's seminar is therefore important to developments in the East African regions and that of its neighbors, such as the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Sudan, and Somalia. We would like our region to enjoy peace and development and to put an end to the pain and suffering of our women and girl child, and especially to the cruelty of the African knife that has been known to disfigure body parts of our women and young girls in the name of custom and tradition. We, as the East African Legislative Assembly, have made a significant effort towards this process of eradicating these vices by, in the recent past, adopting a resolution urging the partner states to take urgent and concerted action to end violence against women in the East African region, as well as another resolution urging the EAC partner states to take action against the practice of FGM. These resolutions are premised on the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, which obliges the community to ensure, among other things, the enhancement of women in culture, the promotion of and protection of human rights through appropriate legislation, to discourage customs that are discriminatory against women. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's no longer a matter of custom and tradition, but a matter of public interest and importance to move towards the full realization of the human rights of the girl, child, and woman. We have come to the understanding that FGM and violence against women presents a social problem and may be labeled as one of the absurdities of modern times, considered as one of the worst forms of discrimination against women. It's even more disheartening to see women suffering at the hands of their own society, companions, and friends. Owing to the above, it draws me to ask a few questions. Who are the key actors in the whole episode of eradicating FGM and violence against women? Where is the point of convergence between the actors, or are there uncoordinated efforts amongst them? What challenges do they face, if any, and how have they been mitigated? Are there sufficient resources to support the interventions? What have we done to eradicate these vices? Whatever we have done, have we done it well enough so that we can sustain the impact? What legal framework exists to eradicate the vices? Are they comprehensive? Can legislations operate firmly within the existing frameworks? The most probable answer to the above generic questions is that a number of the actors are perceiving the problem, and because of lack of coordination, we have not been able to decisively deal with it, whether at national, regional or continental level, and the problem continues to manifest in different forms. On the basis of these shortcomings, it is therefore incumbent upon parliamentarians to work out mechanisms aimed at uniting these efforts to end violence against women, especially in Africa. Through opportunities such as the ones offered by this seminar, it is possible to begin our collaborative efforts. Most importantly, however, we should also use other platforms like the IPU, the Interparliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the World Speakers Conference, the African Parliamentary Union, the Pan-African Parliament, National Parliament, and regional parliaments like IALA and ECOWAS to speak our minds for and on behalf of the suffering women of Africa. As I conclude, allow me to use this opportunity to urge each one of us to rally behind the theme of this seminar and to use our privileged positions to institute legislative reforms that will actualize the very recommendations that we will come up with. When we get back to our workstations, we should be able to enact laws and adopt parliamentary resolutions that are deterrent in nature, establish parliamentary committees or associations dedicated to the cause and suffering of women, commission parliamentary committees to investigate cases of violence against women, outlaw repugnant social acts like FGM, avail resources to support such committees and associations, and share parliamentary knowledge amongst ourselves to gain from the best practices. Those are your remarks. I'd like to thank you for listening to me.
Honorable President, thank you for your inspiring words. Thank you for informing us about the actions taken by your Assembly and by stressing the power of parliaments for ending or combating violence against women. And finally, I would like to give the floor and to invite our Honorable Mead-Smith, Minister of State and President of AWEPA, to take the floor to officially open this conference.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Excellences et chers collègues, parce que vous êtes tous mes chers collègues. Si vous venez de l'Europe ou de l'Afrique, nous sommes tous des humains de notre monde avec tous nos problèmes que nous avons et que nous discutons aujourd'hui ici. Je voudrais commencer par dire quelque chose sur l'AWEPA. Je suppose que beaucoup d'entre vous connaissent l'organisation, mais il y a aussi des nouveaux membres ici, et c'est pour eux que je donne quand même une petite explication. Nous sommes une organisation non gouvernementale internationale. Nous aidons les parlements africains et nous nous donnons pour objectif de placer l'Afrique au centre des préoccupations européennes. Nous comptons plus ou moins, on exagère un peu évidemment, 1500 membres qui sont des parlementaires, actuels et anciens, issus de presque tous les pays membres de l'Union européenne, ainsi que de la Norvège, de la Suisse et du Parlement européen. On travaille en Afrique dans une perspective de développement visant à renforcer les fonctions principales des parlements, que ce soit au niveau du contrôle que les parlements doivent exercer sur l'exécutif, et on sait tous comme il est difficile de contrôler l'exécutif, ou au niveau de la représentativité de la population et au niveau législatif. AWEPA considère que des parlements forts sont des prérequis essentiels au développement de l'Afrique. Ils contribuent au renforcement de la paix, à la prospérité et à la stabilité du continent. En Europe, les membres d'AWEPA œuvrent à rapprocher les parlementaires et les dirigeants politiques sur les questions africaines. Nous avons plus de 20 ans d'expérience et nous sommes été un catalyseur pour le changement et nous avons apporté, c'est ça que nous pensons en tout cas, une contribution importante au développement des capacités parlementaires et de la démocratie en Afrique. Nous sommes une organisation neutre. Les membres d'AWEPA sont issus de tous les horizons politiques. L'AWEPA a un statut consultatif spécial au sein du Conseil économique et social des Nations Unies et se trouve sur la liste des organisations éligibles de l'OECD-DAC. La section belge qui est présidée par Madame de Béthune, qui est aussi sénateur belge et qui est vice-président du Sénat, c'est ça que je pense quand même. Elle était vice-présidente du Sénat. Elle est sénateur pour le moment. Madame de Béthune est la présidente de notre section belge. Hier, on a eu une réunion avec tous les présidents des sections. On a des sections dans différents pays européens. Je vois la présidente suédoise, par exemple. Je vois le président de l'Angleterre, l'Irlande, l'Autriche. Donc, dans plusieurs pays européens, on a des sections qui fonctionnent assez bien. Donc, je ne vais pas élaborer plus loin sur l'AWEPA, mais si vous voulez avoir des informations, on est là pour les donner. Donc, c'est une organisation dont le travail se concentre sur les parlements. C'est la niche sur laquelle on travaille. And now, and I will go further in English, I think it's easier for most of you. We work together with African humanitarians, some of whom are here today to champion democracy and human rights. One of the greatest violations of human rights can be witnessed in the abuse that many African women and girls still suffer. We are gathered here today to call for parliamentarians to unite and form concrete plans of action to eliminate violations against women and girls in Africa and to restore their human right to personal dignity and integrity. For many, the topic of female genital mutilation is something you no doubt are well informed about, and for others it may perhaps be a subject that has recently caught your attention. However, it is a practice that has been traced back to the 2nd century before Christ, where it was practiced amongst tribes residing on the west coast of the Red Sea, what is now present-day Egypt. Some historians suggest that FGM spread during the slave trade in the 15th and the 16th centuries. Reports show that female slaves were sold at a higher price if they were sewn up in a way that made them unable to give birth. Although the tradition may be rooted in the slave trade, the practice carried on under the reasoning of tradition. Modern gender theory reports that FGM originated as a way to control women's sexuality. It was thought that the practice would control a woman's sexual desire and thus prevent premarital relations and infidelity, reinforcing the illusion that women were the property of their husbands. Today, FGM is practiced worldwide. According to the World Health Organization, it affects only in Africa approximately 92 million girls over the age of 10. It is not a medical procedure. It is a clear violation of numerous human rights which reflects deep-rooted inequality between men and women. It's almost always practiced on girls from infancy to the age of 15, demonstrating infringement of the rights of children and further breaching an individual's right to health, security, physical and psychological integrity. The second session of today will focus on another type of violence against women, the peace and security of women in conflict zones. We will look at the importance of the adoption of the United Nations Resolution 1325 and the integration, equal participation and full involvement of women in the promotion of peace and security, as well as the need to increase the role of women in decision-making with regard to conflict prevention and resolution. Sexual violence against women and girls in armed conflict and war is used as a method of terror to break down families and communities. It is real and it has damaging consequences. The following statistics, and I will take some of the statistics that were prepared for me. I don't give them all because it would lead us too far away. The following statistics I am about to read are derived from various studies, including the UN, the UNFPA, and the International Rescue Committee. For example, in a sample of Rwandan women survived 5 years after the 1994 genocide, 32% reported being victims of rape. Based on the outcomes of a study undertaken in 2000 in Sierra Leone, researchers concluded that approximately 50,000 to 60,000 internally displaced women may have been sexually victimized during the armed conflict. In Burundi, out of 1,555 Burundian women survived, 90% reported to be victims of sexual violence. And so I can go further on, but I think there are enough examples and a lot of us know the examples. And the numbers don't lie. They are also a snapshot of reality. However, what they do tell us that the nature of war is changing from the previous century, when it was concentrated between armies and militaries. Today the targets of war are civilians. It is evident that the death toll of civilian men in war is higher. However, women and girls are a target for acts of sexual violence, including torture, sexual slavery, rape, and forced prostitution. Another core aspect of AWEPA's vision, which is also shared by the international community and many of you here today, is achieving Millennium Development Goal 3 and 5, which promotes gender equality and the empowerment of women. And the latter focused on improving maternal health. We want to make these goals and this vision a priority on every agenda at every European and African Parliament. We want to raise awareness that FGM, violence against women, is a tool for oppression which condemns girls and women to a life of pain and hampers their development. We had a breakfast this morning with 2 of the United Nations branches, and we thank them for their presence. And they say to us, if you want to have really impact on the item of female genital mutilation, you have to discuss with the African communities in a positive way. Because we want to have result. It's not enough to say that it is shameful, that we don't understand it, and so on and so on. It doesn't help. It helps, but not enough. And I think they are right. If we develop a strategy, and that's what we want, if we develop a strategy with AWEPA, it must be in a positive way to speak with the communities, to help and to support the African members of Parliament who do an effort to speak with their community and who wants to have result. And it is the result that we want. Our aim is not to put AWEPA on the foreground. Our aim is to have result about this item. It is more as important enough. I thank the Belgian section for organizing this conference. They did a great work. and your presence demonstrate that they took a good item that is sensible in Africa and for which we can develop a strategy. After this, but I suppose that Sabine de Bethune will tell you more about it, we will publish 3 manuals. One about female genital mutilation, and we will look for strategies. The second about the violence against women during wartime, the 1325, United Nations 1325, and the third about parity in parliaments. We will take into account that also in Europe, the aspect of female genital mutilation is one of our problems. Because through the migration, we have a number of women here who are asking for it or who had a female genital mutilation in their country of origin. So that means that it is also a problem for Europe. And that's maybe also the reason that Mrs. Reding, who couldn't hear today, that Mrs. Reding takes into account in her action the European Community. I hope that our seminar will be a start and that this seminar will be the base to have result in our action. I think especially the EALA and the PAP who are there on the first row, and Professor Turok from South Africa, who are here today. They are important players in Africa, and we expect from all of them that they put these items on the agenda. I thank you very much.
Merci Madame la Présidente d'avoir si clairement tracé le cadre de la problématique qui nous rassemble aujourd'hui et confirmé l'engagement de l'AWEPA dans la lutte contre les violences contre les femmes. L'AWEPA qui a trouvé son origine dans la lutte, dans le combat contre l'apartheid en Afrique du Sud, s'est donné pour mission de combattre toutes les formes d'oppression en Afrique et de s'engager pour la démocratie parlementaire. Et la lutte contre les violences contre les femmes y trouve vraiment sa place, est une priorité comme vous l'avez souligné. Et nous pensons aujourd'hui qu'il est important, dans le contexte de la présidence belge européenne, nous sommes heureux d'avoir l'occasion d'avoir cet échange de vues, ce débat avec vous, que vous ayez accepté notre invitation, car comme vous le savez aussi, la semaine prochaine, le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies se réunit sur le sujet des femmes, des conflits et de la guerre pour prendre, nous l'espérons, des décisions concrètes pour les années à venir. Et je crois que l'échange de vues que nous avons aujourd'hui sur ce sujet large des violences contre les femmes est une façon d'apporter aussi notre pierre à ce débat et à travers tous nos pays d'essayer d'influencer nos représentants à ce niveau-là aussi pour contribuer à une bonne prise de décision à ce niveau. Je crois que l'AWEPA contribue vraiment à son rôle politique international à l'occasion de cette réunion aujourd'hui et je vous remercie d'être présents si nombreux. Après le discours de notre présidente, je crois que nous pouvons clôturer cette séance d'ouverture. Je voudrais vous inviter à prendre un petit break. Nous vous offrons un thé ou un café dans le péristyle et nous nous retrouvons ici dans une petite demi-heure pour la première séance de travail de cette conférence qui sera consacrée au sujet des mutilations génitales. Je vous invite à nous retrouver ici dans 25 minutes. Je vous remercie.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Can I ask everybody to take their seats, please? As we have a very, very charged program, we really should start now on our first session of this conference. Our first session is about violence against women, ending female genital mutilation and cutting in Africa. I will be trying to preside this session. My name is Marida de Meijer, and I'm a Vice President of the AWEPA Belgian section, and then I am a former Member of Parliament and working for the Minister for the fight against poverty today. My co-chair is the famous Savina Kwekwe. She is chair of the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA Women's Forum, and she is member of the National Assembly of Kenya, and I gladly give her the floor to present herself.
Yes. Thank you, Magda. As she has said, my name is Safina Kwekwe. I'm not a member of the National Assembly. I am a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, but I come from Kenya. There's a distinction there. And I will later on be speaking on the prevalence and policy on FGM in Africa, and I'll speak from my own experience. And therefore, I look forward to a very interactive sessions with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Safina. So we are going to start this session on this difficult subject with a DVD of UNICEF. So it's about the practice of female genital mutilation, and I would like to warn everybody inside this room that it is quite a cruel movie, a cruel film, a cruel DVD. It's showing as it goes. So for sensitive souls, look out. So can I ask the technicians to start the DVD, please?
من تسمعش تشكر وستش من تسمعش
عند تدنا كذا يعني يعني سوينا احنا لم يعني كذا ميلاد اسمس كم جرس بدم بنا بقى هورنا بحالو سلونه لسانا
نقول كارمي أرجع على شمعي صدح الشمال عشان متفتح عشان متقنون بينا نعمله بيان الرجع يا الله حقيقة صحيحنا قلبي هذاك مركان هذاك ساس كله يا أكل رحلة صراحة فقدلك والله ما نسمع بس فوقس مستقيم لما قال ما يحقق أفكار سويت شباب كذا إني أصاب قطيتش فهنا أكربت أمي
أنا سجرز بسوست قرمسة سيجي عندي قرنا كأني في تنزون عندي ولد أرجع
Shaha is a district in Gurage zone in Ethiopia's southern nations, nationalities and peoples region. It's an area where female genital mutilation and cutting is highly practiced. According to the National Demographic Health Survey report, 71% of women in the region have been circumcised.
መጀመሪያ ልጅን ስወልድ ስቲች ሐኪም እንደሚያደርገኝ ፋንታ በራሱ ጊዜ ነው የፈረዳብኝ ነገር በራሱ ጊዜ ከታች ሌላ በተፈጥሮ ከላይ ደግሞ እሱ ያመጣብኝ ችግር ሁለት ሆነ
የመጀመሪያ የህግ ባለቤቴ በሴት ልጅ ግርዛት ምክንያት በምጥ ተቸግራ ማህፀኗን ጠቦ ሞታብኛለች ልጁን ሳትገላገል
በምጥ ጊዜ በጣም ቸገረኝ 3 ቀን እስከ 4 ቀን ቆይ በዛ ማህፀን ኦፕሬሽን ተደረገ እስካሁን በቃ ልጅ መውለድ አይቻልም ብለው አለ
ለጉት በሚኖርበት ጊዜ እሻትል ነበር በዛን ጊዜ እስከ ሌሊት ድረስ ስንጣላ ነበር ምናቸው እንዴት ጠልታኝ እንደሆነ ነገር ነበር የሚሰማኝ
ፍላጎት አልነበረኝ In response to the magnitude of the problem in the area, the Regional Women's Affairs Bureau, in partnership with UNICEF, started implementing abandonment of female genital mutilation and cutting, one district at a time, using community dialogue as an intervention strategy.
እኛ መጀመሪያ ራንደም ዝም ብለን ነበር የመጀመሪያውን ተሞክሮ ይዘን እየሰራ
ግን ለውጡ አልታየልንም ነው። ከዛ በኋላ ግን ያው ስልቱ በመቀየር በዚህ ባሁን በተፈጠረው ሙሲፍ በፈጠረው ስልት ያንን ተጠቅመን ጥሩ ስራ ነው የሰራነው።
ዩኒሴፍ በተባበሩት መንግስታት የህፃናት መርጃ ድርጅት አንዱ ጥብቅ መሳሪያ ህብረተሰብን በማወያየት የራሱን ችግር ትንሽ እርዳታ አድርገንለት ችግሩን ይፈታል ብለን ስለምናምን
ያንዳንዱ ቀበሌ ላይ 6 አወያይ ተፈጠረ። ያንን 6 አወያይ መልምለን ከአገር ሽማግሌ፣ ከሃይማኖት መሪ፣ ከጤና ኤክስቴንሽን፣ ከቀበሌ አመራር፣ ከሴቶች ማህበር፣ ከወጣት ማህበር ከነዚህ የተውጣጡ አካላቶች በወረዳ ደረጃ ውይይት ተደረገ። ያሰልጣኙ ስልጠና
አይነ ደረቅ ከተፈጥሮም አይነ ደረቅ ሆኖ የሚወለድ ልጅ በባህሪው አይነ ደረቅ ይሆናል እንጂ ባለመገረዟ አይነ ደረቅ አትሆንም።
ጥሩነሽ አንተዋን የተባሉ እናታችን ነበሩ። በማህበራት በሴት ማህበራት ተነስተው እንደተናገሩ በማህበራቱ ውይይት በሚደረግበት ጊዜ እደግፈዋለሁ፣ በጣም ጥሩ ነው። ለምን ቢባል የኔ አንድ ልጅ በግርዛት ምክንያት በተገረዘችበት ማግስት ብዙ ደም ፈሷት መቆጣጠር ባለመቻሉ ደሟ ሲያልቅ ሞታብኛለች ብለው ቆመው ተናግረዋል።
ጤና ኤክስቴንሽኑ እዛ የሚያደርገው ምንድነው የተወያዩት ያመጡት እንትን ምንድነው እዛ አሬንጅመንት መስራት ወይ ማስተካከል እንጂ ብዙም አሁን ይሄ ጉዳይ አለ እናንተ ጋር ወይም እዚህ ቀበሌ ችግር አለ ይሄን ተወያዩ የሚለው አጀንዳ አሰጥም። ጤና ኤክስቴንሽን እዚህ ማህበረሰቡ ራሱ ይሄ ችግር ነው ብሎ ከችግሩ ተነስቶ ተወያይቶ እዛ መፍትሄ ተራ በተራ መፍትሄ እየሰጠበት አሁን ላልነው ለውጥ ጥሩ ግብአት ሆኖ የተገኘበት ሁኔታ ነው ያለው።
ባልተገረዘ ልጅ ይሄን ለውጥ አለው፣ ምንም ችግር አይደርስበትም፣ የሚወልደውን ምንም ያለ ችግር ይወልዳል፣ በቃ ምንም ችግር ደሞ አይፈስም የሚል እንትን ያሉት ያለኝ ባለኝ እንትን የዛ በመስጊድም ሆነ ትምህርት ለመስጠት ይሄን እቅዳለ።
የሴት ልጅ ግርዛት ከዚህ በፊት ባለማወቅ ይገረዙ ነበር። አሁን ግን ጠቃሚ አይደለም፣ ጎጂ ነው፣ ብዙ ችግሮች ይገጥማቸዋል፣ ለሚፈሳቸዋል በሚል እኛ ወላጆቻችን ያሳመንን ከመማር የመጣ እንዳያስገርዙ እናደርጋለን።
አንተ ለወደፊት የትዳር ጓደኛ የተገረዘች ነች ያልተገረዘች በሰውን ምትባል?
እኔ አልተገረዝኩም።
After conducting the community dialogue for 6 months in 42 sub-districts of Chaha, the community arrived at a consensus and agreed to stop female genital mutilation and cutting in their sub-districts and village. And then, all came together to make the declaration at a district level as a whole.
እንደ ቻሃ ወረዳ እንዳይፈጸም ክትትል እናደርጋለን፣ ለዚሁም ቃል እንገባለን።
Finally, the community passed a law on the practice and elders added that law into their cultural law book called Gija, which the society values, respects and abides by. Now, everyone in the community understands the harm of female genital mutilation and cutting. Even Malechi, the well-known circumciser in Chaha district, changed her way of living to making clay pots. She works here more than 8 hours a day. Even though making pots is tiresome and less profitable, she still prefers it to cutting girls.
በዛ ጊዜ ስለማላቅ ነው እንጂ ባልገረዝ አሁን ግን አቃለው የራሳውም እንዳይገረዝ አደርጋለሁ።
To date, 42 districts are covered by community dialogue strategy out of the 737 districts countrywide. In order to achieve complete abandonment within a generation, the strategy needs to be scaled up significantly and implemented in the remaining districts. If abandonment of female genital mutilation is not achieved, the rights of women in Ethiopia will not be fully realized.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we are going to talk about this morning. A life-threatening practice violating the rights of women and children, and for those who survive, consequences for the rest of their life on sexual intercourse, problems with birth, infertility, and so on. I gladly give the floor to someone who is very committed to the case and who knows everything about it. I'm talking about Mrs. Francesca Monetti. She is a senior child protection specialist of UNICEF, and she is going to talk to us about the really need to accelerate the abandonment of FGM. Please, Francesca, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to all of you first and foremost, Your Excellencies, for dedicating the time to the whole topic of violence against girls and women, and in particular this morning to the topic of female genital mutilation cutting. Thank you to AWEPA. Thank you to the Senate. It's a topic that you saw stirs very deep emotions. But there's something in the way it's typically described that is not emphasized, and that I would like to emphasize so that we understand collectively why it's been so hard to bring an end to the practice on the one hand, and why at the same time in the last few years many communities have begun to abandon. The practice is it's over 1,000 years old, as was already pointed out. But where it exists, as written by the Secretary General in his report to the United Nations General Assembly, it's not perpetrated, it's not done as an act of violence. It is done in a context where families have no choice. If we are a community and every one of us cuts their girl, if Madame Smith, who spoke so well against the practice this morning, wanted to stop, she wouldn't be able to because all the rest of us are practicing. And so she would have to cut her girl also to make sure that her girl marries and to make sure that the status of her entire family would be upheld. So what does this mean? This means that the practice is upheld by a social norm that is so strong in certain realities, not everywhere. It's so strong that even though women, who are the ones who often maintain the practice, they know very well the harms. They have suffered it themselves. They have suffered it as young girls. They suffer it every time they have their menstruation. They suffer it sometimes every time they go to the bathroom if they've been infibulated. They suffer it every time they have a child. And yet they do it on their girls because the cost of not doing it, the social cost, is higher. So let us focus on what a social norm is and how in many communities in Africa as well as immigrant communities in Europe or United States, the social norm is changing. And let's focus on this because this is where you as parliamentarians and committed individuals in your own societies can make the difference. You can make the difference in helping to change the social norm. A social norm is something where there's a practice that we have always done. Let's take something trivial. We always get up in the morning, what do? We get dressed. Nobody tells us. We don't think each time there's a social rule that I have to get dressed. If I don't get dressed, I will be put in jail. No, we get dressed even if it's very, very hot outside and we'd rather go half naked. But we can't, we don't, we wouldn't. It's always been done. There's also a social norm. Typically, there is no possible alternative. Or we would suffer some sort of social punishment if we don't follow the rule. But social norms have other characteristics. If we are a community and we have a social norm, which is our rule, we also have the power to change that rule. It's our social construct. And what is it based on? It's based on reciprocal expectations. You expect, if we all practice female genital mutilation cutting, you expect everybody else to cut their girls. But you also believe that everybody else expects you to cut your girl. So there are both what we call empirical expectations, which is and these are very important. What do we actually see? We see everybody else cutting their girls. And so we believe that everybody else supports the practice of cutting, because that's what we see. We see it around us. Then there is what we ought to do, but that's less strong. Now, imagine again that we are all a community. And especially the women here, we've all gone through this when we were girls. So we know the harms. Some of the men know, some know more, some know less. They're less involved. Now, sorry to pick on you again. You know very well the harms, and you would like to stop. But you feel the pressure around you, and you don't dare tell even your good friend, your neighbor, you don't dare to tell her that you don't want to cut your girl. But you really don't want. We saw it in the movie too, the mother. She didn't really support the practice, right? And you also, you don't want to cut your girl either. But you're afraid that if you say that to others, you'll be looked down upon, because this is your culture. This is the tradition. Now, the social scientists, they call this pluralistic ignorance. In the ultimate, every single one of us could be against the practice, but not know, because we see everybody else continuing it, right? So how does this break down? It breaks down because in a moment of intimacy, and as you've had your coffees together, you've had your coffee ceremony or whatever, you actually say to your neighbor, I really don't want to cut my girl. Next month, it's going to be the time of the year, and I really don't want to do it. And she says, I don't want to do it either. So now it's not just you alone, but there are two of you. And if you together go to your other neighbor and so on and so forth, you can have a group now that's big enough that you have the strength and the common decision that you want to have a different rule for yourselves. Okay? So what is the key element here? There's one key element that I would like you all to walk away out of this room today. The key element is that it's not just knowing about the harms. It's important. It's essential. But there's another key element. It's the communication and the dialogue among people to be able to together draw the conclusions of that information of the harm and be able to together make the decision that no single person alone could make. And that's what makes the difference. Okay? So said in more technical terms, the behaviors, the social norms, there is interdependence. Your decision to cut or not cut your girl depends on all the rest of us decisions to do or not to do. So that it's unlikely that by yourselves anyone could act alone, and we need to be able to come together. So what can parliamentarians do in a situation like that? Parliamentarians can help to stimulate and to fuel this kind of public debate, which is a positive public debate, as Madame Smets hinted this morning. It's not about bashing and putting down people who are practicing. It's about valuing the fact that they do it as good parents and enabling them, empowering them to come together and building on their commitment as good parents to do even better and to abandon the practice because they themselves find a way together to be able to abandon. So since I don't have a lot of time, I'll just go very quickly through the social dynamics. Typically, as we saw, it begins with maybe our friends over here, they saw that there's another community somewhere else that's already begun to abandon. And they're encouraged by that. And so they begin to speak with one another. Or there could be a next door neighbor. I mean, somewhere the stimulus comes. And there's an initial group of people who decide among themselves that they'd like to stop. And of course, there's an incentive for our group of three here to recruit others. So you will want to enlarge your group and get other women and men to also abandon. And as you do that, the group can enlarge, and there will be a point where, as we saw in the film, the decision becomes a collective and public. Why is public important? Because as we said earlier, it's what I see that's most important. So to the degree that I see everybody pledging, agreeing to stop, that convinces me that I can stop too. And it's a great relief. So, in summary, the key elements for the positive change that you can help to fuel is indeed the provision of correct information from trusted sources about the practice, but not in a judgmental way. Not to come and say this is a brutal, barbaric practice, because that creates distance, that creates social conflict, possibly even, against the people, where people are being judgmental. Understanding that this is being done by parents to be good parents, the information is about, indeed, the harms, indeed, about the fact that it is not necessary in terms of religion, and the work with religious leaders is very important for that. The work with medical professionals is very important also. But the second point is the one that has not been emphasized enough and is so key for making the difference, which is creating spaces locally in terms of within communities, but also nationally with public media, university debates, parliamentary debates, etc., creating spaces and filling spaces to actually discuss the information and explore the implications so that people themselves can coordinate and make the decision to stop. Of course, legal measures are important too. And this is another measure that typically parliamentarians have been very active in moving forward. But, one more. What is it that regulates behaviors? Of course, there is a fear of legal sanctions. There is also the fear sometimes of guilt. If I know that something is wrong, I don't want to do it because the guilt feeling afterwards is unfortunate, right? But the really critical fear here is the fear of social rejection. And the flip side of that is social trust or recognition. The flip side of guilt is moral gratification. We feel good when we've done something good. And the respect for the law is the one that drives the legal norms, so that we have legal norms, moral norms, and social norms. Now, one more? Okay. Now, these three types of norms we always have that are existing, right? But what happens when they are completely on different planes? What happens when, for example, in the case that we're looking at, female genital mutilation cutting, we still are a community that completely accepts it and supports it? What happens if a law is passed banning it? Not very much, right? Because the fear of the social rejection is higher than the fear of the legal norm. And so a law in that context will not be particularly effective. And we can write all we want, all the UN resolutions that we want that say implement and make sure and apply the legislation, but it will be very difficult. Agreements are very hard. So what we'd like to do is have a stronger harmony between the social, the moral, and the legal norms. So let's take another scenario. Let's take a concrete example of a country that I visited this summer, in Eritrea. In Eritrea, and this is true of many other countries also, there was significant work first in raising awareness and in enabling people to begin to change their attitudes regarding the practice collectively. At that point, a law was introduced. And when the law is introduced in that context, it becomes an additional instrument for people who are already beginning to abandon to actually accelerate the abandonment. So, in terms of your work and where we would like to work together, and we are working together with parliaments both in Europe for awareness raising and for policy, and in Africa, where we'd like to really focus the attention, because we have plenty of evidence now that it works, and this is relatively new evidence, so you will be the innovators, is to focus on the shift of the social norm. So we not only with awareness raising, but also and especially with support of public discussion and dialogue that can lead to those collective agreements where all of us can together abandon. And of course, supported by legislation. Now, the last couple of points I'd like to touch on is that this whole process can be a very inspiring process, one that motivates very positive energy. And again, it was alluded to this morning. Rather than just telling people, this is a bad thing, stop doing it, by starting from the very moral norm which first drove the practice, which is, I want to do the best for my girl, therefore I need to cut her. It is that very same moral norm, positive moral norm, of wanting to do the best for our children, that once we see that enough of us coming together, we can change that social rule. We can make the joyful decision to stop. It's that very same moral norm which is re-emphasized collectively and enables us to move forward and stop cutting our girls. So this is the same. Okay. Now, just to end, I'd like to call your attention to the fact that we have a study that we've been working on that covers experiences in 5 countries, a UNICEF study, which will be launched if you all want to take down the the site. It will be launched on the 18th of November, and there you have much more information than I could possibly give in 10 minutes on all of this, both in terms of the change process, the dynamics of the change process, and specific experiences in 5 countries. I would also, and as a final point, like to call your attention to the fact that within the United Nations, there is one very major program that is a joint program between UNICEF and UNFPA, which is specifically, its specific goal is to accelerate abandonment of the practice in African countries. Unfortunately, because of resource limitations, the program started basically a year before the financial crisis hit, so we have not had as much resources as we would have hoped. We're working in 12 countries. We would like to be working in at least 17. And it's a program where it's applying this perspective that I tried to summarize in these 10 minutes, and one which I think is really helping to support what is not just national movements, but a worldwide movement which includes both African communities as well as communities in the north that have come originally from practicing communities in the south. And I know my time's up, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Francesca, for making very clear the social pressure, the need to work with the community to shift the social norm on the ground based on what we all want to be, good parents. I gladly give the floor now to my co-chair, Safina Kwekwe, who is going to talk about the East African experience and prevalence and policy on FGM and cutting. Please.
Good morning once more. I will be speaking to you on the prevalence and policy in Africa, on FGM and FGC in Africa. But as Magda has said, I shall constrain myself to the East African perspective, because that's what I'm more conversant with. Incidentally, this paper was supposed to be delivered by one of my colleagues who has done considerable work in legislation on FGM, but I trust that I shall be able to give you the case scenario of East Africa. Now, East Africa has 5 countries. For those of you who might be very much conversant with the East Africa community, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. Now, of these 5 countries, 3 of them, Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, practice FGM. The prevalence varies. You have, like in Kenya, we have more than 30% prevalence on FGM. For Tanzania, it's between 23 and 26%. For Uganda, it's ranging around the 30% quota. But the issue is, why do we have FGM in Africa? And because it's not medicinal, there's no medical value in FGM. It is not clinical. It is not, if it does not empower economically, because if it was an economic empowering practice, then the circumcisers would be very rich, yet they still languish in poverty. So what is the reason of having FGM, and particularly in East Africa? And for me, I see this as the result of power imbalances. Power imbalances and the structural inequalities between our societies. Because if FGM is to make a woman behave better, to be more chaste, to be more faithful, faithfulness is dichotomous. The act of infidelity is between two people. And therefore, if it is a matter of ensuring that we have fidelity in society, then it should be targeting both partners in the infidelity. So if FGM is to cure infidelity, then the same should happen to the males who are involved in the act of infidelity. So why is it only done on the women? Because of the structural inequality between men and women and the power imbalance that comes with it. Yet we know it is the duty of all states. It is the duty of the states to exercise due diligence to prevent violence against women, including FGM, which is one of the most horrific acts of violence against women and girls. We have been told that 92 million women or girls have undergone FGM in Africa. That, in putting it in the East African context, is the whole of Tanzania, men and women, boys and girls, the entire Kenya, men and women, boys and girls, and the whole of Rwanda, men and women, boys and girls. So putting the populations of Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, and all of them, subjecting them to FGM, will give them 2 million girls. So if that is the magnitude of the problem, why do we still, today, in the 21st century, still talk about policies and laws? The issue I want to share with you is what Uganda and Kenya has done in this case of FGM. Of the 5 countries, Kenya has passed an act which is called the Sexual Offences Act at the turn of the 21st century. This act, unfortunately, as passed, is limiting itself to the issues of rape and defilement. But at the time of negotiating this act, it had in it FGM as one of the offences that was to be targeted for outlawing. But amazingly, the National Parliament of Kenya, when they were passing the legislation, they said, we shall pass this, but without FGM. Because FGM is cultural, FGM is a social practice, and after all, not everybody does it in Kenya anyway. So why should we make it an issue for everybody and put it in the national law? But for rape and defilement, that one we can pass, because everybody is affected by that. And that is how we lost it. That's how we lost to put FGM in a legislation in Kenya. On the other hand, Uganda this year passed a law on FGM, and I believe that Honorable Chris will share with you what that law says. But the issue is, passing a law is one thing, and implementing the law is another thing. Why? Because the reason that our sister just shared with us, the issue of the social norms. Because today in Kenya, we have communities that have chosen alternative rites of passage for their girls. Instead of putting them through FGM, they have what they call alternative rites of passage, where girls during the holidays go to camps and they are told about how they can move from childhood to adulthood, etc., etc. But still, even within those communities where they have accepted to have alternative rites of passage, we have cases where girls are smuggled out and go to other parts of the country where still FGM is okay. We also have sometimes, because Kenya neighbors Somalia, and Somalia is also one of the countries that also has a very high FGM prevalence. Then sometimes girls can be smuggled from Kenya just across to undergo the cutting and brought back during the holidays. So the issue of policy in Africa on FGM is wanting, because it looks at mainly criminalizing it without looking at the social implications of the vice. And therefore we must go beyond. We must go beyond just putting in place legal frameworks into looking at how those legal frameworks can go hand in hand with other measures that will indeed address the social problem, the issues of us belonging, the issue that this is our culture. And also that we must make it a problem for everybody. Because if I am not cut, but I go to school with a girl who has been cut, and because of her cutting, even if she has a PhD, she has to lose her life during childbirth. It is a loss to me too. So it is a problem for everybody. It should be a problem for the communities that practice it. It should be a problem for everybody because it affects the achievement of the MDGs, which all of us subscribe to. And therefore, I want to conclude by saying that even though states have the responsibility to secure the rights of their people, it is people, it is the citizens, it is the people who vote people into power that will have to make the decision to end FGM. Because if they say no, regardless of what the legal or whatever the lawmakers say, if they say we want it outlawed, it shall be outlawed. So it's the matter of raising awareness and perpetual education of communities, both those who practice it and those who don't practice it, both girls and women and boys and men. It is a partnership for everybody. I thank you so very much, and I look forward to sharing with you further as we interact between these 2 days. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Safina, for making very clear how it is necessary that legislation should be built on real action on the ground and action with communities. I think you made the point that Francesca made already very, very clear in the East African situation. Thank you for that. I will give the floor now to our next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Mrs. Mohalaj Gebre. She is Executive Director of the Combattre Women's Self-Help Center of Ethiopia. She is a gynecologist, and she will talk with us about the role of civil society. Please, Madam Bogalaj, you have the floor.
Small correction, I'm not a gynecologist, I'm an epidemiologist. Thank you for inviting me to this August conference. When you, more than 2-3 people speak on the same subject, most of your job is done. And I thank my previous speakers, Francesca, for validating civil society's work in Africa. And also, my sister talked about the importance of political actions. So I just summarize. I was told that it's 20 minutes and now it is reduced to 10 minutes, so forgive me if I rush. Civil society is defined as a sphere of society outside the state sphere, which includes non-government development organizations. CSOs are dependent actors in constantly changing environment. Thus, the core system strategy for civil society should be approach that enhances insightful agility, that is, the ability to recognize, understand, adapt a sustainable oriented ways to change, which determines their specific context of their work. Sustainable action is about bringing particular types of change in dynamic systems linking ecology, economy, and social and political system, which act locally at the same time and globally. Within this framework, CSOs operate in the context of forces unstable, unpredictable. This creates both opportunities and threats in achieving in sustainable impact in what they do. Second, COC's civil society impact is conditioned by the policy framework of their political environment and the quality of their funding. Today's aid conditions, they require approaches that do not over-sectionalize with what they do, but also show how integrated action can be effectively pursued. Thirdly, if civil society is defined as a sphere of society outside the state sphere, that section of society which always been disempowered since time immemorial are women. That by itself makes them a potentially most vibrant members of civil society, as they have nothing to lose except their chain, to remember Marx's words. However, it must be recognized that for women to lead and become the principal social agency, they themselves must undergo transformation from a state of passive resources to and object to active citizens. This is the scenario. What is the role? In this scenario, what is the role and action of civil society in ending violence against women, particularly female genital mutilation in Africa? Based on practical experiences and learning over the last 10 years in the community and the CSO's framework, I would like to highlight few major roles I believe African civil societies can play in ending gender-based violence, in particular female genital mutilation. CSO leadership must be persistent, committed for action under any political and social context. CSOs must create and build constituencies in multi-trust approach, all-inclusive, that would lead into community-based social mobilization and social movement. Civil society must enable women to be the foot soldiers, to speak in their own voices, their own concern, and to take the leadership of the movement in their communities. Civil society's action must be integrated approach, addressing the day-to-day life of women and the community, bringing human rights issue real on the ground, not an abstract. Civil society must enhance community action learning, sharing, instead of project tours. And most importantly above all, creating very transparent organization, building trust, listening, learning, and facilitating community actions. Instead of trying to explain this highlight, I would like to tell a little bit about my own organization, KMG Ethiopia, or Combattre Women's Help Center in southern Ethiopia. It's an indigenous organization, women-focused integrated development organization. As any NGO which bases itself in the community, our approach was integrated, woman-focused, but we didn't know how to go about it in the beginning. What we did, in 1998, KMG undertook baseline survey which showed 100% of all girls and women have been mutilated and undergo the practice. And the year 2000 survey of UNICEF, year 2008 survey of UNICEF on attitudinal and behavioral changes among the 1.5 million where we work, it showed female genital mutilation reduced by 97%. Only 2 to 3% of the population, elder people, still wanted their daughters to be cut, their sons to marry cut girls. We estimate we have saved hundreds and thousands of girls. Today, self-monitoring and adherence to their own social contract that bans such mutilation is given. Behavioral and attitudinal transformation is also taking place on prevention and control HIV/AIDS, a topic long ago considered to be taboo. Today, people both in Christian and Muslim communities go in group to undertake tests. Marriage without prior testing of HIV/AIDS has become unacceptable both in Muslim and Christian institutions. The change is so great, in fact, that across region, young men now seek to marry uncut girls. And today, what used to be only spoken in the language of elders, children speak. It used to be called removing the dirt. Today, everybody says and talks in the same language. An amazing individual and community transformation has taken place. Women who declared, I started changing from inside out. And the sheikh, who is supposed to uphold the tradition of its community, spoke against his own son, called on police to allow his daughter-in-law to marry someone of her choice. Girls refusing to undergo genital mutilation, declaring, this is my body, this is our body, nobody has the right to destroy us. Of a 60-year-old woman who have never heard of equality and equity and human rights, she stood up crying, saying, now I know it is too late for me, but I know I will die knowing that I am also a human being. For the first time claiming human entitlement. How does this change happen? Where women have become poetess, leaders, advocates, appointed and elected to local and federal posts, all of them simply have become change agents. From its inception, we knew the indispensability of freedom for women, but we didn't know the linkages that should bring that freedom real. Our progress has been due to a number of factors: respect, wisdom and insight and the way of life of our diverse people, our willingness to listen and learn from the communities, facilitated community conversation, building mutual respect and mutual learning, learned from the pioneers. Our approach was holistic, creating homegrown systematic strategies, building on already existing social capital of the community, and addressing those issues phase by phase holistically. And most importantly, building capacities of the local institutions, leveraging quick wins and as stepping stones for strategic victories, trusting our people and unleashing their community's capacity, and of course, support of many local and international organizations. Most importantly, women became foot soldiers, spoke in their own voices of their own concern, and the movement was led by women. Oh boy, I haven't even started, I'm seeing signal. Anyway, what are our challenges? My previous previous speakers spoke of social dynamics and also the political issue. For me, there is areas where, please afford me just a few minutes.
Oh, please
there is a political dimension of violence against women which we do not forcefully speak, and my sister today spoke a little bit. Our political elites of Africa have a double standard. They try to lead democratic countries. They try to observe international human rights. But when it comes to our traditional governance systems and passage of rights and violence against women, they shy off. Because, to me, most of these structures are also made up of the same elite and influencing the traditional institutions, influence their own constituency. These are the constituents the African elites depend on for their political life and political victories. So they don't want to antagonize the establishment, traditional establishment. But most importantly, though they are educated, though they espouse democracy, human rights, internal change and individual change and transformation within our leaders when it comes to violence against women has not been exhibited. Most of the time what we find is the very leaders that violate the human right of women. These are mostly issues like female genital mutilation, bride abduction, widow inheritance, domestic violence, beating a wife is considered women's issue. It's given to women's ministry, to NGOs. And at best, some of the leaders, some of the first ladies use this project as a pet project. There is no political commitment among our African leadership. If we just take your imagination, just take your imagination for a second. Each year we talk about 1 to 2 million or 3-4 million women to be mutilated in Africa. Just take that figure and just imagine that number of males being castrated every year. Would it be a political issue? Would it be international issue? Would it be UN issue? Would it be European parliamentarian issue to make a decision on that? To take action on that? Yes, I know you have answered that already. I know you have. To me, eliminating violence against women for civil society is not a job. It should be a way of life. It's not a job that we make a living, that we make perpetuate. In our region, we have shown that it is possible to stop. If there is a commitment, political will, if there is personal commitment on the part of civil society, but there is a lot of challenges. Today, less than 1% of international aid is given to women's issues. Less than 1%. We are more than half of the population of the world. And we carry Africa on our back. And Africa survives because of the women. And I'm sure Our parliamentarian brothers here would not deny that because they are the sons of the same mothers, I know. And CO's funding is project-based. It does not allow us strategic planning. It does not allow us to build institutions. We do not share our values, our findings, our learning. civil society leaders meet in European capitals like in Brussels, like today. We do not share and validate each other's knowledge in the continent where we can learn from action of the communities. Maybe because we are fighting for that very small piece from that very small pie, instead of validating each other. I would just want to conclude by saying, can I speak? Thank you.
One sentence.
Yeah, one sentence, yes. There is no political space for NGOs to operate. If you take my own country, Ethiopia, by the way, all the pictures that today you saw is Ethiopia. We can also stop. We can also continue. And there is no political space for NGO to socially mobilize. I, as an indigenous organization created by Ethiopian law, rules and regulation, deemed to be called resident organization because we receive money from outside. Therefore, we cannot work on human rights, gender rights, social mobilization. We cannot utter the word human rights. This is the state we are in. And I would love to appeal. I want to plead to this audience, and particularly to the European Parliament and African Parliament. Let's not take this issue. Let's not take this meeting as one of those where women stood up and chanted and granted. Let's take this as an opportunity. Let's make a decision to stop. Let's support those who are working on the ground. Let's support women themselves to speak in their own voices. When Francesca from Europe and UN comes and tells our story in such a fantastic and magnanimous manner, allow also us, the African NGOs, African civil society, to stand in the podium, tell our own story, our pain. No, somebody cannot describe my pain. Allow us to tell. Let's stop this. You already come together because you understood the connection between Europe and Africa. We are linked in our language, in our culture, in our affinities of our economies. That's why you created this podium today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say one word. Let's consolidate humanity together, because unlike any other struggle, the struggle, violence against women and the struggle of women is very easy, because man and woman are concerned about each other. We love each other. We love each other. We cannot live without each other. That by itself gives us a huge opportunity. It makes it a different category of struggle. Our struggle should be consolidating humanity for the good, for men and for women. Thank you for upholding me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bogalec. I'm really sorry, but it's a hard job to be a president of such a session, and all those committed women and coming from so far, having to cut them. I'm sorry, it's the right word to use, I'm sorry. I will give the floor immediately to our next speaker. And our next speaker is Mrs. Els Leijen. She is a senior researcher and team leader of Sexual and Gender-Based Violence Unit at the International Center for Reproductive Health of the University of Ghent. And she is going to talk about the challenges and good practices of abandonment of FGM in Europe.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy and honored to address this distinguished audience on an important topic such as violence against women, and more particularly on female genital mutilation. Now, my talk is going to focus on female genital mutilation in Europe. I've been working on that topic, on FGM in Europe, the past 10, 12 years. I've both done research and I've also been involved in the more activist side, let's say. It's not always easy to combine those two. But I've been involved in the creation of the European Network for the Prevention of FGM. And I've also been involved in the End FGM European campaign, which I'm going to address a bit later in my talk. In my talk, I would just like to highlight some of the achievements that have been created here in Europe at EU policy level, at national level, but I will also address some of the challenges that remain, and I will finish my talk with some recommendations. Now, the achievements at the EU policy level, I think an important achievement has been the European Parliament drafting resolutions and adopting resolutions on FGM. There have been two European Parliament resolutions, one in 2001 and a second one in 2009. And they address very specifically female genital mutilation with a particular focus on FGM in Europe. A second very important achievement was the creation of the EU Daphne program. This Daphne program has been very, very instrumental in really pushing the agenda of FGM and on violence against women in Europe. It's a specific budget line created by the European Commission in which they fund projects that focus specifically on violence against women and children. And in the decade 1997 until 2007, they funded 14 projects specifically on FGM in Europe for a total budget of 2.4 million euro. Another important achievement, I believe, is the creation of the European Network for the Prevention of FGM. This network has been created late 90s by a number of very committed organizations and community-based organizations in Europe that really decided that we needed to cooperate in order to be stronger and in order to push the agenda of FGM in Europe. Another important achievement that has been started lately is the End FGM European campaign. It's a campaign that is initiated by Amnesty International Ireland in collaboration with a number of community-based organizations and NGOs in Europe. And they have specifically drafted a strategy to be adopted by the European Union, and I think it's really a very important instrument and has a lot of substantial recommendations to make to really push the agenda of FGM in Europe and in Africa. Some of the achievements at national level in Europe, there are a number of member states in Europe who have adopted specific criminal laws on FGM. Until now there are 10 EU member states who have a specific criminal law on female genital mutilation. This does not mean that FGM cannot be punished in countries where there is not a specific criminal law, of course. Like France, for example, is a country with a general criminal law under which FGM is punishable, and it has been until now the country in Europe with the most court cases on FGM. European countries have also developed national action plans. That was a project also by the European Network for the Prevention of FGM that managed to get 15 countries, EU countries together and to really help them in creating national action plans to address female genital mutilation. And we succeeded to do that in 8 EU member states. regarding the services provided for women who are victims of FGM in Europe, there are a number of health services, specific health services that are available in Europe, in many countries, not in all countries. I believe that the UK is an example of good practice in Europe, as they have developed, I think, about 14 or 15 African women clinics, where they give a very holistic approach to women who address those services with their problems due to FGM. I believe in every European member state, I think there are NGOs or community-based organizations that do the grassroots work, let's say. In my personal opinion, I think that is the most important work that has to be done, that is really working with the communities, doing the outreach. In many European countries, if not in all, we have NGOs and we have community-based organizations, and many of them are joined in the European network. And there is, of course, also an increasing bulk of evidence provided by researchers. Many researchers have focused, for example, on the reassessment of female genital mutilation in a migration context, meaning that migrant communities, they reassess the norms about FGM when they live in a migration context. So a lot of research has been done on that topic. A lot of research has been done also on health-seeking behavior of those communities. How do they look for the appropriate help or the health services in place, or they are appropriate for their demands? There has been done some evaluation of service deliveries in Europe, and some research has been done also on the implementation of legislation in Europe. But there are also some challenges that remain in Europe regarding female genital mutilation. And I believe one of the most important challenges that remain is the lack of funding available. It has been addressed by previous speakers, by Francesca, it has been addressed by the former speaker. And I truly believe that this is the core thing that hampers really an advanced push for the campaign against FGM. It is the limited funding available. We are lucky in Europe, I think, that we have the Daphne program, which really focuses on violence against women and funds projects on violence and on FGM in particular, but this is limited to Europe. And I believe that the European Commission could really, it could be useful if they really adopt a strategy and if they really have a coordinated approach to really fund more projects on FGM in Africa, because there, of course, the problem is much higher than in Europe. In Europe, there are ongoing efforts to put it on the agenda, but there is a few coordinated approach to really put it on the agenda. There are many initiatives that are developed. There is the End FGM campaign of Amnesty. There are resolutions. There is the European network. There are other things that happen at policy level, but there is few coordination. There is really a joint strategy, and that's why I really would like that we really focus on developing a joint strategy to tackle FGM, Europe and both Africa. And one other main barrier to pushing the agenda is the lack of data on the magnitude of the problem in Europe. Some countries have done some studies to really assess the prevalence of FGM in their countries, but this is still anecdotal evidence. So there are very few reliable data on national prevalence of FGM, of the women that live in European countries with FGM or the girls at risk of FGM. And I think it's necessary to have a clear idea about the magnitude of the problem in order to substantiate or justify the claims for funds by both community-based organizations, researchers and policymakers. Now, challenges at national level that remain is the lack of coordination. Few countries have really a coordinating body that join all the actors at national level. That means not only policymakers, but also the community-based organizations. I think it's really, really crucial that both of them collaborate together and develop a joint agenda in their specific country. The national action plans that were developed by the European network not many of them had really a governmental support of that national action plan. They were driven by the community-based organizations or by the NGOs, which of course weakens a little bit the impact of such a national action plan. So I think that there is a lot of work to do to really involve the governments of countries in Europe to really implement the national action plans. Next, there is also a lack of knowledge of FGM among professionals. There is a wide range of professionals in Europe who have to deal with FGM, for example, gynecologists, for example, teachers in schools, for example, the police, and there is still an apparent lack of knowledge of FGM, and also, of course, then there is a lack of providing the appropriate care to women with FGM, or to really act appropriately to prevent a girl at risk of FGM. The community-based organizations and the NGOs working in Europe, they have done a tremendous work in sensitizing their communities in Europe. And I believe that the next step would be to really work on behavior change among the communities in Europe. And I think that there is still a lack of capacities due to a lack of funding, that really this also needs to be pushed forward. So the interventions that really focus on behavior change. And then the implementation of laws, of course, has been studied by our center. And there are some issues in the implementation of laws that are really very particular to Europe. Some of the barriers in implementing the laws have been the lack of reported cases. And there is a trend in Europe to really try to develop mechanisms to implement more effectively the law, meaning to have more cases reported and have more court cases. A law is, of course, a very symbolic thing also, and it can really help the communities and the professionals working in Europe. But on the other hand, I think we have to be careful in Europe that we do not focus too much on the repressive side of it. Having a law is a very good thing, but really looking for active instruments to really implement the laws by developing repressive measures, I think is a little bit, we have to be careful for that. We do not have to lose also the focus on the work that the communities are doing, which is, in my opinion, really necessary, that they need more capacities and funds to do actually the work to change communities, their behavior. I would like to finish with some of the recommendations. My first recommendation is that we should have a look at what is already in place. For example, the Amnesty International End FGM EU campaign, the strategy they have focuses on 5 topics: on data collection, on health aspects, on the protection of girls and women against violence, on asylum, and also on development cooperation. And they give very specific recommendations on which EU institutions should be involved in really developing or implementing this strategy. Secondly, I would like to recommend that we need a coordinating body at EU level. There are some institutions in place, for example, the European Network, but we really need like an instrument at European level who could also do the lobby work to push the agenda of FGM in Europe. And thirdly, we need to develop instruments to measure the progress we make. I believe that a lot of efforts are being done in Europe, but they are still very dispersed. So if possible, we should try to develop an instrument with clear indicators so that we can measure progress made, for example, in what the government is achieving with regard to the National Action Plan, or with regard to implementing laws, or with regard to funding their community-based organizations, etc. And then finally, I would like to conclude with saying that budget needs to be increased. I know a lot of the previous speakers have also mentioned this. I think it's very important that budgets need to be increased, because the work that has to be done at grassroots level. And this costs really a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of resources. And the funds that are available now are too limited to really accelerate change, as Francesca already said this morning. I'm sure there will be more time for questions later in the discussion, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Els, for making very clear that a lot is going on in the field, but there is not enough joint strategy in Europe, not enough governmental implementation, and lack of data, and of money, of course. I would like to thank our distinguished speakers. I think it was a very fruitful input until now. I just forgot to mention one thing. The previous speaker, Bogarec, she left me a small video about the campaign in Ethiopia. It will be shown during the coffee break in the afternoon. So people who want to watch it, they will be able to watch it here. So now it's time for Parliament. As you know, AWEPA is a meeting place of parliamentarians, so that's the main thing what we want to do. Hear what parliamentarians can do about all this, what we heard this morning. Everybody said we need laws. Yes, of course we need laws, but laws must be based on grassroots action. They must be supported on the ground, otherwise it won't work. Just repression, it's not enough, or reproaching things, it's not enough. That's not the way it will be ended. We have to build on the wish to be good parents. We know all that, so what are we going to do as parliamentarians? We have a great range of parliamentarians with us who are committed to the case. So I would like to give the floor, first of all, to Mrs. Isabelle Durand. She is the Vice President of the European Parliament, and she will take the floor as the first ones to tell us about good practices in Parliament.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Bonjour à tous. Je suis donc membre du Parlement européen et vice-présidente de ce Parlement. Alors il est vrai que la question des mutilations génitales sur les femmes est une question qui au Parlement européen, la précédente interlocutrice l'a très bien expliqué, a fait l'objet de nombreuses résolutions. Des résolutions en tant que telles sur la question des mutilations génitales, mais aussi des mentions de ces questions dans les résolutions portant sur la violence contre les femmes. Et ça nous amène donc au rôle d'un Parlement. Que peut faire un Parlement? D'autres, après moi, parleront de leur Parlement national, des parlements de pays européens ou des parlements de pays africains. Bon, un premier travail, c'est vrai, c'est un travail de résolution et il doit se fonder sur du contenu de base. Vous l'avez dit, Madame la Présidente, on doit inscrire nos résolutions comme parlementaires dans le concret, dans la réalité de terrain, et je peux dire que pour ce qui est du Parlement européen, le, entre guillemets, lobbying fonctionne très bien, vous l'avez très bien expliqué, même si on peut souhaiter sans doute une meilleure coordination encore entre les différentes organisations, entre les organisations de droits de l'homme et donc de droits des femmes, mais aussi les organisations actives sur le terrain de l'éducation, de la santé. Je peux vous dire en tout cas que comme parlementaires, et les parlementaires femmes du Parlement européen qui sont quand même très sensibles à cette question, nous sommes très bien lobbyés et c'est très bien comme ça et je crois que c'est très précieux que nous recevions des inputs en permanence de la part d'une série d'organisations. Ensuite, c'est vrai qu'il est très très important que nous puissions dans nos parlements, et c'est le cas au Parlement européen, non seulement dénoncer, demander des législations, même si nous savons évidemment que les législations, qu'elles soient européennes ou nationales, ne suffiront pas, et y compris dans les pays africains, il ne suffit pas de prendre une loi contre les mutilations pour qu'elle soit appliquée, évidemment, ça ne suffit pas, mais c'est quand même une condition nécessaire. N'oublions pas, il y a un travail des parlements pour mettre une pression légale, une pression par la loi. D'ailleurs, en Afrique comme ailleurs, il y a d'autres lois qui ne sont pas appliquées. Ce n'est pas pour ça qu'on ne fait plus de lois. Il est tout à fait normal que l'on continue à légiférer et à mettre la pression sur nos gouvernements, en essayant évidemment de faire le lien entre ces lois et la réalité de terrain. Deuxième chose, au niveau du Parlement européen, et je voudrais insister là-dessus parce que ça n'a pas encore été dit, Madame a avant moi très très bien résumé les recommandations qui s'adressent à l'échelle européenne, c'est de refuser, le Parlement européen l'a fait, et je pense que nous devons tous le faire, toutes le faire, refuser la médicalisation des mutilations génitales. C'est un grand danger. Certains pourraient finalement présenter l'idée qu'en pratiquant les excisions, les infibulations dans des hôpitaux, dans des dispensaires de soins, on protégerait ainsi la santé des jeunes filles et la santé des femmes. C'est évidemment scandaleux. On ne peut pas accepter que la médicalisation ait lieu. Si on l'accepte, ça veut donc dire qu'on accepte le principe des mutilations comme quelque chose qui peut se faire, qui peut même se faire dans un dispensaire public. Loin de moi de dire que là où les jeunes filles ou les enfants ont été excisés, il ne faut pas les soigner, évidemment que oui. Mais accepter que l'excision entre à l'hôpital ou au dispensaire de soins pour y faire une pratique normale, ça c'est évidemment aller à l'encontre, et c'est un piège. C'est un piège parce que parfois la médicalisation peut être pensée ou présentée comme une alternative à une violence et aux problèmes de santé des petites filles. Non, la médicalisation n'est pas acceptable. Les soins, évidemment, bien sûr, il faut soigner ces enfants, il faut soigner ces jeunes filles, mais on ne peut pas accepter qu'on médicalise cette question. Le Parlement européen l'a pointé très fort, je pense qu'il faut continuer de travailler en ce sens. Et je voudrais insister sur un dernier point qui n'a pas encore été cité non plus, c'est la question de l'asile. L'Union européenne légifère en matière de conditions ou de législation européenne sur les critères en matière d'asile. Il existe une législation internationale dans le cadre de la Convention de Genève, mais il y a aussi des dispositions européennes et puis des dispositions nationales. Certains pays européens ont déjà avancé, et je crois que ma collègue Olga Zrien l'expliquera pour la Belgique, pour légiférer et faire de la menace de mutilation génitale un critère d'admission à l'asile dans un pays européen. Alors évidemment, je suis bien consciente qu'il faut d'abord traiter le mal là où il se produit, c'est-à-dire dans les pays. Néanmoins, comme Européens, nous ne pouvons pas non plus nous substituer entièrement, et heureusement d'ailleurs, au gouvernement ou au Parlement africain, et donc nous devons aussi travailler pour permettre d'accueillir ici des jeunes filles, des familles, des femmes qui sont persécutées, au fond, au nom de leur genre, au nom de leur sexe. Et donc, à ce titre, je pense que certaines législations nationales sont de bonnes législations. Il faut aller plus loin pour que l'Union européenne impose aux États membres de faire des mutilations génitales une condition, un critère pour les accueillir chez nous, parce que, et je terminerai par là, je pense que le lien entre les diasporas qui sont présentes, elles sont nombreuses dans nos pays européens, venant de tous les pays d'Afrique, donc le lien entre ces diasporas et entre les communautés dans les pays, ailleurs en Afrique, est important. Autrement dit, tous ceux qui sont arrivés en Belgique, en France, au Royaume-Uni, en Allemagne, par la porte de l'asile, doivent pouvoir aussi garder un lien, ils gardent un lien d'ailleurs, avec leur communauté d'origine, et les femmes qui ont pu entrer dans un pays européen parce qu'elles étaient persécutées ou mises en danger par le risque de mutilation génitale, doivent pouvoir aussi travailler ou faire un lien avec leur communauté d'origine. Je pense que là, comme Européens, nous avons aussi une responsabilité. Voilà, donc pour terminer, je peux vous assurer en tout cas, j'en suis le témoin régulier, qu'au Parlement européen, en particulier dans la commission femmes, mais pas seulement, cette question des droits de l'homme et des droits des femmes est très très présente. Et nous ne comptons pas abandonner notre action comme parlementaires pour mettre la pression politique et faire le lien avec les demandes des lobbyistes associatifs nombreux qui ont raison de faire ce travail sur nous. J'ai cependant une pas très bonne nouvelle, vous avez demandé des moyens financiers, nous travaillons pour le moment au budget européen, je suis membre de la commission du budget et à ce stade en tout cas le programme Daphné ne se verra pas augmenter, il risque même de se voir un peu raboté en période de restrictions budgétaires. Je peux vous dire qu'on fera tous le maximum pour essayer de le garder à niveau, mais je sens déjà que ça va être très très difficile parce que, voilà, les États membres aussi, eux, renâclent dans leur contribution à l'Union européenne et donc les budgets européens sont aussi tributaires de cela. D'ailleurs, c'est la raison pour laquelle il faudra aussi qu'un jour l'Union européenne ait ses ressources propres qui ne dépendent pas seulement des États membres pour pouvoir aussi soutenir plus et mieux le travail de terrain que vous faites. Et je ne peux que vous encourager à le continuer. Vous pouvez en tout cas compter sur le travail à sa mesure et dans ses compétences du Parlement européen. Je serai volontiers votre relais.
Merci beaucoup Isabelle, merci aussi pour être venue. Merci aussi pour être honnête en ce qui concerne le budget. Mais on sait très bien que vous êtes vraiment impliqués dans la cause et on vous en remercie. Aussi pour vos propositions concrètes. Alors, je donne la parole à Madame Petra Baïr. Elle est membre du Conseil national de l'Autriche.
Distinguished colleagues, it's my pleasure to deliver you an overview of activities against FGM in Austria over the last decade. And I'm sure that success in this struggle, in this fight, only can be successful, and we can just gain success if we have a real good cooperation of all the stakeholders who are playing in this game. To start with the year 2000, we have 1 year per sheet, it's quite easy. There was our former Minister for Women Affairs, Barbara Brammer, invited the African Women's Organization to organize a survey about the situation of FGM in Austria. And what we learned is that 30% of those people coming from these 28 countries in Africa where FGM is practiced say that 30% they either already had or will plan to excise FGM to their daughters. And I just want to mention briefly that FGM is not only a problem of Africa, it's also a problem in Asia, it's for instance a problem in Indonesia, in Malaysia, but we do not have any figures about it, but we know it's also practiced there. And of course with migration it comes to Europe, to the US and so on. Of those 30% who plan or did circumcise their girls, 90% of those said they do it when they are on holiday at home in their countries of origin. Just 9% say they have done the circumcision in Europe and 1% in Austria itself. In 2001, there was an amendment to the Austrian criminal law. FGM was treated as serious injury or injury even before, but it was an amendment saying that also FGM is liable to prosecution if the victim consents to the mutilation first, and also if the mutilation takes part abroad in the country of origin during holidays, for instance when the parents live in Austria. Yes, in the year 2002 the Austrian Development Corporation launched a project at the Afar region. It's in the north of Ethiopia, north of Addis Ababa, where they initiated a film where villagers played themselves, more or less likely we saw in the scene before, where they show what experiences they made upon FGM in the villages, what discussions they usually have, and the discussions they had led to the result that they decided at a very grassroots level to stop with this human rights violation, to stop with this tradition. And this film was shown in many, many little villages in the Afar region, and it was the start of a discussion in many villages. And lots of them, after seeing this film, after also starting this discussion, decided to end with this practice. Also, in the year 2002, the Boris Thierry Foundation was established in Austria. Boris Thierry, the Somali model and also author of the book, Flower Desert, lived in Vienna for some years, and she was also very active, of course, and still is very active in the fight against FGM. And of course, I want to mention that many Austrian and international NGOs are active on the grassroots level in the field, also in Africa, to try to bring, to start processes to stop this violation. 2003, I think it was a very important year, because it was the year when the Inter-African Committee invited to a conference in Addis Abeba with the title Zero Tolerance on FGM. On the one hand, those 28 countries talked about how they could stop the violation, and on the other side, it was decided that the 6th of February should become the International Day against FGM. I had the opportunity to take part in this conference, and back home I decided that it's important and necessary also to do something in Austria against it, and so I founded the Austrian platform Stop FGM, which I'm still the spokesperson of. We established a homepage. This homepage is meanwhile a very big platform for different information, for initiatives, for scientific research, for students who are looking for information, and it's very well frequentized. And we also give the possibility of virtual supporters. You can sign and say, yes, I also want to join the fight against FGM, and meanwhile more than 1,000 people did so. In 2004, we as the Austrian platform against FGM started to invite to press conferences around the 6th of February, and we do so since that every year. We always have very good media response, and we also try to invite either a prominent person, a minister, an artist, an author, a human rights specialist, and also people from the practice, and to try to tell the media what's going on, what are our efforts, what are the backlashes, but also what are the progress, and there is a lot of progress in the fight against FGM. Also in this year we started a cooperation with the female health agent of the city of Vienna, and the outcome of this cooperation was that the curriculum for future midwives was changed, and they, since this time, also learn about FGM because it's very important for them. These are those people who are very often confronted with the problem, and often then they do not know what to do, so it was, of course, obvious to give them information what it is and what to do. In 2005, the Austrian platform organized a survey among doctors and midwives, and we asked about some 1,000 gynecologists, practitioners and pediatricians, and we had very good return, about 12% answered. And what we learned from this research, from this survey, was that there is really much ignorance about FGM among the doctors, but quite a lot knowledge about among midwives. But everybody told us, even the doctors who said, I do not have a good idea about, said, yes, but I'm really interested to get to know. I want to have more information. And you know that often people say something on the paper, and when it comes to the practice, it's a very different story. But we invited all of them who said, yes, I'm interested, and who gave their name and address to some information events, and the house was full every time. It really was very high interest on medical information and on legal information, and we started to deliver this information as good as we could. In 2000 I have 2005 two times in my presentation here, I see. Okay. However, there was an all-party motion in the Austrian Parliament where we demanded that also the UN should say that the 6th of February should become an international day fighting FGM, and also our Minister for Foreign Affairs mentioned this in a talk with the Secretary General at the UN, and we also again had an amendment of the criminal law saying that FGM is pursuing an official offense. That means also if the victim itself doesn't consent, the police has to look after it. And also the limitation period now begins at the time when the victim gains the majority age. In Austria it's 18 because, of course, if a child with 1, 2, 3 years is circumcised, it has no chance to go to court, to go to the police, to go anywhere. But we know that people, when they are older, they have more opportunities and more possibilities to do so. And I think it also was an important thing. And also in the same year, Bright Future, the first information center in Vienna, was opened, also run by the African Women's Organization. In 2006, we continued to give information to doctors. We had many evening events, and we also had a very important meeting, a very big meeting with hundreds of people there, where we invited a Muslim religious leader, a sheikh, to deliver a religious interpretation of the Quran, and he did, and said that his religion doesn't demand FGM at all. And we had it very close to the beginning of the summer vacation, and hoped that many people who maybe would go home to their countries during summer have this information in their minds and know that it is not a question of religion that demands the mutilation. And there was a very, very big interest and very deeply religious discussion I couldn't follow because I'm not a specialist on religion, but I think it really helped people who believed it's a rule of their religion to change their minds in this way.
Please, can you conclude?
Yeah. Just let me mention that in 2006 we had the Austrian presidency, and it was also a topic there. In 2007 we launched a pin. I have some with me. I can give you afterwards. The pin shows the flower clitoria and is a symbol of the right to physical integrity. Also in 2007, a new medical counseling unit was founded with a special focus on women with migration background, and there is a Somali doctor a Sudanese doctor working there, and she's a very encouraged colleague in this struggle. In 2008, we had information for kindergarten teachers in the Austrian Parliament. We also published this information folder for parents in 5 different languages. I also have some with me in Arabic and different languages. And we also had the first idea about a national action plan. In 2009, we had our focus the whole year on the question of FGM as a human rights violation in cooperation with Manfred Novak, who was the special rapporteur on torture to the UN. And we again made medical trainings for surgeons in different hospitals, and also the city of Vienna released a guideline for teachers, for nurses, for doctors, how to react on FGM and how to take care on women. And this year at last, we had in cooperation with the Minister for Women Affairs, we had an instruction for staff members of women's counseling centers from all over Austria with good interest, and we also introduced the Amnesty International campaign and FGM at the Austrian Parliament, and just yesterday I brought some parliamentary question on the implementation of the National Action Plan combating FGM to all those ministers who are involved or who should be involved. And I would be very curious to learn about your countries, how it works to implement these action plans, if you have some. And I'm very grateful to AWEPA that we have the possibility for this exchange, where I'm sure that we all can learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petra. Again, sorry for hurrying you up, but because it was a wonderful presentation about how coordinating during the year's parliamentary action really can bring something about. So thank you very much. We learned a lot about your presentation. I quickly give the floor to Olga. Olga Ziren, she is a member of the Senate, a membre du Sénat de la Belgique.
Voilà, mesdames, messieurs, chers toutes et tous, c'est avec beaucoup de plaisir que je prends la parole aujourd'hui, puisque, comme vous le savez, c'est un enjeu et c'est un défi pour nous de faire ce travail autour des mutilations génitales contre les femmes. Je voudrais simplement dire que ce n'est pas un point, c'est un point dans une grande stratégie pour nous, qui est celle simplement de reconnaître l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes. Si on ne part pas de ce principe, qui est un principe fondamental, qui permet de constituer une planète à la fois démocratique et une planète d'égalité, et contrairement à ce que certains croient, si nous n'obtenons pas cette égalité entre les hommes et les femmes, on nous le dit, la croissance économique, et oui, ce n'est pas simplement un petit détail historique, la croissance économique ne sera pas possible. Alors, je vous en prie, il est fondamental de comprendre que l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes, c'est une des valeurs fortes des parlements européens. Et nous sommes convaincus dans le travail que nous faisons au cœur de l'AWEPA, au cœur de l'Union interparlementaire, que cette valeur est partagée et doit être partagée comme étant un élément du socle constitutif de l'unité d'un autre monde et d'un espace mondial différent. Alors, parler des mutilations génitales féminines, c'est prendre un point extrêmement particulier sur lequel le Sénat belge s'est positionné en avril 2009 et en mai 2009 à mon initiative, mais encore une fois, c'est un travail commun de parlementaires, hommes et femmes, qui nous a permis d'avoir une résolution. Je dois vous dire que pour que cette résolution soit possible, nous avons travaillé avec deux institutions, deux ONG, deux associations très importantes. Sur la Belgique, en particulier dans la partie francophone, nous avons le GAMS. Le GAMS, avec Madame Diallo, depuis des années, fait ce combat centimètre par centimètre en travaillant avec les communautés et en sensibilisant tout le monde. À côté d'elle, une autre ASBL qui s'appelle Intact veut créer un cadre juridique précis, concret, dans lequel tout le monde peut se retrouver et surtout de faire en sorte que ce ne soit pas seulement une activité ou une action d'une simple ONG. Vous devez savoir qu'en Belgique, nous avons un plan national de protection des violences faites aux femmes, un plan d'action dans lequel nous parlons du fait qu'il ne peut pas y avoir la moindre tolérance sur les violences faites aux femmes. Nous appelons ça la tolérance zéro. Et elle porte aussi bien sur les violences intrafamiliales que sur les mutilations génitales, que tout ce qui peut porter atteinte à l'intégrité physique, psychique de tous les individus. Je crois qu'il est important aussi de se dire que les femmes doivent être respectées dans tout ce qu'elles sont, et pas seulement parce qu'elles sont femmes, mais parce qu'elles sont une composante fondamentale de la société. Donc une résolution qui vise à statuer la pratique des mutilations génitales féminines dans certaines communautés allochtones. En Belgique, on a signalé qu'effectivement la migration fait en sorte que certaines communautés maintiennent des pratiques et que ces pratiques ne correspondent pas véritablement à l'ensemble des valeurs qui sont portées dans le territoire d'accueil. Ce sont les ONG qui ont été très actives et en particulier avec l'aide des institutions internationales comme l'OMS qui nous ont sensibilisés à cette pratique. Ce texte, qui est un texte législatif, veut faire entendre qu'il ne s'agit pas de parler ni d'une société ni d'une culture, mais bien d'un ensemble de valeurs fondamentales que nous avons estimé au départ des informations que nous avons, soit de l'ONE, soit de l'ONG avec laquelle nous travaillons, que 200 petites filles naissent chaque année en Belgique dans une famille à risque, c'est-à-dire une famille ou une communauté dans laquelle on sait que l'excision peut être une pratique,
et que nous craignons énormément les retours dans les pays d'origine à l'occasion des vacances. Nous parlons aussi dans ce texte législatif que les femmes ont un statut social et que ce type de pratique peut amener une déstructuration de l'identité même au vu des auditions que nous avons faites, qu'elles amènent des douleurs psychiques et qu'elles portent atteinte à un aspect fondamental des femmes qui est aussi la maternité. Le constat qui a été fait, c'est que beaucoup d'opérateurs, que ce soit des enseignants, que ce soit des médecins, que ce soit des assistants sociaux, se trouvent démunis face à cette situation et qu'il faut donc faire une formation, une information par rapport à ce type de situation. Des jeunes médecins, gynécologues qui se retrouvent devant une jeune femme infibulée ou qui a pratiqué ou qui a subi une mutilation génitale sont totalement démunis. Il faut donc les prémunir eux et surtout les informer de l'impact que ça peut être pour eux. La médicalisation est aussi un aspect important. Ma collègue l'a dit au niveau du Parlement européen, ce n'est pas les conditions, ce n'est pas seulement les conditions dans lesquelles la situation s'exerce. C'est aussi le principe même qui est contesté parce qu'il ne permet pas aux femmes d'être à part entière et dans leur corps, et dans leur esprit, et dans leur statut social. En fait, le fait d'avoir adopté en Belgique une législation spécifique fait en sorte que nous pouvons en parler et que la violence telle que vous l'avez vu tout à l'heure, fait partie pour nous d'un ensemble d'instruments internationaux qui doit nous permettre de lutter contre toutes les formes de discrimination dont souffrent les femmes. Quelqu'un l'a dit tout à l'heure, c'est un problème qui a l'air d'être limité aux femmes, donc ça ne peut pas être culturel. Quand quelque chose est culturel, il doit appartenir à la communauté des hommes et des femmes. Donc une volonté d'éducation, d'information, de dialogue fort à l'intérieur des communautés, de dialogue fort avec les médecins, les enseignants, les avocats, les magistrats, un réel soutien à toutes les associations qui se retrouvent en train de faire de la prévention au niveau des familles, et je dirais, il ne s'agit pas seulement d'en parler avec les femmes, il faut aussi que les hommes de bonne volonté, qui se disent démocrates, qui sont des citoyens à part entière, doivent aussi bien comprendre que c'est aussi dans leur travail et dans leurs responsabilités. Donc, à ceci, on va ajouter le nouveau plan d'action national belge de lutte contre les violences. À ceci, nous veillerons aussi à ce que les personnes qui pratiquent et qui ont pour fonction les mutilations génitales soient aussi écoutées et entendues, parce qu'il y a là aussi une grosse difficulté, on l'a vu à un moment donné, de modifier aussi un statut, parce que je crois qu'il n'y a pas que l'action, il y a aussi un statut qui découle pour la personne qui pratique ces mutilations génitales. Et parce que nous sommes en Europe et parce qu'en Europe nous avons beaucoup de personnes qui considèrent que nous sommes une terre d'accueil, nous avons demandé que toute personne, toute femme qui risque de subir des actes de persécution en raison de son sexe et donc par conséquent les mutilations génitales fasse l'objet d'un traitement particulier. Donc pour nous, sur le plan international, on demande que des efforts diplomatiques et politiques et aussi économiques, parce que cela a un coût, doivent être mis en place pour mettre fin à ces pratiques, que notre coopération au développement se donne cette politique comme un axe prioritaire, que nous voulons également soutenir des initiatives locales pour éradiquer les pratiques mutilatrices par l'éducation et l'information et le dialogue avec les communautés concernées. Et enfin, nous voudrions que le protocole de Maputo, qui assure le suivi de la ratification d'instruments nationaux, soit ratifié, parce que c'est pour nous la garantie qu'il y a véritablement un socle reconnu et admis pour tous au niveau international. Je pense qu'avec les expériences et les informations que vous nous avez toutes données ce matin, vraiment de qualité et surtout avec la volonté que nous avons de faire avancer cette situation, nous proposerons très prochainement une nouvelle résolution dans ce Sénat et je n'ai pas de doute qu'elle sera suivie par tous mes collègues et tous mes collègues masculins dont certains sont dans la salle et que je salue. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Olga. Merci aussi pour tout ce travail mené au sein du Sénat avec tous les partis engagés. Chers amis, il est 1h moins 20. Normalement, on avait dû déjà clôturer cette session. On m'informe on peut prendre un peu plus de temps, donc on va allonger cette session jusqu'à 1 heure. Donc, mais j'ai encore 2 interventions parlementaires et après je veux quand même donner la salle un peu l'opportunité de réagir aussi. Donc, I would like to ask your special attention for a special somebody now, because it is a man who is going to talk to us now. I think it's very important. And I welcome Mr. Chris Baryomunsi. He is a member of parliament of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Chris Baryomunsi, as I have been introduced. And definitely, biologically, I am a man. Although in terms of thinking and supporting programs in the Ugandan Parliament, they call me a woman, because I support issues to do with the women empowerment and gender equality. I am a member of Parliament from the Parliament of Uganda. Uganda being in East Africa, as my colleague has already explained, and we are surrounded by countries, Kenya, Tanzania, Sudan, DRC, all of which practice female genital mutilation. As you can note, we are on the belt in Africa where female genital mutilation is practiced. Just next slide. Yeah, that's where Uganda is found. Next. Those are some of the communities where female genital mutilation is practiced, but mainly the concentration in the northeastern part of the country. And in the rest of the districts and the communities, it's migrants who have come from that ethnic group of the Sabine who practice female genital mutilation. Just go to the next slide. I just wanted to show. Next slide, before that. Yeah, although in the film we saw that the circumciser was using a razor blade, I also want to say that in some of our communities in Africa, traditional instruments are used, like that hooked knife which a circumciser in Uganda was displaying to us when we visited. Next. And those are some of the instruments which have been identified within sub-Saharan Africa, which are used to carry out the female genital mutilation. I'm sure you can imagine the kind of dangers which are associated with those kind of crude instruments. So the problem can be as grave as those. Could you just go back to, and that demonstrates the pain that the women go through, and definitely we the men, we cannot be happy when women are undergoing that kind of trauma and that kind of abuse of rights within our communities. In Uganda, the prevalence of female genital mutilation is about 5%. That might sound small, but in our view, even one woman who is traumatized, one woman who is abused, is a very big problem to us. And female genital mutilation is mainly practiced among some few ethnic groups, which are related to some of the groups in Kenya and also Tanzania, especially the Kalenjin communities. And in the late 1980s and early 1990s, we got support mainly from UNFPA to launch a campaign against female genital mutilation. And at that time, the communities which practice FGM, mainly in the name of culture, greatly loved their culture. I recall 1989 one of the local government councils in northeastern Uganda passed a bylaw at the local government level to make female genital mutilation compulsory in their community. But the minister responsible for gender had it fly to the community and veto that decision. And then it was changed to an optional practice. But the government partnered with UNFPA and other institutions, especially NGOs, to mount a campaign in those communities where female genital mutilation is practiced. And throughout the 1990s, we saw a decline in the prevalence of FGM in those communities. And it reached a level in the early 2000s where the communities demanded that female genital mutilation should be abolished. And a number of local governments in those communities passed bylaws and ordinances banning female genital mutilation. In Uganda, the cutting is usually done every even year. Like this year, 2010, is a season for cutting. And we undertake assessments to enumerate how many young girls and women have been cut. And over time in the 90s, because of the strong campaigns which were initiated, mainly with the support of UNFPA and the other NGOs, the number of women and girls kept dropping significantly. And also the communities started demanding for legislations to eradicate female genital mutilation. So when the local governments enacted laws at their level, they demanded that Parliament should also pass a national legislation which would have an effect on the whole country. And I did start on work of drafting a bill to prohibit female genital mutilation and worked closely with our colleague in the East African Legislative Assembly, who is not here, Honorable Dora Byamukama, who heads a civil society organization called Law Uganda, Law and Advocacy for Women, and we drafted a bill entitled The Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation, Bill 2009, which we debated in Parliament. And when this bill was tabled, there was overwhelming support from all the parliamentarians, both men and women, including the members of Parliament who come from the communities where female genital mutilation is practiced. Because in the past, if you supported female genital mutilation, you would easily be voted into Parliament. And those who spoke against FGM were not voted. That was the late 80s and early 90s. Some of the members of Parliament lost their parliamentary seats because they campaigned against female genital mutilation. But at the time we debated this bill in Parliament, we got a lot of support even from the members of Parliament from the affected communities. And we have evidence that they are now even more popular in their areas because they have stood against female genital mutilation, and that is evidence that the community themselves now appreciate the negative and harmful effects of female genital mutilation. We did debate this bill in Parliament, and what we did basically when you look at the bill, that we created offenses. The first offense we created was the offense of female genital mutilation, which attracts a penalty of imprisonment up to 10 years. But we also created a special category of offense called aggravated female genital mutilation. And we defined aggravated female genital mutilation to mean if death occurs during the practice of FGM, like sometimes it does occur, or if the offender, the person carrying out FGM, is a parent, a guardian, or a person having controlling authority over the victim, or if the victim suffers permanent disability, like it occurs in most of the situations, or if HIV infection is transmitted in the process of carrying out FGM, or if FGM is undertaken by a health worker, like is the case in some of the countries where there is medicalization of FGM. That we categorize it as aggravated FGM, and it attracts a penalty of life imprisonment if we are convicted by the courts of law. But also we created other offenses, like if somebody performs female genital mutilation on herself, sometimes it occurs. And also we created an offense if other members of the community participate in procuring FGM, in aiding, abetting, or participating in events around the practice of FGM. We also created an offense and said, if you are convicted, you will be liable to imprisonment of a period not more than 5 years. And in the law, we also provided that consent of the victim, culture, religion, or any other reason shall not stand as a defense in the courts of law. The law also provides for protection of the females who have not undergone circumcision, protection of the spouses and members of the family whose daughters or wives or relatives have not been circumcised, because in those communities, if you are a man and your wife is not circumcised, hasn't undergone female genital mutilation, and you stand for a political office, for instance, they will discriminate against you. They will stigmatize you. So the law is comprehensive. It also protects such a men and such a members of communities whose relatives and spouses have not undergone female genital mutilation. The law also provides for compensation, that if a young girl or woman has undergone female genital mutilation, you can't seek damages, you can't seek compensation in the courts of law. And also, if a woman is under risk of FGM, the court can issue a protection order so that that woman is protected under the law. Finally, we have also provided for extraterritorial jurisdiction, because you will find that if the law is strong in Kenya and not in Tanzania or in Uganda, one may escape to undergo female genital mutilation in the neighboring country and comes back. So in our law, we have said if a woman or if a traditional circumciser goes to carry out female genital mutilation on his or her clients in an outside country, still when she comes back to Uganda, the law has to catch up with that person. And we have also provided for a duty to report. If you are a Ugandan and you know that somebody carried out female genital mutilation, the law obliges you to report to police or any person in authority. So it's a comprehensive law which we are hopeful is going to add value in the campaign against FGM. Usually the women are cut in the month of December, which is about 2 months from now. Right now we are training communities, particularly the police and law enforcement officers, to be on the lookout and ensure that those who participate in female genital mutilation are apprehended. So we are yet to see the impact of the law. But we are aware that a piece of legislation alone is not adequate. And therefore we have mounted a campaign in the country. We have been able to convince the government as Parliament to create a budget line for the campaign against female genital mutilation to supplement the resources which come from UNFPA and UNICEF and the other partners. We are also benefiting from the UNFPA UNICEF joint program, the campaign against FGM, and the other partners are also coming in. And we work closely with the neighboring parliaments, particularly the Parliament of Kenya, the East African Legislative Assembly, to ensure that we have similar legal regimes within the region to ensure that we eradicate female genital mutilation within our region and also globally. We have worked with the No Peace Without Justice, which is an international civil society organization, to pass a resolution within our parliament to urge our government to support a UN resolution to ban female genital mutilation at a global level. And No Peace Without Justice, as an international body, I saw some of the officials here spearheading that campaign at the UN level to ensure that we eradicate and ban female genital mutilation in the whole world.
Can you please conclude?
Yes. In conclusion, the assurance I just want to give the delegates here is that somebody said the political commitment is lacking in some of our countries. I stand here to say the political commitment in Uganda is total. That is a picture of our president with his wife. You can see they are dressed in the traditional wear in the community where FGM is practiced, and they were launching a campaign to eradicate female genital mutilation in Uganda. So for us as a country, we are totally committed to eradication of female genital mutilation, and we are working towards total eradication by 2015. We shall have zero prevalence of FGM in Uganda. I thank you very much.
So much for this very interesting input and for your own implication as a man in the case there should be more men like you in Parliament. I gladly give the floor to our last speaker, Mrs. Blandine Sawadogo. She also is a member of Parliament of Burkina Faso. Is she here? Yes. No? She's not here? No? Okay. Then, if she's not in the room, I propose to finalize here the interventions on parliamentarian action. I think we heard a lot of good practices, good ideas to put into reality. We have great homework to do when we go home. We have the last 5 minutes of this session. I will give the floor to someone here in the room. If there is anybody who wants a comment on the subject of this session, take your chance. Yes, please. Yes, over there.
Allô? Je suis Madame Bamba Massani, membre du Parlement ivoirien, et je suis à cette tribune justement pour les MGF. Depuis ce matin, nous avons écouté beaucoup de pays, de délégations parlant donc de la lutte contre les MGF. L'Europe, l'Asie, malheureusement le Burkina n'est pas venu, l'Afrique centrale. Et je constate que beaucoup d'actions ont été menées pour la lutte contre les MGF. Mais le constat que je fais, vous l'avez dit dans certaines interventions, il n'y a pas de coordination entre les actions menées en Europe et les actions menées en Afrique. Parce qu'il y a de bonnes pratiques qui sont faites en Europe ici, il y a de bonnes pratiques qui sont faites en Afrique, que ce soit de l'Est ou de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, mais nous n'avons pas, il y a aussi des difficultés, mais nous n'avons pas cette coordination. Et je sais qu'en Europe, il y a beaucoup d'ONG qui travaillent pour la lutte contre les MGF. En Italie, nous avons eu une ONG, No Peace Without Justice, que je constate n'est pas dans cette salle. Et nous étions à New York en juillet, disons tout dernièrement, pour la 65e Assemblée Générale. Et nous avons voulu faire une déclaration commune pour l'interdiction totale des MGF. Et là, je me rends compte qu'il y a beaucoup d'ONG, beaucoup de pays, et nous n'étions pas trop représentés à New York pour faire le lobbying. Malheureusement, cette déclaration universelle, disons, onusienne, n'a pas pu passer. Donc, je voudrais saluer et dire qu'au sortir de cette assemblée, qu'il y ait une coordination entre toutes toutes les ONG ou tous les pays qui travaillent contre la lutte pour les MGF. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention. Naturellement, vous avez totalement raison. Et je pense que ici, c'est une occasion ultime pour prendre cette initiative, pour se rencontrer et pour échanger des expériences. Oui, je vous en prie, monsieur.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity. My name is Harilimana Abdul Karim, member East African Legislative Assembly, but originally come from Rwanda. This bad practice is not practiced in Rwanda, fortunately, and I think also in Burundi and some parts of Uganda, some parts of Western Tanzania, and some parts of Eastern DRC. So I think Rwanda as a country has country neighbors which are not practicing, I mean parts of countries which are not practicing this bad practice. So, but when I watched the other film from UNICEF, and it is my first time to watch it, though I have been fighting the FGM for more than 40 years when I was a student at university. But I think it is the time now, not only for women to stand up against this FGM, but it is time for all of us, men and women, not only in Africa, but all over the world, to come up together with those good practices which I saw here and there. But I want to add on one more thing. Let us encourage the people who practice the FGM to move to other areas of Africa where it is not a practice, so that they see for themselves how women are living there without that bad practice, and how children are brought up, and if there is that reason of creating infidelity, if women are not cut, they can see that it is not practiced in those countries. The infidelity is not there, and the women are not cut. So this is my suggestion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for your intervention and your implication in the case. And yet another man. Go on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Frederick Ngenzebuhoro, member of East African Legislative Assembly, originating from Burundi. I go straight to my proposal. I think that everybody here is aware about this issue of FGM cutting. I am wondering, as parliamentarians, if we couldn't propose that in each countries, in each parliament, we have a committee in charge solely of this issue. This committee will perhaps see how the implementation of all the international conventions, protocols, which are already ratified by our countries, how these conventions are implemented. If they are not already implemented, to see how they can be domesticated in our national laws, and see if they have already domesticated, to see how, through these national laws, they are implemented. Secondly, this committee could organize debates, regular debates, and involve media so that this issue can be known by everybody in the countries. And lastly, this committee could be what others had asked for, to be a coordinator of all the initiatives about this issue, and sometimes give annual report to the country, and so sensitize everybody. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you for your intervention. I'm going to take one more. I'm sorry. Yes, please. Yes. Yes.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Gabrielle Galvela et je ne suis pas parlementaire, mais je fais partie des associations ici en Belgique. Alors moi, j'aurais voulu clarifier, qu'on me clarifie cet état de fait. Ça n'a, à ma connaissance, les mutilations génétiques féminines n'existaient pas en République démocratique du Congo, n'existent pas du tout. Et à ma connaissance également, c'est quelque chose qui a été exporté lors des guerres à l'est du Congo. Alors, une question que je voudrais, parce qu'il y a beaucoup des membres du Parlement ici, c'est de savoir si on en a débattu au sein du Parlement en République démocratique du Congo, et si oui, quelles sont les mesures qui ont été prises à cette encontre, parce que travaillant ici en Belgique, on a déposé une proposition de loi qui a été débattue par tous les parlementaires au sein des parlements ici en Belgique. On a été les initiatrices de cela. Et si ça a été, effectivement, si oui, ça a été débattu au sein des parlements au Congo, quelles sont les mesures prises à l'encontre, puisque c'est devenu vraiment une arme de guerre au Congo, et c'est quelque chose, un état de fait qui n'existait pas au Congo. Merci.
Je veux quand même dire que sur l'aspect de violence en général et tout ça, on parlera aussi encore cet après-midi. Donc, si je peux me permettre de répondre à cette question peut-être dans la session de cet après-midi, si vous voulez bien. J'espère que vous restez encore un peu. Peut-être, j'avais dit, oh my God! I see 4 more arms in the air. Dear sisters, it's 1 o'clock. I think I should be very severe. I can't be otherwise. I'm very, very sorry, but I have some other announcements to make. We have to eat. I'm sorry, we have to eat. So, and I can invite all of you to the lunch kindly offered by the Senate by the Senate of Belgium. But first of all, we are going all outside to take a family photo. And don't worry, those who didn't get the opportunity to take the floor in this session, you will get some more in the afternoon. One more announcement. There will be the book of Luc Huysse about all things past except the past, about peace and reconciliation. There is a copy of the book for everyone who is participating in this conference. So there is a book in English and in French. I think that's all the things I had to say. Okay, enjoy your meal and first the photo. Thanks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's always a little bit difficult to start a meeting after the lunch. So we have already passed what we call in French le quart d'heure académique, the academic quarter. I don't know how you translate that in English. I don't think there is an official translation. So to chair this session with me this afternoon, I have the pleasure to welcome Mrs. Mary Mugieni, Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament. On my right, myself, I'm Deputy Destex, the Deputy Head of the AWEPA Belgium section, and a member of this Assembly until very recently in the Senate. So, in order to try to save time for the debate, I really would like to ask all speakers to stick to 10 minutes for the main speakers and 3 minutes for the case studies. That's the instruction I have received, and I have also received the instruction to be tough. So I don't know if it's possible, but I'll do my best if everybody agrees. The first speaker for this afternoon is Mrs. Dagmar Schumacher. She's the director of UNIFEM, and she's going to speak about violence against women in conflict areas. And thank you very much, Mrs. Schumacher, for speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today. I would like to thank the Government of Belgium, the Senate, AWEPA and CEDA for hosting this very important event at this so opportune time. Let me start by mapping out quickly what I would like to cover today. Firstly, I would like to provide an overview on where we stand right now with regard to the policy framework on addressing violence against women's issues in conflict areas, with a focus on the Security Council Resolution 1325. I will then highlight the achievements so far as well as remaining challenges. I will finish by focusing on concrete actions that we can all engage in to push the envelope and to really make change happen. Yet prior to going into the subject matter, please allow me to briefly speak about UN Women. As you know, in an historic move, the General Assembly of the United Nations voted to create the UN entity for gender equality and women's empowerment, shortly UN Women. UNIFEM has proudly become a member of UN Women along with DAW, OSAGI and INSTRAW. On 4th of October this year, Michelle Bachelet, the former president of Chile, took on her position as new executive director of UN Women. We shall be fully operational as of 1st January 2011. Now back to the conference. As I said, this conference takes place at a very critical time. This is the month of commemorating the 10th anniversary of the Security Council Resolution 1325. We are at a crossroads, and we have to take the path of concrete actions if we really want to make a difference. It is everyone's responsibility to capitalize on this momentum and to make sure that the implementation of 1325 becomes a reality. Women count for peace. There is no more direct way to state the simple truth. As half of any society, as the foundation of family and community stability, as core economic actors, and as local and national decision makers, women's participation is essential in all aspects of peace and security. Everyone loses from conflict, but since conflict exacerbates gender-based inequalities, women's survival and recovery prospects are much weaker. Sexual violence in particular is a very powerful tactic to destroy communities and traumatize societies beyond recovery. It is one of the history's greatest silences, yet critical impediment to effective peace building. It results in devastating situations for individuals, families, and communities who must cope with unwanted pregnancies and children, stigmatization and rejection, diseases and reproductive health issues, psychological trauma, and disintegration of the social fabric. It can hold communities hostage by preventing women from gathering water and wood or from participating in public life. It keeps girls away from school and reinforces gender discrimination. These are but a few of the consequences of sexual violence in conflict. After conflict, most internally displaced people and refugees are women and children, which puts them at a phenomenally vulnerable position. Women face enormous difficulties in recovering property, for example, especially in societies where men traditionally hold land rights. Recognizing these challenges, and thanks to the enormous advocacy efforts from women's rights advocates around the world, the UN Security Council adopted in October 2000, as many of you know, the Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. This landmark resolution was the first to link women's experiences of conflict to the maintenance of international peace and security, and provided women and girls with a legitimate basis to demand actions from their governments and the international community. 8 years later, Security Council Resolution 1820 was particularly important as it was the first one to recognize conflict-related sexual violence as a tactic of war. In 2009, 2 additional resolutions were passed, 1888 and 1889, which complement the others respectively by strengthening tools for its implementation and monitoring, and by assigning a high leadership position within the UN. Thus, we have a really powerful framework to work on. What have we achieved so far, now that 10 years have passed? One of the most significant achievements has been the recognition, as I just said, that sexual violence is used as a tactic of war. Countries have adopted gender quotas for post-conflict elections. Many UN agencies are supporting security sector reforms from a gender perspective. For example, in Uganda, we heard already some MP from the Uganda speaking today, and elsewhere where there are now special police units to tackle gender-based violence. Many successful practices have been identified, such as a mobile legal assistance to sexual violence survivors in remote areas of DRC, to just give one example. But yet there are many challenges. Women continue to be excluded or seriously underrepresented. According to the September 2010 report of the Secretary General on women's participation in peace building, women comprise just 8% of negotiating delegations in UN-mediated peace processes since 1989. Systematic gender-based violence, including sexual assault, persists in situations of armed conflict. as was seen recently in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The perpetrators of these war crimes still go unpunished in most cases. Finally, the lack of financial resources remains one critical impediment. What are now the main priorities we should focus on? Progress towards full and effective implementation of 1325 can only be achieved through women's empowerment. The three pillars of the resolutions which guide our actions in this matter are the three so-called Ps: for prevention, protection, and participation. With regard to participation, this does not only relate to women's participation in peace talks and mediation efforts, but an active role as decision makers in national politics, as we can see here with many female MPs present. One very powerful tool to put these into practice is the development of national action plans on 1325 and 1820. Just a quick question. Guess how many of the 192 member states have adopted so far national action plans? What do you think? 192 countries, maybe we have 150, maybe we have 100, maybe we have 70. No, we don't have more than 23 national action plans available right now. In Africa, the number is actually increasing, but there is need for further acceleration. Today we can count 6 national action plans in the continent. Côte d'Ivoire, Uganda, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Rwanda, and DRC have adopted one. Ideally, national action plans should, of course, contain specific and realistic objectives, timeline, a dedicated budget, indicators and targets, roles of responsibilities. Also, the process of developing national action plans is as important as the plan itself. It really has to be a process where multiple stakeholders are coming together. And yet, those national action plans are not the only way. Priorities can also be defined through gender strategies or other national planning frameworks. So, who is responsible to make all of this happen? There's, of course, the UN and particularly the Security Council. There are the parties to conflict, but the final responsibility to implement the resolutions lies actually with the member states of the United Nations. And here I'm not only referring to those countries affected by a conflict situation. All UN member states have a role to play. Possible actions could include, for example, supporting and collaborating with women's peace activists, including on gender and 1325 elements, in pre-deployment training of military and civilian personnel, ensuring representation of women at all leadership and decision-making levels, increasing the number of women in police and military forces, bringing, and that is extremely important, to justice perpetrators of human rights violations, and collecting a meaningful set of indicators. The 10th anniversary commemoration is an opportunity to advance implementation while acknowledging challenges. So what is actually happening right now in New York? I was referring to that earlier. Last Wednesday, the Security Council debated the report of the Secretary General on women's participation in peace building. The report has at its core a 7-point action agenda that now should be swiftly implemented. Yesterday, the Global Open Day on Women, Peace and Security showcased the 27 open days, and many of them have happened in countries of people who are in this room today. These open days took place in conflict-affected countries around the world this year, where for the first time in history, women's peace-building organizations, women community leaders had a direct dialogue with senior UN leadership on their needs and priorities. Next Tuesday, during the open debate at the Security Council, the Secretary General will present the report on 1325 implementation. This report will also contain a set of recommendations to be endorsed, a more coherent and coordinated approach through the establishment of a comprehensive framework, systematically address women, peace and security issues in all Security Council meetings and reports, bringing to justice perpetrators of violence against women, encouraging the adaptation of national action plan, and last but definitely, really definitely not least, endorsing, adopting and starting to use the set of 26 indicators on 1325 which were developed under the technical leadership of UNIFEM, part of UN Women. We strongly hope that the indicators will be endorsed by the Security Councils. We heard rumors it might not happen, so we strongly support and encourage that these indicators will be adopted, because otherwise it would be a tremendous setback. What do we need to do? At the moment we need to do 4 things. We need 4 things: political will, evidence of the impact women's participation is having on the abuses women experience, resources and an accountability system. It is encouraging that all of you, as elected members of your national parliaments and as representatives of your constituencies, have not only the legitimacy but also the power to make a difference in all of these. Specifically, one of the key roles parliamentarians can play lies in monitoring national level implementation of Security Council resolutions 1325 and 1820. Parliaments can ensure that a corresponding framework is established. This could be done, among other things, by asking questions in Parliament to ministers to inquire about 1325 and 1820 implementation, participating in meetings, task forces on peace and security to increase gender awareness in the parliamentary debate, proposing motions to developing national action plans, like it has been done in Belgium, and asking the government to report on 1325 national action plans implementation. Considering establishing parliamentary forums, like we spoke about this morning, groups or task forces on women, peace and security issues, bringing together not only MPs but also civil servants and civil society representatives. Ensure incorporation of clear lines of responsibilities, as well as a sound monitoring and accountability system. Ensure linkage and coherence with other policies related to women, peace and security. And, in coordination with members of Parliament, continue preparation of tools and resources to facilitate 1325 implementation. This could be handbooks or compendiums like the one currently under development by UNIFEM. It will then be up to the Member States to decide to act or not. All pieces are already in place and we have the keys. It's just up to us to decide to start the engine and make it happen. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's really seize this momentum and advance on this agenda. On our side, UN Women will play a major role in the UN's work on women, peace and security, just as the different offices that make up UN Women have been working on advancing Resolution 1325 for so many years. UN Women is poised to continue with renewed energy to support national, regional and global processes for the implementation of the women, peace and security agenda. Let me finish with a quote from UNIFEM's Executive Director, Mrs. Ines Alberdi. It is time for us all to count the numbers of women at the peace table, the numbers of women raped in war, the numbers of internally displaced women who never recover their property, the numbers of human rights defenders killed for speaking out. All of this counts. And we are counting. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you also for sticking to your time. But more worryingly, I think we all remember that you mentioned that there are only 23 action plans adopted out of 192 country, so that's really not a lot. And I would ask all of us to think if our country has a plan for against violence against women in conflict area. The next speaker is Mrs. Kasaku Gayflor. She is the Minister of Gender and Development in Liberia. And Mrs. Gayflor, the Minister, you're lucky because Liberia was mentioned of the list of the 23 countries who have a plan. So we're in good shape with you, and you have the floor for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my own gratitude for the invitation to be part of this conference. It is an honor to be among so many distinguished colleagues and to speak to you today on the very pressing topic of women, peace and security. Before going further, I would just like to, at this time, coming from Liberia, inform this group that we are no stranger to the massive destruction that can be caused by only a few. In recognition of this and in solidarity with all our brothers and sisters who are still living in terror of war and violence, those in the DRC, in Sudan and Somalia, and other nations caught up in the nightmare of armed conflict, I would like to say on behalf of the women of Liberia that we support the victims and continue to pray for the day when they, like Liberia, will also find a new hope in peace. The purpose of this seminar is to come together as a community of concerned individuals to share information and experiences, to exchange ideas and come up with best practices that we can all learn from us who work towards women's full inclusion in the process of ending and recovering from the conflicts by which they are so severely affected. In that spirit, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you the experience of my country's civil war, the toll it took on women and the crucial role they played in bringing it to an end, and the steps that we are now taking to rebuild and protect against a repeat of the violence that so devastated our country. Just briefly, the civil war in Liberia was a long and brutal affair. It was characterized by the complete collapse of social structures and public institutions and an absence of judicial and moral accountability. It created an environment that left women particularly vulnerable, and as a result, they felt the effects of the conflict more strongly than the rest of the population. However, despite the injustice and violation that Liberian women suffered during the war, they emerged as key players in bringing about the end of conflict. The women of Liberia grew tired of being victims, of having their lives hijacked by self-serving governments and warlords, and of being bystanders in the processes that determined their fate. So they took action. What began as a group of women singing and praying for peace in the fish market of Monrovia grew into a coordinated effort that became so influential that it commanded the attention of the then military dictator Charles Taylor, leader from throughout the nation, and eventually the larger international community. The women of Liberia have seen the powerful force that their collective voice could be, and they resolved to be a factor in the shaping of their nation's history. As a result of those efforts, the 2005 general elections proved to be a turning point in the future of politics and political decision-making for the country. Women's participation was boosted through the Mobilizing Women to Vote campaign, a collaborative effort of the Ministry of Gender and Development, along with our NGO, UN partners, and civil society. Largely due to the tireless efforts of those driving this campaign, an unprecedented number of women participated in the 2005 elections. They made up more than 50% of registered voters. The result of this participation was the historic election of President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the first female head of state in Africa. For the first time in the history of Liberia, women were targeted during campaigns, encouraged to exercise their right to vote, and had the self-confidence to do so. Thus, a gradual process had begun to create a new culture of women's equal participation and representation in political life in Liberia. This culture of equal participation and representation gets at the roots of the inequalities that sparked Liberia's civil war and will be a crucial step in maintaining peace, security, and ending violence against women in Liberia. Already our uniform colleague has talked about 1325, so I'm not going to delve into that. But I'll just talk a little bit about what we did. The Liberian National Action Plan for the implementation of 1325 resolution is our answer to the UN Secretary General call for the implementation of the national plan. Accordingly, the Ministry of Gender and Development was mandated by the government to oversee the development of the Liberian National Action Plan. From the onset of this project, we sought to capture the true condition of women in Liberia, their needs, their experiences, and their hopes for recovery. The plan of action was thus developed and validated through a rigorous process of inclusive consultation and participation that spanned the nation and included everybody, from ministers to traditional leaders to rural women, gathering input and support from women and men of all walks of life was an arduous process, but was vital to creating a sense of ownership at all levels. The plan resulted from the process is constructed on 4 pillars, namely protection, prevention, participation, and empowerment and promotion. It is closely aligned to the Liberia PRS. Because of this, we've seen increases in the numbers of women choosing to join the security sector. Women now make up about 15% of the Liberia National Police Force. Our OTC curriculum targeting women is being developed to be used in high schools and universities. Accelerated learning programs are helping women meet minimum educational standards to enlist in the armed forces of Liberia. We are also strengthening the judicial system and law enforcement in order to eradicate the environment of impunity that has long existed for perpetrators of violence against women, wherein a rape law has been passed, a special court has been established to try rape cases, and also the National Gender-Based Violence Task Force has been set up. We've also put significant effort into training and building the capacity of women to participate in all conflict prevention, peace building, and post-conflict recovery processes. We, along with our partners, have also implemented numerous projects to empower women economically, and are seeing their increased participation in the formal and economy and in breaking down of gender stereotypes that excluded women from many industries. We are taking action at both the policy and programming level to improve psychosocial and health care to survivors of gender-based violence. We are also ensuring that women have a say in political and decision-making processes. So a gender equity bill has been submitted to the legislature for 30% representation of women in government. We also have voter education going on. The full implementation of the Liberian National Action Plan will be a long process, and it must be continually evaluated and adjusted to fit the changing environment in Liberia. It is my hope that the discussion occurring here today will provide a long sharing opportunity that will strengthen similar efforts in nations across Africa and lead to a more unified commitment to the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1325. We also learned some lessons where we know that in order to do this, there are some things that you need to look at. You have to put in place strong institutions and policy framework. I can explain that because of time. You have to use an inclusive and participatory approach. You also need to develop a strong popularization strategy. You also need to capitalize on capabilities, energy, and resources of civil society, and especially women's groups at the grassroots level. You also need to ensure the policy measures legal actions are put in place to support the intent of 1325. Create avenues for the provision of human capital support. Target women for economic intervention. Target youth in peace building. Build a strong foundation of governance and rule of law. Make early and strong movements to include women in the political processes. In considering international support and cooperation, which has been such a key factor in Liberia's development of the LNP, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight a few suggestions for the international partners. They should respect the new aid environment, recognizing government as the leader. This is especially critical in post-conflict countries where governments is made up of people who went through the conflict are in a better position to see what changes are feasible, what can be sustainable, and what steps need to be taken to get there. As an example of the potential for government leadership in Liberia, in this area, Liberia has established a 1325 National Steering Committee made up of the Cabinet and civil society and the UN. By working through with this group, international partners can ensure that their intervention to support women are sustainable and reach across various sectors that are critical for success. International partners should also prioritize funding that reaches community and the most vulnerable women. Especially in Liberia, where so much has been destroyed, the financial needs are great. We can make the largest impact with programs by ensuring that larger percentages of aid packages are used by the country and within the country. This means taking programs down to the community level and moving beyond technical capacity support and policy development. Although technical capacity and policy are necessary, our interventions must reach the women, particularly at the grassroots level. If they do, I can guarantee that donors will be getting the largest return of their investment. Lastly, international assistance should be given with specific attention as to how the funding will place the issues of women and conflict at the forefront. In conclusion, the unique experiences of women in conflict and the necessity of including them in conflict resolution, peace building, and reconstruction have been noted. However, 10 years after the adoption of UN Security Council Resolution 1325, women are still not particularly participating equally in peace and security initiatives across Africa. It must be recognized that adopting a resolution is just a first step. It is not an end. It is now up to us, all of us, government, donors, NGOs, civil society, to commit turning the principles encapsulated in Security Council Resolution 1325 into results in the real world. They was already informed that steps have been taken in about 23 countries, and Liberia is proud to be one of the first. We can bring an end to the conflict and violence that are so pervasive throughout Africa. But the involvement of women is critical if we hope to achieve this. If we hope to understand the intricacies of conflict and begin to forge more sustainable path to lasting peace, we must hear the voices of affected women. If we hope to bring security that respects the rights of all members of society, we must consider the circumstances of women. Women can be leaders of reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. But for this potential to be met, we must ensure their stories, their unique experiences, and their needs are heard. And that the critical role they can play in these efforts are recognized and institutionalized in from the grassroots to the international level. May our discussions and sharing today allow us to learn more from one another and build a strong international alliance for bringing women and girls to the forefront of our programs and interventions for security, peace, and peace building and development. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister. Thank you also for the progress of Liberia. I think we can all recognize the tremendous progress have been done in Liberia under the leadership of President Cyril Jones. So now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Kathleen Malvliet. She is the president of the Dutch-speaking Women Council in Belgium. As you know, in Belgium we have everything is separate, French-speaking and Dutch-speaking Women Council. So I'll give you the floor, and I don't know in what language you have decided to speak, Mrs. Malvliet.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I decided, well, I was asked also to speak in Dutch.
Perfect.
Zo, dames en heren.
Maybe wait just
yes.
10 seconds.
Yeah, please put on your earphones. Yeah. And I will speak slowly so that what I say can be translated. Dames en heren, wie spreekt over vrouwen en vrede en veiligheid en vooral over geweld op vrouwen, die spreekt inderdaad over de fameuze VN-resolutie 1325 en haar opvolgresoluties. En ook vanuit het middenveld, want daarover moet mijn bijdrage gaan, ook vanuit het middenveld zijn wij inderdaad...
Ok, excusez-moi. Alors, est-ce qu'on a une traduction en français? Oui, on me fait signe de la cabine 2 que ça marche. Voilà. Très bien, ben vous pouvez recommencer.
Merci.
Attention, il faut tenir votre temps de parole. Hein. Bon, on peut faire un essai, allez-y. Si ça ne va pas, signalez-le-moi. If it doesn't work, just let me know. Okay. Okay. In English, it's okay?
Dus ook wij...
English... Donc le français c'est bon, mademoiselle O2, je vois que c'est bon. Ah, vous êtes l'anglais, vous. Voilà, donc la cabine 2 où il est écrit français c'est l'anglais, donc le canal 2 c'est l'anglais. Et alors le 3... Ok, so please go ahead. Bon, vous n'avez qu'à apprendre le néerlandais, hein. Nous on l'a bien fait. C'est pas si compliqué que ça, hein.
Dus, dames en heren. Ik heb daarnet gezegd dat wie spreekt over vrouwen, vrede en veiligheid en over geweld op vrouwen, dat hij ook spreekt over de resolutie 1325 en haar opvolgresoluties. En ook vanuit het middenveld, want daarover gaat mijn bijdrage van vandaag, ook vanuit het middenveld zijn wij inderdaad bezig met de implementatie van resolutie 1325. In de Nederlandstalige Vrouwenraad, waarvan ik de voorzitster ben, hebben wij zelfs van dit element een van onze 3 beleidspijlers gemaakt. Naast non-discriminatie, die nog altijd zeer belangrijk blijft voor de vrouwenbeweging, hebben wij als tweede pijler de solidariteit van vrouwen onder elkaar benadrukt en als derde pijler het belang van gender en vrede. Want daar zit een potentieel voor de vrouwenbeweging om te werken aan vrede dat zeker niet is uitgeput. En wij zijn ervan overtuigd dat vanuit voldoende aandacht voor de genderaspecten van oorlog en conflict men inderdaad op zeer zinvolle wijze kan werken aan vredesopbouw en postconflictinitiatieven. Wij hebben ook hier in België een platform opgezet. Een platform dat eigenlijk de vredesbeweging samenbrengt met de vrouwenbeweging en met dus de mensen die in de ministeries de nationale actieplannen van 1325 moeten implementeren om precies die implementatie van resolutie 1325 te monitoren en beter mogelijk te maken. Vanuit die ervaring wil ik eigenlijk 2 belangrijke boodschappen aan u overbrengen. Mijn eerste stelling die ik u wil voorleggen is dat de erkenning van het middenveld als belangrijke actor in de implementatie van 1325 ook inhoudt dat er een budget moet toegewezen worden aan dat middenveld. En dat is niet het geval op dit ogenblik hier in België. Er is een nationaal actieplan, zoals u gehoord hebt, maar de enigen die echt al een budget hebben toegewezen gekregen om dat nationale actieplan te implementeren, dat is het Belgische leger. Voor de rest zijn er geen budgetten voorzien om dus te werken aan de implementatie van 1325. Mijn tweede stelling is dat het middenveld moet beseffen dat er verschillende lezingen mogelijk zijn van 1325 en dat men daar voldoende alert voor moet zijn. Als we dus spreken ten eerste over wat het middenveld kan doen, wat de rol van het middenveld kan zijn in de implementatie van 1325, dan zeg ik ja, wij hebben inderdaad de mogelijkheid om op het veld te werken rechtstreeks met de vrouwenorganisaties op het veld waar de conflicten zich voordoen. Die organisaties zijn er. Wij hebben via vaak de diaspora-organisaties hier in België goede contacten met dat middenveld. Dus wij kunnen werken. Alles staat klaar. Het enige probleem dat er nog is, dat is precies een budget om dit te realiseren. Wij gaan volledig akkoord met wat er door de eerste spreeksters is gezegd rond empowering, rond de idee dat inderdaad de vrouwen vanuit het middenveld daar die slachtoffer zijn geworden van massaverkrachtingen moeten worden geholpen in die moeilijke reïntegratie in hun eigen gemeenschappen. Maar dus daar staan eigenlijk de mensen in het middenveld ter plekke klaar om hulp te bieden. En wij moeten wat dat betreft meer budget van onze Belgische overheden werkelijk eisen of vragen ter implementatie van 1325 om precies die rol van het middenveld te kunnen realiseren. Maar mijn tweede boodschap, naast het feit dat wanneer het middenveld een belangrijke actor wordt geacht, dat er dan ook een budget tegenover moet staan. Mijn tweede boodschap is zo mogelijk nog belangrijker. En die tweede boodschap is dat 1325, en dat zijn wij langzamerhand gaan beseffen wanneer wij werkten met het platform rond 1325, dat 1325 eigenlijk ook een gevaarlijke valstrik kan zijn. 1325 kan op verschillende manieren worden gelezen. Gaat het in de resolutie 1325 om meer vrouwen, om een kwantitatief aspect, meer vrouwen in de onderhandelingen, meer vrouwen op het veld, meer vrouwen die aan de vredesopbouw werken? Ongetwijfeld. Ongetwijfeld is dat belangrijk. En inderdaad, daar moet aan gewerkt worden. Maar in de resolutie 1325 wordt dit element, er moeten meer vrouwen zijn, eigenlijk op een merkwaardige wijze als het ware gelijkgesteld met wat veel belangrijker is, namelijk dat het genderaspect van oorlog en conflict moet geanalyseerd worden en dat daaruit de nodige consequenties moeten worden genomen. Het gaat dus volgens mij niet in de eerste plaats om meer vrouwen, want dit element wordt maar al te dankbaar gebruikt door het leger inderdaad om zijn recruteringspolitiek te voeren en om meer vrouwen te kunnen recruteren voor het leger in het kader van wat dan breed vredesopdrachten wordt genoemd. En dat is op zich geen slechte zaak. Maar wanneer wij het ernstig nemen met resolutie 1325, dan gaat het eigenlijk om iets veel fundamentelers. Het gaat eigenlijk om de sociaal-culturele ideaalbeelden die op het veld leven rond wat masculine en feminine identiteit zou kunnen zijn in zo'n conflict situatie. Zolang, dames en heren, er wordt gesproken in al die conflictgebieden rond krijgsheren, alleen al het woord krijgsheren wijst op een bepaalde genderbenadering die nog altijd aanvaardt dat er inderdaad een masculien gedrag is, waarbij dus de mannen zich opstellen als de krijgsheren, als diegenen die het establishment gaan verdedigen en dat de vrouwen worden beschouwd als diegenen die de haard beschermen, die inderdaad zorgen voor de reproductie en die vanuit die rol precies massaal worden verkracht, omwille van het feit dat zij de bewaarsters zijn van de haard, dat zij diegenen zijn die zorgen voor de reproductie van hun volk en dat zij daardoor kwetsbaar zijn voor de vijand, die dus op die manier verkrachting gebruikt als oorlogswapen. Nu, als u een dergelijke genderbenadering leest van 1325, dan is 1325, dames en heren, iets heel anders. Dan is 1325 geen vrouwenzaak. Dan is 1325 niet iets wat men alleen als last op de schouders van de vrouwen ginder en hier moet leggen, maar daar wil ik dan vooral benadrukken dat wanneer we niet oppassen, en dit is de valstrik van 1325, dat eigenlijk het hele masculine genderperspectief blijft bestaan. Wij als civiele maatschappij, wij moeten in de eerste plaats erop toekijken dat zoiets niet gebeurt. En wij moeten pleiten voor een intensieve beleidsaandacht vanuit het middenveld, een beleidsaandacht voor de rollen van mannen in het conflict, voor bepaalde, inderdaad, patronen, culturele ideaalbeelden van gewenst masculien gedrag en de invloed daarvan op het politieke bestel ter plekke. Het gaat dus, dames en heren, niet alleen, zei het dat belangrijk is, over de noden van vrouwen, over inderdaad het beleid dat moet gevoerd worden om vrouwen te empoweren en te helpen op het ogenblik dat zij trauma's hebben ondergaan. Maar gender moet vooral een analytische lens zijn, zou men kunnen zeggen, om de genderdimensie van de instabiliteit en het geweld ten volle op tafel te krijgen. Ja. En dat is wat 1325 eigenlijk moet zijn. Ja. Dit is fundamenteel. En we moeten oppassen dat dit niet ondergesneeuwd geraakt in die andere lezing van 1325 over meer vrouwen. Mijn vraag, concreet gezien, is dan of inderdaad de Belgische ontwikkelingssamenwerking en het ministerie van Buitenlandse Zaken inderdaad onafhankelijk genoeg kan zijn en kritisch genoeg en bewust genoeg om deze lezing van 1325 te gebruiken om inderdaad effectief die genderbenadering van oorlog en conflict in al zijn consequenties te realiseren en in zijn beleid, het Belgische beleid, naar de regio's toe waar te maken. Dank u.
Dank u wel, mevrouw Malvliet. J'en profite d'ailleurs pour saluer parmi nous la présence des représentants du ministre des Affaires étrangères, Monsieur Van Akkeren, Madame Aurélis de Bakker et Madame Kathleen Deneen, je crois, si je ne t'approprie pas votre nom. Et c'est grâce au soutien du ministère des Affaires étrangères que non seulement nous pouvons organiser cette activité aujourd'hui ici, mais également que AWEPA peut en grande partie faire ses programmes dans la région de l'Afrique des Grands Lacs. Et donc je vous en remercie et je vous prie de transmettre les remerciements au ministre. Alors, pour poursuivre, donc, je voudrais encore prendre rapidement les 3 témoignages de Good Parliamentary Practice. Normalement, le temps prévu, c'est 3 minutes par témoignage. Et après, nous aurons la pause café et puis le débat. Et j'ai déjà des inscrits pour le débat, notamment la délégation congolaise. Vous serez, avec le professeur Heuss, les premiers à parler pendant le débat. Mais donc, je voudrais maintenant demander d'abord à Madame Catherine Boulboulia du Parlement irlandais de nous livrer son témoignage. Please, Madame. Et puis après, ce sera Monsieur Chrysologue Rugagamisa pour le Burundi. Je ne sais pas où il est. Monsieur Chrysologue, est-ce qu'il est là, Chrysologue? Voilà. Après, ce sera vous, si vous pouvez déjà vous préparer. Et ensuite, Mrs. Bamba, Madame Bamba Massani de la Côte d'Ivoire. Voilà. Je vous invite peut-être à rejoindre déjà la tribune. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon and to give you a report as to what we are doing in the Republic of Ireland about Resolution 1325. We have heard this afternoon that war is not a safe place. It's not a safe place for a soldier, but the world has overlooked or hidden, in fact, for centuries, that conflict can be even more dangerous for women. With Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, the UN Security Council made its first effort to protect women in conflict. For the very first time, they acknowledged that conflict does discriminate, and all too often it discriminates against women. This UN resolution is now 10 years old, and too many countries, as we have heard this afternoon, have been slow to implement it. I'm pleased to tell you that Ireland is finally about to publish its National Action Plan on UN Resolution 1325, with input from the armed forces, from civil society, and from our universities, from the world of academia. All parliaments should take an active role and advocate for their own national action plans. Where these plans do not exist or are weak, parliaments should insist on their governments to do more. Where such plans are being drafted, parliaments should actively participate in shaping them. And it's the particular role of parliamentarians, I suggest, to agitate for this. Going further than the UN recommended National Action Plan, Ireland has already taken an unprecedented initiative. Our Minister for Foreign Affairs, Micheál Martin, has appointed a special envoy on women, peace and security. This is a very distinguished woman called Nuala O'Lone, and she has filled that particular role since March 2009. She's the former police ombudsman for Northern Ireland, so she knows a thing or two about conflict. She has an unmatched level of experience and knowledge, and she's already been hard at work to promote the issue of Resolution 1325 internationally. Ireland's action plan itself, as I've said, has been shaped by a cross-learning initiative between Ireland, Northern Ireland, Liberia and Timor-Leste. Since these countries all have a history of conflict, they can learn from those directly affected. Ireland, through our development cooperation wing, Irish Aid, has also organised events in all three of these countries, bringing together very high-level officials and experts from civil society. And each event focused on one of Resolution 1325's 3 Ps, which we've heard about today, that is participation, protection, and perspectives of gender. On participation, we focused on bringing women into the decision-making process. We recognise that women's voices should be heard in all levels of government and civil society. Another event focused on protection. Women must have access to mental and physical care and fair legal systems. Our final event focused on gender perspectives, making sure that women play a critical role in mediation, post-conflict recovery and peace building. Finally, I would like to remind you that Ireland has a number of historical connections to the Congo. Going back to 1903, Roger Casement, famous Congo Diaries, will be known to many of you. And in 1960, our United Nations actions were significant there in preventing the Katanga crisis. Irish people have stood up to the most terrible extremes of violence and exploitation in that country. In recent decades, as we all know, the Congo has suffered from the most horrific and ongoing civil war. Rape is being used as the most sickening and destructive weapon of war. And to make matters even worse, the UN force now in the country, MONUC, is scheduled to leave soon. As the AWEPA Irish section, we want to do everything we can to prevent further sexual violence in the Congo, ahead of the 2011 UN demobilisation. We will hold a major event in the Irish Parliament aiming to make sure that UN troops are getting the gender-based violence training that they should. We will also support the best efforts to secure legal prosecutions of those despicable crimes. We hope you will all support our efforts for this cause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madame. Donc, nous allons avoir maintenant le témoignage de Monsieur Chrysologue Rugagamiza du Burundi.
Bon après-midi, chers collègues. Nous allons vous faire une brève présentation sur la façon dont mon pays, le Burundi, a intégré la résolution de Beijing qui traite des violences faites aux femmes et sur la paix et la sécurité. Normalement, c'était Madame ma collègue Fidé Sissinahwa qui devait présenter, mais elle s'est retrouvée avec une voix fuyante. Alors, je viens parler à sa place. Les violences sexuelles constituent un grave problème social et sanitaire qui a pris une envergure catastrophique dans les pays de la région des Grands Lacs. Suite aux conflits armés qui les ont secoués, particulièrement pendant ces 2 dernières décennies, l'inégalité des sexes est au cœur de la violence sexuelle et à l'encontre des femmes. Les études faites sur les violences infligées aux femmes montrent que les agresseurs sont presque exclusivement et malheureusement des hommes, souvent issus de l'entourage des victimes. Ces conflits armés s'accompagnent toujours de mouvements de population en fuite, font que la situation s'aggrave par des violences sexuelles dans les camps de réfugiés déplacés. Selon l'OHCR, 85% des réfugiés sont des femmes et des enfants, soit une population très vulnérable à ce type de violence. La perte de repères identitaires, les forces armées souvent déployées dans ces contextes, l'absence de la population masculine pouvant garantir la sécurité des familles sont autant de facteurs qui ont augmenté le risque de violence généralisée à l'encontre des femmes. Au sortir de la dure expérience de conflits armés qu'a connu le Burundi, le système social, politique, économique et culturel était désorganisé et le gouvernement devait y mettre toute sa volonté politique pour que le pays reparte sur de nouvelles bases solides. Pour ce qui est des violences sexuelles, il est difficile de déterminer exactement l'ampleur du phénomène, du fait que ce type de violence est passé sous silence, pour la simple raison que le sexe était sujet tabou et que les victimes avaient aussi peur de représailles et d'être stigmatisées par la société. Néanmoins, les groupes vulnérables restent principalement les femmes et les enfants sans protection sociale, les femmes non accompagnées, les veuves, les mères célibataires, les femmes chefs de famille, les marginalisés dont les prostituées.
Chers collègues, excusez-moi, mais est-ce que vous vraiment me demander d'aller droit au but parce que les intervenants principaux c'était 10 minutes, maintenant vous êtes censés parler 3 minutes. Je suis désolé, mais je vous prierai d'aller directement au point des bonnes pratiques sans peut-être reprendre tout le diagnostic. Je suis désolé, mais c'est aussi mon rôle.
Merci beaucoup. Alors pour ce qui est de la résolution 1325, en vue d'asseoir les prescrits de cette résolution, le Burundi a mis sur pied un plan d'action national qui offre une opportunité au gouvernement de conscientiser tous les acteurs sur la nécessité, d'abord, qui est de la prévention des effets de conflits sur les femmes, la nécessité de protection des femmes. Ici, on a parlé de la participation des femmes dans les instances de prise de décision relatives à la paix, la sécurité et à la réconciliation. Mais ici, je veux dire qu'au Burundi, il y a quand même une particularité, parce que chez nous, non seulement les femmes veulent participer aux instances, mais on a voulu qu'elles participent aussi à la conceptualisation des clauses pour aboutir finalement à cette paix, à cette sécurité. Et ainsi, elle pourra participer aux instances qui décident. Après avoir conçu avec tout le monde, cela pourrait nous garantir, cela pourrait assurer une garantie à la réussite même de cette paix, de cette sécurité. Sinon, participer tout simplement à la prise de décision sans avoir conçu, c'est comme si on marchait après que quelqu'un, plutôt on avalait après que quelqu'un d'autre ait marché pour vous. Donc je dois dire que c'est comme une particularité pour nous qu'on a inséré là-dedans. Alors, au niveau constitutionnel, les femmes occupent de hauts postes de responsabilité, naguère perçus comme réservés aux seuls hommes. Sur le plan législatif, le viol est érigé en crime grave et imprescriptible, inamnistiable et non graciable. Dans le domaine de femmes et santé, tout accouchement est subventionné par l'État et tout enfant jusqu'à 5 ans est soigné gratuitement. Ainsi, le taux d'accouchement assisté est passé de 22,9% en 2005, 30,7% en 2006, 41% en 2007, à 55,3% en 2008. La mortalité maternelle a également fort baissé au niveau national. Dans le domaine de la femme et pauvreté, des projets de programmes de développement traduisent une sensibilité aux problèmes spécifiques des femmes, plus particulièrement en milieu rural. Au niveau de l'éducation et formation de la femme, une politique claire visant à réduire les disparités entre les garçons et les filles, ainsi qu'une mesure de gratuité dans la scolarité à l'école primaire ont permis d'augmenter l'indice de parité filles-garçons. Toute cette politique a été véhiculée au travers de divers débats politiques qui ont pris en compte les préoccupations spécifiques des femmes. Au sein du Parlement, par exemple, des séminaires sur les violences faites aux femmes et ses méfaits. Tout cela a été organisé. Ces débats ont facilité la compréhension de l'ampleur du problème, ce qui a permis l'intégration des dispositions réprimant les violences basées sur le genre dans le code pénal révisé. Il s'agit d'une réforme très importante qui a eu lieu récemment dans le pays. Alors ici, je vais parler des grandes sphères sur lesquelles le Burundi a attaqué. En matière de prévention des conflits, les gestions et les règlements aussi dans le combat de la recherche de la représentativité des femmes à tous les niveaux de prise de décision, des priorités ont été élaborées, notamment dans les domaines suivants, l'enseignement et l'éducation, la représentativité des femmes dans les institutions, l'accroissement de la participation des femmes dans les opérations de maintien de la paix et dans le processus post-conflit. Des femmes sont envoyées là où allaient les hommes seulement dans le passé, en Somalie, au Darfour, pour porter leurs témoignages en particulier. Conscient que les femmes réfugiées vivent dans les lieux insécurisés et isolés, notamment dans des camps, des villages ruraux et des centres urbains, et dans les conditions de pauvreté, le gouvernement a pris en compte cette particularité en les aidant à être mieux protégés contre les violences dans les camps et à l'accès aux mécanismes de dépôt de plaintes et de procédures judiciaires, à la mise sur pied des programmes de renforcement de leur stabilité personnelle et leur confiance dans la vie. L'intégration dans le contexte local au rapatriement volontaire ou à la réinstallation dans un autre pays. Les femmes étant vulnérables du fait d'être une femme, d'être une réfugiée peu protégée et d'avoir besoin de pouvoir à sa famille, le gouvernement a jugé fondamental de faciliter leur accès aux moyens d'existence et non de dépendre de différentes formes d'aide. Dans ce domaine également, des actions de rapprochement ont été organisées entre les femmes rapatriées, déplacées, ex-combattants et celles restées sur les collines. Il y a des recommandations et perspectives d'avenir. Le gouvernement est conscient qu'il doit s'inscrire aux bonnes pratiques suivantes. L'appel aux médias et aux programmes éducatifs pour sensibiliser la population au fait que toutes les formes de violence dirigées contre les femmes sont inacceptables. La dispense d'une formation à l'intention des magistrats, des agents chargés de l'application de la loi, des membres des professions juridiques, des travailleurs sociaux et du personnel médical, afin de s'assurer que les auteurs d'actes de violence contre les femmes soient poursuivis et sanctionnés et de garantir aux victimes l'aide appropriée. La facilitation...
Chers collègues, puis-je vous inviter à conclure, s'il vous plaît?
En conclusion, nous dirons qu'en vertu de la résolution 1325 et à travers le cadre stratégique et le plan prioritaire de consolidation de la paix, le gouvernement burundais reconnaît le rôle important de la femme et soutient qu'aucune stratégie ne sera décidée et mise en œuvre sans tenir compte de manière claire de la dimension genre afin de garantir la pleine participation de la femme à la prise de décision, au choix des actions prioritaires et plus spécialement à leur mise en œuvre. Ainsi, au Burundi, nous nous allions à la tolérance zéro sur la question des violences faites aux femmes, car nos mères, nos sœurs et nos filles méritent mieux que la violence. Je vous remercie.
Merci. La parole est à Madame Bamba Massani de Côte d'Ivoire. Madame Massani n'est pas là. Ah pardon, excusez-moi. Voilà.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je disais tout à l'heure que je ne suis pas du tout gâtée, d'autant plus que je suis la dernière et on m'accorde 3 minutes. Donc je vais aller à l'essentiel. Okay. Je suis membre du Parlement ivoirien et il s'agit donc de parler des violences faites aux femmes. Comme tous les pays, la Côte d'Ivoire n'échappe pas à cette règle-là. De plus, les violences contre les femmes demeurent courantes et préoccupantes en raison des conséquences au plan physique, psychologique, social et économique. Plus d'une femme sur 10 a été victime d'au moins une des formes de violence. Cette forme de violence basée sur le genre, telles que les violences sexuelles et physiques, se sont accrues avec la crise. Tout le monde sait qu'en 2002, il y a eu la guerre politico-militaire chez nous et cela a accentué la crise et la violence sur les femmes. La pratique des mutilations génitales touche environ 36% des femmes, de 15 à 49%, avec des conséquences sur la santé en termes d'hémorragie, d'infection et autres. Les inégalités liées au genre s'expliquent par les pesanteurs socioculturels, les rapports sociaux stéréotypés et dévalorisants et la faible utilisation de l'approche droit humain pour répondre aux besoins spécifiques des femmes et des hommes. La persistance des inégalités liées au genre est aussi due à une faible vulgarisation et à une application insuffisante des textes réglementaires et législatifs en faveur de l'égalité et de l'équité entre hommes et femmes. Face à cette inégalité, due au manque de considération, dû au fait qu'on n'applique pas trop le genre dans les plans d'action, le gouvernement ivoirien a donc fait des réalisations dont les principales sont ici. Les principales réalisations enregistrées s'observent au plan institutionnel et opérationnel. Un cadre institutionnel a été mis en place avec la création d'une structure gouvernementale en vue de traduire la vision gouvernementale en matière de promotion du genre en Côte d'Ivoire. C'est la direction de la promotion de l'égalité et du genre. Cette direction va coordonner les actions en matière de genre en Côte d'Ivoire afin d'éviter la multiplicité des actions visant les mêmes résultats. Elle va veiller au respect de l'égalité et de l'équité entre femmes et hommes, suivre et évaluer la mise en œuvre des engagements pris par la Côte d'Ivoire au plan international en matière d'égalité et d'équité entre les sexes. Au niveau de la législation et de l'élaboration des politiques, le principe d'égalité entre femmes et hommes consacré par notre Constitution. Le président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire a signé en février 2007 la déclaration solennelle de la Côte d'Ivoire sur l'égalité des chances, l'équité et le genre. Cette déclaration, qui traduit l'engagement politique du gouvernement, constitue l'instrument d'orientation de la politique nationale, genre et de la mise en œuvre du quota de 30% recommandé par Beijing. Et nous avons un document de politique sur l'égalité des chances, l'équité et le genre a été élaboré et adopté en Conseil des ministres le 23 avril 2009. Il a pour objectif de créer un environnement favorable à la prise en compte du genre dans tous les secteurs et à tous les niveaux. Il constitue par ailleurs un cadre de référence pour l'intégration de l'approche genre dans les politiques, des programmes et des projets de développement dans tous les secteurs de la vie sociale en Côte d'Ivoire. Je donne les grandes lignes. En matière d'implication des femmes dans le règlement des conflits, un plan national d'action pour la mise en œuvre de la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies sur les femmes, la paix et la sécurité a été élaboré en 2007 et adopté par le gouvernement pour une période de 5 ans, de 2008 à 2012. Il a été aussi élaboré et validé un code des personnes et de la famille qui est en attente d'adoption par le gouvernement. Il faut dire que le plan national d'action qui a été mis en place concernant la résolution 33-25 a associé les femmes de la société civile qui œuvrent pour la promotion de la femme. Les parlementaires ont été engagés à l'élaboration de ce plan national d'action et nous avons beaucoup d'acquis dans ce plan national d'action. Et au plan opérationnel, la création d'un environnement favorable à la prise en compte du genre traduit par le renforcement des capacités nationales genre, la réalisation d'études sur les violences basées sur le genre, la mobilisation des ressources et la création d'activités génératrices de revenus, le développement et la mise en œuvre du projet sur les violences basées sur le genre et sur l'implication des femmes dans la reconstruction post-crise. Évidemment, la mise en œuvre de tous ces programmes ne va pas sans contraintes. Nous avons quelques contraintes. Insuffisance de ressources humaines qualifiées en genre, insuffisance de la contribution budgétaire nationale, insuffisance de temps consacré aux questions genre par les responsables des cellules genre, persistance des pesanteurs socioculturelles, la méconnaissance de l'approche genre. Tout ceci, ce sont des activités donc menées par le gouvernement. Au niveau du Parlement, il faut dire que nous avons œuvré avec la société civile à faire ratifier la charte de Maputo, évidemment qui comprend beaucoup de dispositions favorables à la femme. Et au jour d'aujourd'hui, nous avons donc, le Parlement a encore bataillé sous mon initiative, nous avons fait une résolution interdisant, un projet de résolution pour l'interdiction définitive des mutilations génitales, que je disais, nous avons parlé de cela tout à l'heure. Nous étions donc à New York, au Conseil des Nations Unies, pour pouvoir défendre cette résolution, puisqu'il est question que le Conseil des Nations Unies prenne une résolution interdisant définitivement les MGF. Je voudrais vous remercier.
Voilà, merci. Nous allons légèrement changer le programme pour avoir le débat dans la foulée des présentations. Donc je vous invite, il nous reste 20-25 minutes pour le débat. J'ai déjà plusieurs orateurs inscrits. Je vous propose qu'on essaie de prendre un maximum de participation pour que chacun puisse s'exprimer, ce qui veut dire que nous nous contraignons à une autodiscipline. Alors, j'ai déjà au moins 2 intervenants, et d'abord le professeur Heuys, qui est l'auteur d'un livre récent sur les situations post-conflit et sur la justice et la réconciliation. Professeur.
This will be a very short intervention. There are 2 books downstairs, one with the title All Things Pass Except the Past, and the other one is the French translation Tout passe sauf le passé. This book discusses what happens after a civil war ends. after a brutal repression ends? How do societies, how do individual victims deal with such painful legacy? And there, in the book, I also discuss the role of women in the search for justice, in the search for the truth of what happened, in the context of truth commissions, the role of women in these very complex processes of reconciliation. And there are many examples in the book of women who have played a crucial role in this on the way to reconciling those who fought civil war. There is a copy for each participant in this conference. Please take it with you. If there are parliaments, if there are members of parliament who would like to distribute the book inside their parliament, there are enough copies. Please take contact with AWEPA. AWEPA is the publisher of the book. AWEPA distributes the book in several African parliaments. So please take a copy with you to your country.
Thank you, Professor. I would like also to recommend that you take this book. La parole est au docteur Lola Kisanga de la délégation du Congo.
Monsieur le Président de la séance, je vous ai glissé une note pour que vous autorisiez le chef de la délégation de faire une introduction de 30 secondes de la communication que notre collègue sénatrice Eva va faire pour la RDC.
Avec plaisir, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Au nom de la délégation de la République démocratique du Congo, nous vous remercions et nous voulions remercier Madame Boulboulia du Parlement irlandais qui nous a annoncé ici une initiative heureuse de son Parlement pour soutenir la République démocratique du Congo. Madame, d'ores et déjà, nous vous disons merci et vous avez le soutien du Parlement congolais. Deuxièmement, Monsieur le Président, l'avant-midi, nous avons entendu un intervenant dire ici qu'à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, il y aurait des pratiques de mutilation génitale. Nous disons non. Dans notre pays, non, je dis mieux, dans mon pays, il n'existe aucune tribu, il n'existe aucune famille qui recourt à cette pratique. Mieux, le code pénal congolais a érigé l'infraction de mutilation génitale en une infraction. Vous apprendrez d'ailleurs, ma collègue vous le dira aussi, le viol a été érigé en une infraction imprescriptible comme crime contre l'humanité. Acceptez que ma collègue puisse me compléter. Merci.
Madame.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais aller droit au but tout en remerciant l'initiative de l'AWEPA et souligner que l'AWEPA fait du beau travail en République démocratique du Congo parce qu'il ne se limite pas seulement à la capitale ni dans les chefs-lieux des provinces, même dans les coins et recoins. Nous sillonnons le pays avec Madame Julie Standard et Monsieur Luc pour parler de lutte contre les violences faites à la femme. Alors, lorsqu'on parle des violences faites à la femme en République démocratique du Congo, il y a un peu un caractère particulier. On voit plus les violences sexuelles. C'est vrai qu'il existe plusieurs formes de violences que les femmes subissent. Mais les caractéristiques des violences faites à la femme en République démocratique du Congo est toute particulière et nous demandons pour ce faire l'attention du monde concernant la lutte contre les violences faites à la femme en République démocratique du Congo. Vous avez suivi tour à tour les intervenants parler des conflits dans les Grands Lacs. Lorsqu'on parle de conflits dans les Grands Lacs, il y a autant de pays, mais le Congo particulièrement a été le théâtre d'affrontements, où il y a eu plusieurs armées des pays voisins dans le territoire de la République démocratique du Congo avec leurs alliés, et comme conséquence, ce sont les femmes qui sont les principales victimes. Alors ici, je voudrais m'appesantir sur le rôle des parlementaires et des propositions de solutions pour éradiquer ces violences sexuelles faites à la femme. Pour lutter contre ces fléaux, il est important d'abord de connaître les causes réelles. Parce que nous passons le temps à ne gérer que les conséquences. Les violences en soi constituent les conséquences. En République démocratique du Congo, il faut connaître les causes. Et les causes les plus visibles actuellement, c'est la guerre, particulièrement la présence des groupes armés incontrôlés en République démocratique du Congo, l'exploitation illicite des ressources minières, la prolifération des armes légères et des petits calibres qui alimentent les désordres. Lorsque on connaît les causes, il faut identifier les auteurs, les tireurs de ficelles et autres. Parce que la guerre, par exemple, n'est que la partie visible de l'iceberg. Lorsqu'on parle des groupes armés incontrôlés en République démocratique du Congo, il faut se demander d'où viennent-ils. Tout le monde sait que depuis 1994, avec la mission de la turquoise, lorsqu'il y a eu des conflits au Rwanda entre Hutu et Tutsi, la turquoise, donc la France avait proposé l'entrée de plus de 2 millions de la population rwandaise en République démocratique du Congo, sans contrôler, sans désarmer, dans lesquels vous trouvez armes, munitions, femmes et enfants. Ça a posé des problèmes. Aujourd'hui, nous devons savoir, tous les parlementaires, savoir qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire, un programme solide, uni dans tous les parlements du monde, pour qu'il y ait une solution à cette question-là. En dehors de ces groupes armés, des rebelles rwandais, il y a aujourd'hui les rebelles burundais, soudanais, ougandais, tous qui trouvent maintenant la République démocratique du Congo comme une base arrière. Et dans le monde, on pense que c'est le Congo qui héberge les rébellions des autres pays, alors que c'est le Congo qui subit l'action. Alors, aussi longtemps que les parlementaires, nous qui avons le pouvoir de contrôler, d'interpeller nos gouvernements, si nous ne nous attaquons pas aux causes, nous ne trouverons jamais de solution, nous continuerons à dépenser et l'argent et toute l'énergie à ne gérer que les conséquences. Alors, parmi les bonnes pratiques à faire en République démocratique du Congo, nous avons commencé par adopter des bonnes lois qui répriment les violences sexuelles faites à la femme. Dans ces lois, il y a eu l'amendement de la modification du code pénal congolais jusqu'au niveau du code militaire. Eh bien, nous avons alourdi les peines. On a élargi la définition de ces formes de violence. En alourdissant les peines, nous avons pris les qualifications de violences sexuelles faites à la femme en situation de conflit armé, ce qui se trouve dans les dispositions de statut de Rome de la Cour pénale internationale, en vue de qualifier cela comme étant des crimes imprescriptibles, des crimes contre l'humanité, de sorte qu'il y ait une sanction dans le cadre de la lutte contre l'impunité. Alors, il est donc du devoir des parlementaires de veiller à ce que ces lois soient appliquées. C'est ce que nous faisons dans notre pays. Parce que si nous ne faisons pas ça, il y a 10 ans aujourd'hui qu'existe la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité. Il y a 15 ans qu'il y a eu le plan d'action de Beijing. Il y a 30 ans qu'il existe la Convention de l'élimination de lutte contre les discriminations faites à la femme. Et il y a 100 ans qu'il existe le 8 mars, la journée internationale de la femme. Mais les choses ne changent pas parce que nous passons notre temps à nous occuper que de la gestion des conséquences au lieu de nous attaquer aux causes. Alors, concernant la République démocratique du Congo, je vous ai dit que nous ne tenons pas seulement compte de la 1325, mais aussi de la résolution 1820 du Conseil de sécurité qui renforce en fait la lutte contre l'impunité telle qu'inscrite dans la 1325. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame, pour ce vibrant témoignage très, très applaudi. Madame de Bakker, je crois que vous avez souhaité prendre la parole. Give you a word.
Thank you very much. It's just, I just want to congratulate and thank AWEPA for the organization of this seminar, because it's not only timely, it's of a very high quality, and we only can applaud AWEPA to put this high on the agenda. Unfortunately, my minister, Mr. Van Akkeren, couldn't participate, being on an official mission in Istanbul, but it's not a secret and it's nothing new that for him all gender issues, the national action plan, violence against women, it is high on the agenda, and it is high on the agenda also for during our presidency of the European Union. We organized our 3 seminars, to which probably allusion has been made already, on participation, on prevention, on protection, in Geneva, in Brussels, and in New York. So I only can again applaud and wish you a good continuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words. I still have Monsieur Ivan Hermans. Monsieur Ivan Hermans.
Oh, thank you very much. In fact, I was asked on behalf of UNFPA, as representing UNFPA in this meeting, to ask a question, to start a kind of debate. I don't know, maybe this can be done later, or I can ask it now and people can remind it. But I wouldn't start without really congratulating the Senate for holding this under the EU presidency of Belgium, this very important session, getting all these important people and experts together around this fantastic, interesting, and very actual topic that is the execution of 1325. Now, UNFPA, as you know, has programs in about 140 countries, and in about 30 countries we try to bring into practice the resolution 1325. Financing is mostly limited, and my question will be around the financing of all this. But the financing that we actually have as UN is more catalytic, but it gives a lot of good practices as a result. If you look at, for example, what has been done in Nepal on Resolution 1325, quite very tangible result. The Mano River Union Women's Initiative for Peace led to quite a result. Timor-Leste, there are many countries, the last being Kenya, where I think all the activities around 1325 during the recent civil unrest was quite successful, and we've learned a lot. Now, if you look at this resolution 1325, it is 10 years old, and it lasted until 2007, 2009, to really get 1820, which for us, of course, is really more important because it's practical, 1888, 1889. And other resolutions will come, so we will see resolutions. But in practice, in the field, when we work with UNFPA, with our partners, our UN partners, with women's groups at the base, at the grassroots level, with civil society, parliamentarians and governments, it is very clear that wherever we work, these women groups, they have no real resources to sustain the initiatives and to continue to work. Mostly they work on a voluntary basis, and that is very good for some time, but then it stops, or it has to stop. You know, it's really an enormous problem. Another huge problem on financing is that the victims do not get any compensation, although they are invalidated and incapacitated by the conflict, as are war veterans, but those are the men. The women get very rarely compensation. So these programs and these projects, they cost money, and the question is now, will the scarce resources continue to be available, scarce as they are, in the coming years? We still have the consequences of the financial crisis. We see that many traditional European donors roll back their funding for development cooperation, and also for this issue probably. And in the long run, we wonder if this violence against women executing the 1325 and the UN resolution, will that be able to compete with all the other priorities in the development realm? So the question is how to secure funding for the implementation of 1325, the execution of policies on gender-based violence. What is AWEPA's strategy towards its partners, towards European governments, to keep this on the agenda in the next years? And how can AWEPA better strategize together with its partners to be successful, not only for policy development, but also for continued funding? And then, of course, the role of Belgium, which is now very clear, as a kind of front runner in this topic, how will Belgium continue to motivate and encourage the EU member states, the upcoming EU presidencies, and the European Commission also, to prioritize this important issue that brings us together today? That was my question it was a bit long, I'm sorry, but
it was not too long, and they are very good questions. It's just, I'm not sure we can solve those problems in the coming 8 minutes, but of course they were obviously very good questions. Let me just, first of all, give the floor very briefly from now, please, because we still have 8 or 9 minutes. Madame Chantal Van Tutsen, est-ce que vous êtes là? Voilà, please.
Je vous remercie.
Je vous demanderai maintenant 1 minute vraiment maximum, parce qu'il y a 4-5 personnes au moins qui ont demandé la parole. Je voudrais essayer de leur donner la chance.
D'accord, donc nous sommes Avocats sans frontières et nous essayons de remettre le droit au service de la population vulnérable. Nous sommes présents dans de nombreux pays africains, dont les pays des Grands Lacs, pour vraiment faire la promotion de l'accès à la justice pour les victimes de violences et pour lutter contre l'impunité des auteurs. Alors nous nous rendons compte dans le travail au quotidien que de nombreux obstacles persistent pour les victimes pour accéder à la justice, et ce à tous les niveaux. Outre la peur de parler, il y a les problèmes liés à la faiblesse des enquêtes, aux frais de procédure, à la difficulté d'apporter la preuve, à l'inexécution des jugements, à la lenteur de la justice, etc. Donc je voudrais réappuyer l'importance de voter des budgets conséquents et de renforcer les appareils de justice nationaux pour qu'une justice efficace et indépendante puisse être rendue pour les victimes. Et un deuxième tout petit point par rapport à la lutte contre l'impunité, je voudrais rappeler l'importance de ratifier le statut de Rome créant la Cour pénale internationale qui prévoit que les violences sexuelles sont un crime international et imprescriptible, et ensuite, dans tous les pays, d'encourager vraiment la collaboration avec la CPI et la complémentarité avec la Cour pénale internationale. Et par rapport à Madame qui a parlé à propos de la RDC, je félicite la RDC par rapport à la législation qui a déjà été adoptée pour lutter contre les violences sexuelles. Je crois qu'il y a encore un pas important à faire en adoptant de la législation mettant en œuvre le statut de Rome en RDC pour que les crimes internationaux, dont les violences sexuelles, puissent être jugés par les tribunaux civils plutôt que comme actuellement par les tribunaux militaires qui souvent manquent d'indépendance. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Madame, et puis Monsieur. Voilà, Madame. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. The resolution 1325, I think, should be revisited. As far as I know, women in developing countries like mine, including myself, we live every day in fear of rape. When we go to work in the field, fetching water to market, to school, in the classroom, in bedroom, which is our place, we are in fear, in constant fear. So if we are talking about resolution 1325, during the war, maybe it is the increase of mass rape number. Otherwise, it is the same. And also, when woman is raped, men take it as if it is their honor that has been damaged, rather than the woman who is raped. In the war, they consider is retaliation in their best prize, honor the prize that is affected. And the women do not get support from the husband, from the brother, from the father. They are doubly, triply damaged. So when we talk about rape, we should reassess what we are talking about. It's not only in the war. It is throughout our life as women. Thank you.
Can I just ask you where you are from?
I'm from Ethiopia.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
If you give me 1 second, I missed this morning. I'm sorry. Just 1 second. I really, truly wanted to appreciate the European Commission to
have given us 5 years grant, close to 450,000 euro, which allowed us to bring the kind of result we did, even when we didn't have any background, any understanding about, except our vision and what we have put together on the paper. And I want to take this opportunity to really thank. It's that because of this forum, everywhere I go, I talk about this long-term funding that gives civil society an opportunity to learn and reapply and produce results. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Madame.
Thank you. I'm Katenese. I work with the Belgian MFA. I coordinate the Belgian National Action Plan on 1325, and I also coordinated the EU position on 1325 for next Tuesday. The Security Council has 15 members. We are really trying to adopt next Tuesday the UN indicators developed by UNIFEM, part of UN Women, the 26 indicators. We have news, and we know for sure it is not rumors, it are facts. There are 5 countries in the Security Council that do not want to adopt the indicators next Tuesday, from which the chair, Uganda, I call on really tough to change your mind by Tuesday and adopt and really support these indicators. We need these indicators. You hear it now the whole day. We need accountability. What does not get counted does not count. We need to start counting. We need these indicators. Participants from Nigeria, Gabon, Russia and China are calling you the same. And we need all other African countries to make national, regional and international statements next Tuesday to support and adopt these indicators. This 10th anniversary cannot go by without this adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Monsieur.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais être très bref.
Vous avez la parole, oui.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais être très bref. Je vais parler en français cette fois-ci. Je vais tout simplement mettre en éclairage sur ce qui a été dit par le représentant du Sénat congolais, Madame, je ne connais pas son nom, va m'excuser, à propos d'une éventuelle rébellion burundaise qui serait au Congo. Je voudrais dire qu'à ce jour, le Burundi ne connaît plus de rébellion. Tous les rebelles sont entrés au Burundi. Tous les rebelles sont au gouvernement. Ce sont ceux qui sont au pouvoir plus tôt. Et je vais même aller loin. Même les derniers réfugiés que nous avions au Congo, ils sont en train de rentrer. Donc je voudrais tranquilliser nos amis congolais. Le Burundi n'a plus de rébellion. Et c'est le processus burundais, justement, à faire de sorte qu'on n'ait plus de rébellion. Ni à l'intérieur, ni à l'extérieur. Merci.
Je crois qu'ils sont rassurés. Voilà, alors j'ai encore 3 demandes de parole. D'abord, Madame, là, qui la... oui, je ne vais pas pouvoir prendre tout le monde, je suis désolé. Madame, là, qui la demande depuis longtemps. Et puis, Madame, et ici, Madame. On va essayer, Madame, on va essayer. Si on, voilà, ça dépend des intervenants. Madame.
Oui, bonjour. Voilà, je représente le GAMS Belgique, le groupe pour l'abolition des mutilations sexuelles. Et on fait partie du comité interafricain qui regroupe des comités nationaux partout en Afrique, dans 28 pays, plus exactement. Et le 11 octobre dernier, on a appris que 2 activistes, dont l'une est la directrice du comité national gambien, a été arrêtée. Elle a été emprisonnée avec sa coordinatrice pendant 8 jours, sans raison valable. Donc voilà, c'est grave et alarmant pour nous qui travaillons avec les associations de terrain qui sont très très productifs et qui nous aident dans notre travail de sensibilisation et de prévention. On se rend compte que l'étau se resserre sur ces organisations qui travaillent sur le terrain. Donc voilà, aujourd'hui je voudrais faire une interpellation en disant que peut-être que le gouvernement des pays africains devrait donner beaucoup plus de soutien à ces organisations de premier terrain qui font beaucoup de travail et que personne ne reconnaît, ou du moins très peu reconnaît leur travail. Voilà.
Merci, je crois que c'était clair. Madame, s'il vous plaît.
Donc nous sommes des réseaux associatifs des femmes congolaises de la diaspora. Donc nous voulions juste faire une communication. La culture étant l'essence d'un peuple et l'art étant important dans nos vies, nous voulons donc conscientiser l'opinion belge, nationale et internationale au problème des violences par le biais de l'art. Nous avons donc réalisé une maquette de statue appelée Chaomba, du nom d'une femme congolaise d'un Demba qui savait apaiser les tensions dans sa communauté pour avoir la paix. Cette œuvre de Soma Simon, un artiste belge, existe sous forme de maquette et dit stop aux violences. Elle veut marquer cette période pour qu'elle ne soit pas oubliée. Nous avons choisi l'art car dans nos sociétés bantoues, les figurines par exemple sont utilisées pour guérir dans les cas de la maternité, des maladies mentales, etc. C'est dans la statue que se trouve la force vitale, cause des prières des bantous et qui influence leur comportement. La statuaire a dans des attributs du souvenir, du pouvoir et de la vénération. C'est un réceptacle magique qui fait avancer, soutient moralement par la force des ingrédients qu'on y met. Les statues sont des objets vivants qui rassurent les habitants et qui permettent la cohésion du groupe dans les cérémonies. Chaomba sera élevée à Bruxelles, ville qui est très artistique. En la regardant, on comprendra que la femme est à protéger. Voici la communication que nous voulions.
Merci, mais la prochaine fois, apportez-nous au moins une photo de la statue, comme ça on pourra se rendre compte par nous-mêmes. Voilà, Madame Schumacher.
Thank you very much. I just would like to support the point made by Kat Denise. I think it's extremely important that the indicators are endorsed next Tuesday, and I really can only encourage the governments who can make a difference there to go ahead and endorse the indicators during the Security Council session on Tuesday. I also would like to quickly go back to the point of financing, and while it is not a solution, at least there is a suggestion made by the Secretary General last Wednesday in the discussions when the report of the SG on women's participation in peace building was presented. The Secretary General of the UN has called for an increase of UN post-conflict spending on women's needs from 5%, the current level, to 15% in the future. I know it's not a solution, but it's a way forward. It's a step forward, and we must support its implementation and hold the UN also accountable to go ahead with that.
Thank you. So I was given a few more times because we're going to slightly change the program. We're going to have the coffee break at the end of the conference. So we can continue this session for 5-10 minutes, and then I'll give the floor for a conclusion to my co-chair, and then Sabine Betun will take over for the conclusion and recommendation. So on peut encore donc prendre quelques prises de parole. Madame. Oui, les deux, voilà, à vous deux, oui, partagez.
Mijn naam is Maddy Janssens van de denktank Evenwicht. Het is duidelijk dat er in al die jaren nog niets veranderd is. En dan zou ik willen vragen aan de Afrikaanse vrouwen of ze willen overwegen om de macht te nemen, politieke macht te nemen. Volgend jaar is het verkiezingen in Congo bijvoorbeeld. Waarom stellen vrouwen zich niet kandidaat voor het presidentschap? Enkel die weg is te bewandelen. Dank u.
Voilà. J'espère que la délégation congolaise a pu entendre la question. Madame.
Merci. Je suis de la République centrafricaine. Je joins ma voix à celle de député du Congo parce qu'en 2007, nous étions en réunion au Congo et la LRA, la rébellion que nous connaissons tous, sévissait déjà au Congo. J'avais écrit à l'époque avec mes collègues de l'Ouganda, du Soudan, de la RDC, au Parlement qui est là par la WEPA, qu'il faut que nous prenions ce problème au sérieux. Maintenant, la République centrafricaine, qui est très loin de l'Ouganda, est complètement envahie dans sa partie est par cette rébellion. Il y a des viols, des tueries à longueur de journée. nous avons beau insister sur la 1325, si nous ne prenons pas les choses au départ, nous aurons toujours la 1325 devant nous. J'aurais voulu que cette prévention se passe au départ, en 2007. Aujourd'hui, en 2010, nous ne serions pas en train de subir tout ce deuil que la République centrafricaine subit dans sa partie Est. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Madame. No, Julie, wacht een beetje, het is mevrouw ja.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est Albertine Chibilondi. Je travaille au Centre d'études africaines et de recherche interculturelle CEAFRI, aussi membre de la Commission Femmes et Développement, chercheur. Nous avons beaucoup travaillé sur la question du suivi au plan national congolais de la résolution 1325. Je me réjouis, pour ce que disent nos honorables, que ce plan a été adopté, mais au mois de novembre dernier, il était question que ces plans soient validés dans les provinces. Donc ça, c'est la question clé du suivi au niveau provincial par rapport justement à la mise en œuvre des résolutions. Parce que ce matin, on l'a bien souligné, nous avons des lois, des résolutions, mais qu'en est-il des actions? Comment traduire la 1325 en actions concrètes pour que les femmes puissent non seulement participer, mais avoir ces pouvoirs aussi économiques et autres. Ça, c'est une des questions. Mais l'autre question, ça, je la pose à tous nos honorables ici présents. Comment vulgariser justement la 1325, surtout dans nos villages, pour qu'au moins les femmes, majoritairement analphabètes, puissent se saisir de cet outil qui puisse aussi leur permettre de pouvoir défendre leurs droits et surtout d'être actrices. C'est que j'ai beaucoup apprécié de la présidente de Naar, qui a montré effectivement qu'on montre les femmes comme des victimes, mais les femmes sont aussi actrices. Comment donc renforcer la capacité des femmes à partir justement de ces résolutions? Que ça ne reste pas seulement des lettres mortes au niveau des parlements, mais à la base, dans les villages. Qu'en est-il? Comment transformer la 1325 en action pour la paix? Je vous remercie.
Merci. Madame Standard.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Je veux parler ici au nom des victimes, les femmes violées que j'ai rencontrées, et je voudrais partager avec vous leurs soucis. Quels sont leurs soucis qu'elles m'ont exprimés déjà depuis 2007 quand j'ai été les voir? Primo, de grâce, faites qu'il y ait la paix. Nous vivons constamment dans la peur, par les assaillants, par les autres, et nous voulons la paix. Nous voulons vraiment reprendre nos activités et vivre dans notre pays et pouvoir y vivre en paix. Secondo, aidez-nous à surmonter nos traumatismes. Ces femmes sont, à part les viols, donc qui les massacrent physiquement, elles ont aussi beaucoup de traumatismes. On en parle rarement. Troisièmement, ces femmes sont analphabètes pour la plus grande partie. Elles ne connaissent pas leurs droits, elles ne savent pas se défendre. Elles sont victimes de la culture masculine qui règne encore dans beaucoup de pays africains. Donc, s'il vous plaît, aidez-nous à des projets d'alphabétisation. Quatrièmement, des petits projets générateurs de revenus, mais adaptés aux femmes les plus vulnérables. Et alors, en ce qui concerne la Belgique, elles m'ont demandé où sont nos sœurs belges. Nous sommes sœurs. Avec la Belgique, nous avons un lien spécial, mais nous nous sentons abandonnés par nos sœurs belges. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci. Je crois que c'est une question qui ouvre évidemment également un vaste débat. Voilà, je peux encore prendre 2 questions et puis nous aurons terminé. Mais voilà, madame et madame, et puis ce sera terminé.
Je suis Nicole Emmanuel du collectif des femmes congolaises pour la paix et la justice. J'ai lu le livre du professeur Heuss. J'ai entendu aussi les remarques de la sénatrice Eva Bazaïba. Pour la femme congolaise, pour moi, je trouve que la 1325, ce n'est qu'une résolution sur papier. Cette femme qui a été meurtrie, qui subit tous les jours des pressions, des viols, si elle ne connaît pas la justice, elle ne peut même pas penser à son développement. Et ça fait plusieurs années que la communauté internationale ferme les yeux sur ce qui se passe réellement au Congo. S'il n'y a pas de justice, il n'y aura pas de développement. 12 femmes en RDC sont violées par jour. Dans les 12 femmes violées, il y a 48% des jeunes. Merci.
Merci, madame. Okay, madame, you'll be the last speaker for this session.
Okay. Bon, je m'appelle Kadi Koïta, je suis présidente de la Palabre, mais je reprends la parole un petit peu. Excusez-moi, je suis très provocatrice. Je reviens à ce matin sur les mutilations génitales féminines. Il y a eu de très très jolis exposés, mais je suis toujours étonnée, après 30 ans de lutte sur le terrain, qu'on continue à nous dire que la loi n'est pas nécessaire. Je voudrais rappeler que les lois qui existent et qui doivent être renforcées sont en soutien pour les ONG sur le terrain, est un renforcement du travail et de l'effort qui a été fait pendant des années et des années. Aujourd'hui, on parle de 1325. Tellement de résolutions ont été votées, conventions ont été faites, mais sur le terrain, comment les appliquer réellement? On n'a plus besoin de parler. On a besoin de choses concrètes, réelles sur le terrain. Nous avons été à New York. Madame Massani était là. Monsieur Chris était là. Et ils ont parlé de ça ce matin. Il y a une résolution qui est en train d'être déposée et que cette résolution spécifique, c'est une résolution interdisant mondialement les mutilations génitales féminines. Parce que tout simplement, on ne parle que de l'Afrique. Mais il y a beaucoup de pays qui pratiquent et on ne mentionne jamais les noms. Plus de 90% des femmes indonésiennes sont mutilées et personne ne dit rien. Alors une interdiction mondiale renforcerait le travail des ONG et donnerait plus de pouvoir et plus de concrétisation aux législations qui existent. Une loi, effectivement, toute seule ne sert à rien. Une loi et la prévention doivent aller de pair. De grâce, la loi et la prévention, et que je voudrais que, je fais une demande à l'AWEPA, à travers votre organisation, que tous les parlementaires africains, hommes et femmes, prennent la chose beaucoup plus en considération qu'ils ne le font aujourd'hui. Parce que c'est quelque chose qui est très important. On a beau dire tout ce qu'on veut, et aussi une autre chose, juste une dernière, nous sommes en Europe. Il y a eu le réseau européen qui regroupe aujourd'hui 37 associations et qui a du mal à survivre parce que tout simplement, question de finances ou de paperasserie ou de bureaucratie, je ne sais pas, mais que les institutions européennes regardent et reconsidèrent que les associations sur le terrain en Europe ont besoin de leur aide et sans eux, on n'ira nulle part. Les politiques ont besoin des ONG et les ONG ont besoin des politiques. Merci.
Merci. To conclude this session, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Marie Mugiyeni. She is the Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, and she will wrap up this session.
Okay.
Madame,
thank you, Chair. Chair, before we conclude, I thought I should take this opportunity to say something about the Pan-African Parliament and its work in the area of peace and security. The Pan-African Parliament has existed on the African continent for the last almost 7 years, and it's a parliament or parliamentary body where each member country of the African Union sends 5 members of parliament. I happen to be one of them, and I come from Uganda. Now, the work of the Pan-African Parliament through its permanent committees deals with issues of peace and security and also with issues of women's security and the rights of women. For example, through the Permanent Committee on Human Rights and the Permanent Committee on Cooperation, we've been sending fact-finding missions to conflict areas, for example, Darfur, DRC, Ivory Coast, and so on. And once we get the facts, then we get the report debated on the floor of Parliament, and then we send resolutions to our heads of state summit. We also have been holding a yearly conference on what we launched as the Platform of Action for Women. And in this conference, in cooperation with AWEPA and other development partners, we pick on a topic that is very vital to the lives of women and that we think that currently is affecting the lives of women. And thanks to AWEPA, last year we had a conference on FGM, which was very, very important. That's the first time I ever saw the video that you saw this morning. And I must pleasantly say that since we launched that campaign, we've had more national parliaments enacting laws against FGM. I don't want to go back into that topic, it has already been covered, but that's an area indeed that the Pan-African Parliament has taken a strong position and is working on. Now, in the area of peace and security, this year our conference, women's conference, was focusing on the peace and security for women, and in particular focusing on maternal health as an area of insecurity for women right now, which was also a topic that the AU Summit focused on this year. We work with national parliaments, we work with regional parliaments, and with the civil society. We think that we are actually the best platform for coordinating work, particularly with parliaments on the African continent. I was just intrigued by a question that someone said, why are women not candidates for presidency in the Congo next year? Very interesting question. I must say that being a politician for the last almost 10 years in the Parliament of Uganda, I have learned that it's not that easy for women to be presidents of Africa. And indeed, that's why we need to congratulate Liberia very, very much for being the champions of producing the first African woman to head a state. And we wish her the best of luck. It's not easy even for women to be in national parliaments. What about being a president? That's another topic that we can discuss another time. I want to conclude this meeting by thanking everybody who made a contribution to this meeting, our very wonderful presenters, very, very good focused presentations that have shed light on this area of peace and security, particularly looking at the African woman. For those of us who come from Africa Chair, we are glad that Europe is in partnership with us and is looking at this issue. So I want to take this opportunity on behalf of everybody of us to thank the Belgian Parliament, Senate, AWEPA, who has brought us here, for a job well done. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those kind words for AWEPA and for the Parliament. I'm going to give the floor to Sabine, the head of the Belgium AWEPA section. Before that, I would like to urge you to fill the evaluation form, which is in your folder, and that you have to bring back after the session down the stairs. Voilà, merci beaucoup, et je cède la parole à Sabine.
Merci, chers collègues, Madame la Présidente, honorables collègues et chers invités. Après une longue journée de travail, les sessions ont été intensives, peut-être parfois trop intensives. Vous ferez votre évaluation dans les formulaires qu'Alain de Sex vous a demandé de remplir. Le moment est venu d'essayer de conclure et de formuler des recommandations qui peuvent nous aider dans notre travail à l'avenir et qui peuvent nous aider aussi à voir ce que nous allons faire dans nos propres assemblées quand la semaine prochaine nous reprenons le travail lundi dans nos assemblées respectives. Aussi, pendant la journée et les 2-3 derniers jours passés, avec notre staff, nous avons, et le staff d'AWEPA bien entendu, nous avons rédigé des projets de recommandation, des projets de conclusion pour le séminaire. Le document est distribué pour l'instant. Il existe en 3 langues. Nous l'avons fait en anglais, en néerlandais et en français. La version française n'est pas tout à fait au point de vue graphique, donc ne me faites pas de remarques là-dessus, mais au point de vue de traduction, ça devrait être plus ou moins au point. Donc les projets de texte vous sont distribués et nous avons consulté une grande partie des orateurs de la journée, au courant de la journée, sur les propositions qui vous ont soumises. Je voudrais, pendant qu'on distribue les textes, je voudrais convenir avec vous d'une méthode de travail. Le but n'est pas d'ouvrir une séance plénière du Parlement et d'avoir un débat qui dure 2 ou 3 heures. Il s'agit d'un nombre restreint de recommandations. Donc je voudrais convenir d'une méthode de travail avec vous. D'abord, c'est que le document que nous avons rédigé est très succinct. Il compte 3 pages et un paragraphe en plus. Et je voudrais proposer de commencer immédiatement à la page 2, parce que la page 1, ce sont des considérations que nous n'allons pas amender. Et s'il y a des remarques à ce sujet, vous les faites par écrit. Donc je voudrais que nous traitions ensemble uniquement des recommandations concrètes et qui sont numérotées de 1 à 13. Donc nous avons 13 points que nous vous soumettons. C'est 1 page et demie de texte. Je vais vous expliquer la structure du texte. Comme ça, vous pouvez mentalement déjà vous préparer et lire les recommandations que nous avons formulées, les propositions que nous avons formulées. Et ensuite, je voudrais vous proposer que nous fonctionnions, que nous travaillions. Il y a des copies pour tout le monde. Il faut juste faire signe et on va vous les faire parvenir. Je vois que les gens sont inquiets, mais il y a assez de copies pour tout le monde. Donc nous avons 13 recommandations et je propose que nous les passions en revue une par une. Je vais les lire dans la version anglaise, sur le texte anglais qui est le texte de base. Et je vais ouvrir le débat, si vous voulez, sur chaque recommandation, mais de façon brève. Je voudrais vous inviter à ne pas faire de remarques sur le style, sur les fautes d'orthographe, sur la formulation. Nous avons un très bon staff et nos directeurs vont relire le texte ce week-end pour le mettre au point au niveau de la rédaction formelle. Je voudrais seulement que vous me fassiez savoir s'il y a des observations sur le fond et éventuellement des apports importants pour que les conclusions reflètent votre avis. Donc, j'espère que nous pourrons avancer de façon assez efficace et que les personnes qui ont essayé de rédiger ces recommandations ont déjà compris en grande partie votre avis. Je serai assistée pour ce processus par le staff d'AWEPA, ils sont assez à droite, Marion et Jeff, qui vont essayer de bien comprendre vos avis. Nous n'allons pas non plus adopter un texte mot par mot, donc nous allons essayer de comprendre l'esprit des interventions et je propose qu'on essaye de faire confiance ensuite à nos directeurs, à Jeff et Marion, pour recorriger le texte, amender le texte ce week-end sur base de vos réflexions maintenant. Est-ce que cette méthode de travail est claire pour tout le monde? Oui, nous sommes d'accord. Alors vous avez déjà pu feuilleter le document. Donc nous commençons à la page 2. Vous voyez qu'il y a 13 recommandations et vous voyez qu'elles sont bien structurées. C'est-à-dire il y a 4 blocs. Le premier bloc, les points 1 et 2, traite de la violence contre les femmes au niveau général. Ce sont des recommandations tout à fait générales. Les recommandations 3, 4, 5 et 6 parlent des mutilations génitales. Les recommandations 7, 8, 9 et 10 parlent de la violence dans les situations armées. Et les recommandations 11, 12 et 13 s'adressent à AWEPA. C'est-à-dire que ce sont des recommandations que nous adressons à AWEPA en demandant de continuer à travailler sur ce sujet. Comme ça, vous avez une vue d'ensemble et nous allons essayer de mettre les idées dans les chapitres adéquats. Voilà, je propose que nous, si nous sommes d'accord sur la méthode de travail, on essaye de démarrer. Je pars sur le texte en anglais, je vais lire le paragraphe et puis demander votre avis. So I start with recommendation number 1. We call upon parliaments to give priority to raise awareness regarding violence against women and girls in general and female genital mutilation and women and girls in armed conflict more specifically. Any comment on recommendation 1? No? So I think it's yes. One remark, Madame Popper.
I would propose to include in the recommendations to raise awareness on the causes and impact of violence.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we take it. Thank you. Okay, so we adopt recommendation 1. Recommendation 2, I read the text. Urge governments and parliaments to ratify international and regional instruments pertaining to violence against women and to ensure full compliance with those instruments and with pertinent United Nations resolutions in national law and in implementation. Any comments on that? No? Thank you. Then we can go to the second chapter on female genital mutilation. Recommendation number 3. Call upon parliaments to, maybe I should read the 4 of them because they are like a rule, you know, it's like they are complete each other. So number 3 is call upon parliaments to scale up their efforts to abandon female genital mutilation and request their governments to join the global program Female Genital Mutilation Accelerating Change, launched by UNFPA and UNICEF to abandon FGM in 1 generation and to push their governments encouraging UN resolutions and abandonment on FGM. Number 4, call upon parliamentarians to fulfill their legislative role by creating a legislative framework which supports abandonment of all forms of FGM and supports policies to stimulate incentives for abandonment. Recommendation number 5, call upon parliaments to advocate for a community-based approach strategy which works with civil society, traditional chiefs and religious leaders, women's and youth movements and local government to ensure a unified approach in working towards the abandonment of FGM and together with governments to take measures to raise awareness regarding the issue, placing particular emphasis on targeted training for health personnel. And the 6th recommendation, call upon parliaments to stimulate and engage in public discussion and debate that highlights the benefits of abandoning FGM and provide visibility to those groups and communities that have decided to abandon the practice, thereby encouraging abandonment by all. Yes, you have the floor.
A small point, but I think important. In 3, line 1, the word abandon should be replaced by stop. It's
Yes.
not the parliamentarians who abandon.
Okay. Do we agree on that? Yes. Let's focus on point 3, okay? We start with 3. If we accept 3, we go to 4. Yes. Madam, please? No? On 3, any other comments? No. So 3 is adopted. Point number 4. Who wants to intervene on 4? Nobody, so it is accepted. Point number 5. Yes, you have the floor.
I'd suggest at the very end also to add pedagogues, not only health personnel, but also teachers, pedagogues.
Okay. I think we can accept that. Thank you for this point. Okay, we agree on point number 5. Excuse me, I didn't see your hand. You have the floor, Mary. On 5.
Point number 5, the last sentence. To take measures to raise awareness regarding the issue, placing particular emphasis on targeted health training for health personnel. That sounds like we are saying if you have to do it well as health personnel. To me, that is giving it an okay. because we are talking about stopping it.
Yes.
So what are we saying when we talk about targeting the training for health personnel?
That they should be fully aware of the issue. That's how I understand it. And do you think it's too vague?
No, I think that it will be understood, say, yes, you may do it, but if you do it well.
I understand. It could be misunderstood.
Yes,
in the opposite way. That's what you. We didn't see it that way. So then I looked to the redaction committee. Maybe we just have to scrap it. I think maybe that's the best way. Jeff or Marion, do you have a proposal? Yes, Madam Minister, you have a proposal?
Yeah. I think the assumption should not be made that because you are urging people to stop, it will automatically stop. But even if you have to do it while the changes are occurring, maybe it's necessary that they consider, but it shouldn't just, like she said, not just have personnel, so that you know that you're looking at the whole range of those that are participating. Because it's one thing if you abandon the health aspect of it, and they could still go to archaic ways of doing things or whatever it is. I understand your position, but not because we wrote it here, it would happen. Let's assume that even if it happens, or while we wait for it to stop happening, that these are people we should also focus on. So I think it's necessary, like she had asked, that teachers and everybody else who's involved in it, so that it's not just considered that it's only the health people. Like you're talking about the health aspect, you're talking about the teachers, you're talking about community leaders, and those that will do it. Because sometimes you find female midwives, those traditional midwives involved in this. And they are some form of health personnel. So maybe they shouldn't just isolate it, make it in particular for health personnel, but you could talk about schools and those other group of people that will participate in it. This is a fight. You might not get it done overnight. And we can't just assume that it's going to happen all because we say so. But I think we should have other people.
Maybe we can rephrase it. We will not do it now, but or we skip it totally, or we rephrase it, focusing on all actors that should be sensitized and get information, so to stop this practice. Is that a way we can reformulate it? Yes, please, Marie. And then Dr.
If we ended
Gabriel.
the sentence, for example, regarding the issue, and we delete placing particular emphasis on targeting training for health personnel, because above we've talked about almost everybody. Now we have earmarked the health personnel. I think we just get rid of that and stop it there.
No, but I'm not sure I understood you well. In any case, we don't keep it like it is here, or we leave it out, or we say that we focus on all actors, and that they should be informed and sensitized so that we can stop the practice. But maybe Dr. Gebre, she wanted to add something. Maybe she has another proposal. You just put the micro near to you. We don't hear very well. Thank you. Yes.
My worry is we always put women and children and youth together. We always see women, somebody else doing for them rather than themselves doing for themselves. Here we don't see in any part of the resolution or draft resolution that we need to empower women to speak in their own language, in their own voice, to do for themselves. In our experience, that's what made the change. The girls and women taking responsibility for stopping female genital mutilation.
Yes.
And whether it is parliament, whether it is government, whether civil society, must enable women and girls to lead the movement, to be, as I said earlier, foot soldiers. This is what happened in my experience.
Yes.
So let's stop seeing women as helpless group that somebody else must do for them. This is their problem. It is happening to them. They must take responsibility, and we must enable them to do that. how do we put it? Where do we put it? Please put that in the draft resolution that European and African parliamentarians find the strategy to empower women.
Okay. I think it's a very valuable point to add. I give you the floor. But this is another point that the other lady raised. So I propose that, I think everybody will agree, that we stress in this text that we want to empower women to speak for themselves. And you're right, it's not in this chapter, but it is in the chapter on armed conflict in point 8, but there it's focused on the armed conflict. So we have to do it also in this chapter. So I propose that we take the two IDs. We take your ID to formulate a sentence, to ask for the empowerment of women, and we have to solution this point. Honorable, it's on this point of Honorable Marie, yes?
Tout à fait, Madame. Je voudrais réagir sur la proposition de notre collègue du Parlement panafricain qui vient de l'Ouganda, qui a suggéré qu'il soit élagué le bout de phrase mettant un accent particulier sur la formation ciblée du personnel de santé. Non, je crois que ce bout de phrase est essentiel dans cette recommandation. Outre le fait que nous condamnons ces pratiques de mutilation génitale qui créent non seulement de dégâts dans la société, mais il y a des problèmes de lésions organiques qui touchent à ces victimes, qui nécessitent une réparation. Et là, il s'agit d'une chirurgie réparatrice spécialisée, pour laquelle une formation spécifique du personnel de santé est essentielle. C'est pour cela que j'insiste pour que ce bout de phrase soit maintenu. Quitte à ajouter d'autres catégories de professionnels. Mais pour le personnel de santé, c'est essentiel. Merci.
Je vous remercie, mais je crois que la contribution de notre collègue du Pan-African Parliament était intéressante parce qu'il y avait une ambiguïté dans le texte. Et donc nous devons faire une nouvelle phrase qui lève l'ambiguïté, où nous parlons de tous les acteurs. On peut ajouter l'élément que vous signalez, mais alors il est très clair qu'il s'agit de réorienter tous les acteurs sur le fait d'abandonner. I would like to conclude on this point just a few words. Mary, you have the floor, and then the gentleman behind you, and then we'll try to find the consensus. Somebody else? Oh, excuse me, I didn't see you. Yes.
Sorry to come back.
3 persons, and then we try to find the consensus. Yes, Mary.
I realize that up above on the sentence, at the beginning of the sentence, we have a number of categories of people to advocate for community-based approach, strategy which works with civil society, traditional chiefs, religious leaders, women. Why don't we insert health personnel in that category so that we don't single them out as the only ones to emphasize on, so that they also become part of this list of people.
Je vais le traduire. We don't hear you very well, but I will try. Elle propose de prendre le personnel de santé et de l'introduire dans la liste d'acteurs qui sont listés au-dessus. Donc je crois que c'est un bon compromis. I think, can we accept that? You still want the floor? No. Okay. We accept it like this. Thank you for this debate. And so we arrive to point 6. Any comments on point 6? Yes, et pardon, j'ai oublié la dame à gauche. Madame Melissa.
Yes, on 6, I think it's not just about providing visibility to those groups. I think lessons learned, it found alternative means for some of them. So it's not just about recognizing them, but how do we support them so that they can be able to be like ambassadors? So it's not just about visibility, but also supporting.
So
and
you want to
learn from the example from Uganda, they talk about budgets as well that the government put in, so the legislators can do that, to give support to that, so that they say their budget complemented that of UNFPA and UNICEF. So I think they should find some sort of support for that.
So this means that we say and provide visibility and support, and give support.
Yes.
Somebody else wanted to comment. Madame Ley, and then, yes, you have the floor. Elsley.
Oui. Je pense qu'elle a tout dit, mais vous parlez beaucoup de sensibilisation et jamais de prévention.
Oui.
Ne l'oubliez pas, c'est très important. Et aussi le cadre de santé. Comme elle a dit, si on garde la phrase telle qu'elle est, ça veut dire qu'il n'y a que l'aspect médical qu'on prend en considération. On oublie de prendre les autres aspects, qui sont l'aspect psychologique et les aspects droits humains. Il ne faut pas les oublier, parce que c'est très important. Et aussi dire aux parlementaires des débats publics, non, il faut que les parlementaires aillent voir leur population et les expliquer pourquoi on vote des lois et pourquoi elles sont là.
Oui. Merci pour votre commentaire qui est général, mais on essaye de l'intégrer dans les recommandations. Donc je crois que votre référence aux droits humains trouve sa place dans le point 4, où on parle quand même d'un cadre juridique de façon très claire. Alors, votre remarque sur la prévention, là peut-être nous devrions trouver un endroit pour l'insérer. Si vous avez une proposition concrète, vous m'aidez, sinon je regarde notre comité de rédaction parce que c'est un apport très valuable. Et je crois que les autres remarques ont été formulées et que nous en sommes du même avis. Mais sur la prévention, une proposition concrète serait bienvenue. En attendant, je demande à une prochaine personne de prendre la parole. Elsa, you have the floor.
I was wondering if it might be possible to add in point 6 to stop, now it says to stop FGM, maybe to put to stop all forms of FGM. So to not leave a loophole that you have these so-called light versions of FGM, so that the resolution is against all forms of FGM.
Yes, I think that's not a problem. We can add that. I have still one problem. It's a question of our colleague to add the notion of prevention somewhere. Do you want us to put it? Voudriez-vous qu'on le mette au point 6, la prévention? Yes, on va le rajouter au point 6, d'accord? La notion de prévention, on va essayer de le rajouter au point 6. Au moins au point 5 alors. Ok, on le met au point 5. D'accord, on le rajoute au point 5, ok? We agree on that? So then we finish with the chapter on FGM and we pass on the chapter on violence in armed conflict. I think we have to go through the 4 recommendations as a whole and then we'll take them one by one. So point 7 is request parliaments to promote full and effective implementation of UN Security Council resolutions 3025, etc., and call for adoption of the indicators on 1325 by the Security Council. It was stressed this afternoon by many speakers that this was an important point. More specifically, to ensure this implementation by drafting national action plans which promote women's leadership and participation, women's human rights and protection against violence, including systems to monitor and report violence against women and girls in armed conflict, which describe concrete programs and which foresee enough resources to implement the action plan. Recommendation number 8. Call upon parliaments and governments, when reviewing their policy to end violence against women, to guarantee equal participation of women by aiming at equal decision-making processes, more participation of women in parliaments, the army, police and diplomacy, and to include the voice of local communities and women's movements when drafting or reviewing the National Action Plan on 1325. Recommendation number 9. Call upon parliaments to enact better protection of civilians, particularly of women and children, and enforce legislation against the perpetrators of violent practices and acts of violence against women and children, including tough and clear measures to combat recidivism and to stop the impunity. And recommendation number 10, call upon parliaments to ensure prevention of violence by making information, education and training on gender-related violence available to all public agents, especially police forces and the judiciary, involved in the prevention of violence against women and girls and in the provision of health care and support services for victims. So this is the global chapter. Let's take them one by one. So firstly, I will ask for your comments on point number 7. Yes, Mrs. Denise.
The indicators are not the indicators on 1325, they're the UN indicators as developed by the Secretary General. There were no indicators yet.
Yes.
In 13. Just
Thank you. So we say the Secretary General. Thank you very much. Madame Standard.
Dans l'article 8.
Non, pardon, on parle encore du 7. Excusez-moi. Le point numéro 7. D'autres commentaires sur le point numéro 7? No? So we accept it as just amended. Madame Standard, you have the floor sur le point numéro 8. On number 8.
Madame la Présidente, je vous ai entendu parler le texte anglais, j'ai vérifié avec le texte américain.
Pardon, on n'entend pas très bien le micro. Oui. Juste bien mettre le micro devant vous, en fait. Ils ne sont pas si bons.
Il y a une faute de frappe dans le texte.
D'accord.
Parce qu'on dit des femmes dans le Parlement, l'armée, la politique. Ça doit être la police.
Je vous en remercie, parce que c'est plus qu'une faute de frappe, c'est aussi une faute de contenu, une faute de traduction. Nous allons le prendre en compte, mais nous allons relire les textes durant le week-end et en début de semaine prochaine. Mais merci de cette remarque. Any other comment? Oui, madame, vous avez la parole.
Merci. Excusez-moi pour le point 7.
Oui, vous revenez au 7, oui.
Là, on a cité les différentes résolutions.
Oui.
Les résolutions ne parlent que de femmes, paix et sécurité. Dans cette matinée, on avait parlé de questions de mutilation génitale qui tirent sa fondation dans les cultures. Il serait mieux de parler de la CEDF, SIDO, si vous voulez, la Convention sur l'élimination de toutes les formes de discrimination à l'égard de la femme, qui, elle, de manière précise, a des dispositions concernant l'obligation des États à élaborer des lois qui éradiquent tout ce qu'il y a comme culture rétrograde à l'encontre des femmes. Et surtout, la Convention a été ratifiée par des États et est constituée comme une force de loi lorsqu'on ratifie. Vous connaissez la force des conventions. La résolution c'est aussi une mesure contraignante, mais elle est venue du Conseil de sécurité. Donc il y a cette nuance. Prière donc insérer la SIDO ou la CEDF.
Oui. Je comprends votre remarque. Je vous fais remarquer que dans le point 2, nous avons fait référence à toutes les conventions internationales et la SIDO est en fait contenue là-dedans, sous un chapeau général.
Donc il serait mieux de spécifier parce que c'est très important par rapport à la SIDO.
Pardon, nous pourrions le faire. Nous avons essayé de le faire et si vous le décidez, la conférence le désire, nous le ferons dans les jours qui suivent. Mais ça demande d'être exhaustif parce qu'il y a aussi des textes africains et des textes européens qui sont relevants. Et à ce moment-là, je crois que ça nous mène très loin. Nous avons presque une demi-page de textes pertinents. C'est pourquoi, dans la dernière rédaction cet après-midi, nous avons écrit tous les textes internationaux, de droit international pertinents. Je vous donne l'explication.
Excusez-moi pour le dialogue, mais le français nous donne ces pouvoirs-là. Je ne sais pas en anglais comment on peut dire. On dit en français, notamment la SIDO, on peut parler des autres conventions régionales.
D'accord,
et donc ça
faire.
signifie que ce n'est pas exhaustif.
Ok, nous le prenons pour le point 2 comme un notamment. Je n'ai pas d'objection. Et je crois que ça n'est pas contradictoire à l'esprit du texte.
Ouais.
Oui, madame.
Non, juste pour compléter, n'oubliez pas la charte des droits humains africains, le protocole de Maputo, très important.
Oui, c'était la raison pour laquelle nous ne l'avons rien mentionné. Bon, le comité de rédaction va se pencher là-dessus. I want to come back to point number 8. Any comments on 8? Yes, sir. And then the gentleman in the back.
Can I suggest that we include as an annex Resolution 1325?
Yes.
So that everybody understands.
Okay, we will do that. Thank you for this suggestion. Yes, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Would it be possible to add in recommendation number 8 a special category of women with disabilities and disability movements as stakeholders? Because they are not mentioned anywhere, and I feel they are most at risk in this category. Thank you.
So you want to add the group of women with disabilities in number 8.
8.
Yes, sir. Yes, President.
Madam Chair,
I just wanted to ask a question so that we're not what's it called. In 8, how do you guarantee equal participation of women by aiming equal decision making? What does that mean? How are we guaranteeing? Can you give me an example of what you want to say by guaranteeing?
We don't say how, because we leave the strategy open. If you wanted to specify, I think we go into a full debate. So you can propose to say how we will do it. The question is that here we want to stress it's important to have a higher participation of women. If we want to develop the strategy, we can do it, but then we have to be more concrete.
Why don't we use the word ensure instead of guarantee then?
Is that a better word? Yes. I'm not against it. Ensure instead of guarantee? Okay, we take the word ensure. But we did not finalize on the women with disabilities. I'm looking for advice. How do you, Jeffrey, do you recommend to do it? Yes, we can add it. Okay. We will manage to do so. So thank you for your suggestion. Can we accept point 8 like this? Then we look to, excuse me, Madame Malfrit.
Well, following the point that I have made in my presentation, I have some problem with more participation in the army as such. I think it would be better to note at least the army, in particular peacekeeping forces, because that is important. It's not just a question of increasing the number of women in the army, which would not be advisable, I think. It's in peacekeeping forces. Okay. That's important.
Okay, so you want us to add after the army, particularly in peacekeeping forces. I think this is a good suggestion. Okay, so we can accept point number 8. Point number 9, recommendation number 9. Any comments? Yes,
Thank you. In the last line of number 9, I think it would read better if instead of saying, and stop the impunity,
yes,
you should change that to, and stop impunity from prosecution.
Okay.
The English is better that way, I think.
So it should
delete the word the, and then add at the end of the sentence 2 words, from prosecution. So it then reads, and stop impunity from prosecution.
Yes. Okay, thank you. You're an expert, huh? It's your native language. Yes, thank you. Yes, sir.
Oui, pour le point 9, ce ne serait pas possible aussi, excusez-moi, de réaffirmer le côté coercitif des lois envers les gens qui commettent des atrocités. Oui. Donc réaffirmer quand même le caractère obligatoire d'appliquer les lois, et même si elles sont très coercitives. Donc pas seulement rester dans la sensibilisation, mais aussi, bon, même si le mot fait, de la répression des acteurs.
Oui, dans le point 9, vous voyez que dans la version anglaise, on dit including clear measures to combat recidivism and stop the impunity, amendé comme monsieur vient de le dire. Donc ça a vraiment trait aux sanctions et aux poursuites judiciaires. Hein. Donc c'est dans l'esprit de ce que vous venez de nous dire. Monsieur Lola, oui.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je n'ai pas la version anglaise qui fait foi, qui est le
document de base. On peut vous la faire parvenir.
Mais j'ai une difficulté sur le plan de principe dans cette résolution où nous demandons au Parlement non seulement d'adopter de bonnes mesures de protection, mais d'appliquer. Le Parlement n'applique pas les lois.
Non, c'est exact.
Le Parlement fait le suivi de l'application. C'est au gouvernement, c'est à l'exécutif d'appliquer la loi avec les cours et tribunaux, évidemment. Si on peut modifier dans la version française,
on va le faire.
Faire le suivi de l'application des lois contre les auteurs.
Oui, en anglais c'est enforce et vous avez raison. Donc merci, je ne l'avais même pas encore vu. Merci beaucoup. Nous passons au point 10. Pardon, oui madame?
Pour le point 9,
il faut descendre le micro, sinon on ne peut pas vous entendre.
À veiller aux applications des lois contre les auteurs, et quand vous mettez y compris, et à prendre des mesures, pas y compris, mais à prendre des mesures pour aller dans la suite.
Je vous remercie. Nous en prenons note. OK. Nous passons au point 10. Any comments on point number 10? Yes, madame, you have the floor.
Merci, madame la présidente.
Sur le point 10, nous appelons aussi le Parlement à...
Pardon, il faut parler plus près du micro, on ne vous entend pas ici.
Nous appelons aussi le Parlement à assurer la prévention. Ça va être difficile pour le Parlement. C'est surtout l'exécutif. Mais il aurait fallu dire alors, appelons les gouvernements à assurer la prévention de la violence en rendant disponible l'information par le moyen de l'alerte précoce, puisque cette notion existe maintenant au niveau de l'Union européenne et des Nations unies. Merci.
Je vous remercie. Peut-être qu'il y a deux amendements à faire, c'est-à-dire que d'une part, nous appelons les parlements de veiller à ce que les exécutifs assurent la prévention, etc. Vous voyez? Donc c'est un appel des parlements par rapport aux exécutifs. Donc votre remarque est pertinente, mais nous devons amender le texte comme tel. Ensuite, vous parlez des alertes précoces, et c'est une notion que nous pouvons introduire, je crois. Oui, monsieur.
Oui, madame, je crois que dans ce cadre-là, il fallait peut-être une expressis verbis, souligner ici l'importance qu'il y a, qui est une collaboration ou un dialogue interinstitutionnel.
Interinstitutionnel.
Voilà, parce qu'il se passe toujours beaucoup de temps entre le moment où les parlements mettent des lois à la disposition du gouvernement et leur opposabilité à tous, à la population. Et s'il y a eu un bon dialogue entre le Parlement et peut-être le ministère du genre et les ministères provinciaux du genre, je crois que ce serait une très bonne chose. S'il y a moyen de le souligner ici, un dialogue interinstitutionnel serait une chose importante.
Je vous remercie. Je crois que c'est dans l'esprit du texte et on va essayer de le couvrir.
Merci.
Madame Geffler and then our colleague from Austria.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, in here between the 9 and 10, I don't see where we support like the judicial system, where not most often you don't find courts where women who have been abused can be tried or given that kind of support, legal support. I see that they're talking about then being given information in 10. What about the services, be it a court or be a lawyer or something? We need to capture it either in 9 or 10. I don't see us.
I think we have to put it in 9, no?
In 9, number 10, you talk about information to the judiciary. In 10, you're talking about protection. So the courts, for instance, in Liberia now we have the special court, but it's only in the capital city. We haven't carried it in the counties. And that's the only place where they try rape cases. And sometimes they don't even have access to legal services. And it's one thing to, you know, sensitize the judiciary, but if they don't have the place to apply it, the women will still not get justice.
We put the dimension or in 9 or 10. We'll see when we reformulate what's the best place. But thank you. It's for the worthwhile contribution also. A colleague from Austria, you have the floor.
Yes, I think the paper is lacking the role of men. 2 days ago, the World Population Report was introduced, referring on the 1325, and it has its own chapter about the role of men, and saying that men who became victims themselves are much more likely to become offenders and spread violence also against women. And I think we should mention this in a sentence wherever after 10. For instance,
I do not have after 10 in an 11 then, or 10 bis.
Yes, yeah, 11.
Okay, we'll try to make an
there's a peaceful rebuilding of society also gives a chance for men to grow up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll try to finalize point 10. I have a remark there and then the colleague here. Yes, please. Madame, you have the floor.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Je ne vois pas très bien où apparaît le rôle de la société civile. Parce qu'on interpelle le Parlement, on interpelle le gouvernement. Quelqu'un a parlé de cette nécessaire cohésion exécutif et Parlement. Mais cette synergie exécutif, Parlement et société civile dans ce rôle accompagnateur qui est important. Et nous l'avons vu ici dans les divers témoignages. Donc je propose qu'on l'insère quelque part en 9 ou 10. Parce que la société civile joue un rôle important. Merci.
Ok, je vous remercie. Vous avez raison et c'était très présent dans les débats. Donc nous allons le rajouter. Je vous remercie. Monsieur, honorable.
Merci, madame. J'ai suivi l'association des avocats sans frontières elle a soulevé la question des difficultés des femmes victimes de viols accéder au service de la justice.
Tout à fait.
J'aurais bien voulu que nous puissions adopter une résolution pour rendre gratuit l'accès des victimes de violences sexuelles à la justice et imposer le système, par exemple, d'un avocat prodéo, parce que nombreuses sont celles qui ont peur d'abord des frais de justice et de vouloir rendre le service de l'avocat. Merci.
D'accord. Donc en fait, vous approfondissez le point apporté par Mme Gay-Fleur. Nous étions engagés à le formuler, donc on peut le spécifier comme vous le dites. Nous prenons ces idées. Can we conclude on point 10? Yes? No. One more point, yes, please.
One more point, and I would like to make a similar point that was made under the one on FGM, where we said we don't want to look at women only as victims, but also as social agents of change. And I know you said it's already covered in this part, but I think it's not really very strongly. I mean, it does talk about promote women's leadership and participation, but maybe under 10 we can include really something support women, survivors of violence, so that they are empowered to become agents of change. And maybe we can find a formulation that really talks about the empowerment of the women so they don't even need the support from the outside.
And you're supported by your colleague.
Yes, just one quick technical point on 10. As we talk about gender-related violence, or we talk about training to fight gender-related violence, I guess, to be very clear. But as we talk about gender, we have to talk about men also, men as victims, and maybe this could come up here somewhere.
Thank you
men,
for that.
women, and young people.
Thank you very much. We might come back to some of you next week for the final phrasing. Okay, we can adopt the chapter on violence and armed conflict, and then we'll finish. Excuse me, Madam Dr. Gebre, you have the final word on this chapter.
In this discussion, I'm taking you back to FGM. I have not heard, or maybe I missed, where we specifically discussed FGM as a human rights issue, and not a cultural issue.
It is, excuse me, Doctor, it is in point 4, and our colleague from Congo stressed it in the debate that we should add the dimension of the human rights.
Yes.
So we will amend point 4, recommendation 4, and stress the human rights issue.
It's a human rights issue, and to call upon the states and state policymakers and the Parliament for commitment, political will, and commitment for placing violence against women as part of to include violence against women part of their development plan, rather than just as a side issue.
Okay, that's another issue. So we take this notion also.
In their political, social, and development program.
Okay, political, social, and development issue. I would like not to come back anymore on chapter 2, because we have to finalize now, really. But it's very valuable contributions, but we really have to conclude. So I would like to now focus, yes, Madam will have the floor, on the role of AWEPA. You want to speak, a colleague from Rwanda? Vous voulez parler? Je vous en prie, Madame.
Excusez-moi. La dernière phrase.
De quel point,
point 10.
Oui.
Là où on dit des soutiens aux services, des soutiens les services aux victimes. Moi, je pense que c'est des soutiens aux victimes, peut-être en matière de justice ou autre chose.
Oui. Ce point a été déjà souligné par d'autres et nous allons reformuler le point 10 en prenant en compte cela. Donc, merci, mais je crois que c'est acquis. And now I would like to ask your comment on the role of AWEPA. We have 3 recommendations, these requests that you make to AWEPA. I will read them and we'll try to conclude on that. It's time to close. AWEPA is requested to prioritize the issue of violence against women and girls with a special emphasis on FGM and violence against women and children in armed conflict. AWEPA should mainstream this issue in all partnerships and programs in Africa, using the structures and network of AWEPA to raise awareness and to share good parliamentary practices for mutual learning in order to stop violence against women and girls. 12. AWEPA is requested to organize an interparliamentary dialogue. Many people have said it today, in the Great Lakes region regarding violence against women and girls in conflict areas, with a special focus on the situation in East Congo. And 13, AWEPA is requested to organize an interparliamentary dialogue among countries heavily affected by violence against women and girls and harmful traditional practices, focusing on FGM. So this is focusing on the future work of AWEPA. Is there any comment on these 3 points? Yes, President.
I have a comment on number 12.
Number 12, please.
I think what's it called, instead of focusing only on the Eastern Congo, you know, we have a situation also in our neighborhood when you have Somalia, which has been there for 20 years.
Yes.
And I think nothing is being said about the suffering of women and children.
You could have taken the floor, but you do it now. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to say what's it called. Maybe instead of just, because AWEPA works in Somalia as well.
Yes.
Maybe we can, what's it called, we can also bring that, what's it called. And the other one is also the Sudan.
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the priorities of AWEPA, of course.
So I think, what's it called, instead of leaving it just to the Eastern Congo, we can add Somalia and the Sudan.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's absolutely right. We add these to point number 12. Yes, colleague, you have the floor.
Oui, merci Madame. Je voudrais prolonger les idées du président de la ELA afin de nous éviter d'oublier de citer certaines régions du monde où sévit des conflits. Je suggérerais donc que cette résolution s'arrête après le mot conflit. Au lieu de particulariser une quelconque région, nous risquons d'éviter d'en citer d'autres. À ce moment, nous restons dans la généralité, nous connaissons quelles sont les régions du monde qui sont secouées par les conflits.
Je vous entends. Alors c'est soit laisser général comme vous le proposez, soit spécifié. Je consulte la salle. Est-ce que... Absolument. Je vous ai bien compris. Est-ce que c'est le sens... est-ce que la conférence peut l'adopter? Oui. Madame, pour le Congo aussi.
Oui, justement, ce n'est pas bien certes de particulariser une région, mais je voudrais quand même attirer l'attention que partout ailleurs, quand on parle de conflit, c'est un conflit interne dans ces pays-là. Au Soudan, en Somalie, c'est inter-somalien, inter-soudanais, inter-rwandais, inter-burundais, etc. Mais au Congo, c'est tous les autres pays sur le Congo. Il faut que cette particularité soit mise en œuvre dans le sens de pouvoir trouver la paix, de sorte que quand le Congo est en paix, c'est 9 pays autour de lui qui seront en paix.
C'est vrai que la délégation congolaise s'entend peut-être, mais tout à fait. On va essayer de se mettre d'accord. Alors, le président Deala et puis madame derrière. Oui, président. You have the floor, sorry. And then madame in the back.
Merci madame la présidente.
Attendez, un instant, le président et puis c'est à vous.
I think if we go by the recommendation, which was suggestion which was given by the DRC, then we can leave out number 12 completely, and then go to number 13, and then just say AWEPA is requested to organize an interparliamentary dialogue led by countries heavily affected by violence. Instead of among, we can say led by countries heavily affected by violence against women, and remove number 12. We don't want to be specific.
No, because the one is on conflict areas, the other one is on FGM. But we can use the same phrasing. That's not a problem. So we could do the parallel. That's maybe a suggestion. Madame, vous vouliez parler aussi là-dessus. Bien parler dans le... Oui, plus proche du micro.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec mon collègue congolais, où nous nous arrêtons au point où nous citons les États, parce qu'en République centrafricaine, je peux aussi vous dire que chaque fois que la République démocratique du Congo est atteinte, nous sommes atteints. Et nous doublons de population en un clin d'œil.
Ok, nous allons conclure comme ça, Je crois que nous allons suivre le conseil qui a été formulé. Le dernier mot est pour la présidente, Madame Smet.
Je suis d'accord avec le texte, là, il n'y a pas de problème. I will say it in English because most of you are English. It's very good to say what AWEPA has to do, and we are glad with it, and we will try to do it. But if we want to do it, we need the support of the parliaments in Europe, because all the text is about the parliaments in Africa, what they have to do. It is about AWEPA, what they have to do. We need the support of the parliaments in Europe. And the support of the parliaments in Europe means European Parliament and national Parliament, means that they intervene with their government and their agency for development to give some money to do all this, because AWEPA can work only if we have some money to do it. So I want a paragraph about
we will do
that as President of AWEPA.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You will get it, Madam President. Thank you. You will get it, and you are fully right. I think it's been a valuable discussion. I think I hope we'll make a good text out of it, that you all will find your ideas back in it. I would like to conclude now. Je vais dire quelques paroles en français. Je voudrais terminer. Nous avons travaillé fort, nous avons formulé des conclusions, et le sujet n'est pas épuisé. Finalement, le programme était extrêmement rempli. Je sais que beaucoup de gens m'en ont parlé. Mais c'est parce qu'avec ces deux sujets, l'AWEPA veut lancer, approfondir son travail sur deux nouveaux sujets qui concernent la lutte contre la violence contre les femmes et les enfants. Et ces deux sujets-là, nous les avons clairement posés aujourd'hui. C'est le but de cette conférence. Or, comme notre présidente, Madame Sett, l'a dit ce matin, ce n'est que le début d'un nouveau travail que nous allons entamer pour les mois à venir, pour les quelques années à venir, où nous allons approfondir ces deux sujets. C'est dans ce but-là qu'un kit d'information, une brochure sera faite sur chaque sujet, qui nous permettra d'approfondir ce sujet dans chacun de nos parlements, que ce soit dans les sections de l'AWEPA en Europe, les parlements d'Europe, comme dans les parlements avec lesquels nous avons un partenariat en Afrique. Nous espérons pouvoir vous fournir ces kits d'information avant la journée de la femme, avant le 8 mars 2011. L'AWEPA devrait pouvoir vous inspirer, vous donner toutes les retombées de ce séminaire, de cette conférence, et pas mal d'idées, de suggestions pour travailler là-dessus. Donc finalement, c'est une conférence de lancement et nous allons continuer à travailler sur ce sujet. Merci déjà à l'avance pour votre engagement. I will finish in Flemish. Ik zou heel veel mensen willen danken voor hun bijdrage vandaag. Ik zou al onze sprekers willen danken. We hebben bijzonder waardevolle tussenkomsten gehad. Ik zal ze niet noemen, maar sommige van de sprekers kwamen van heel ver, van het buitenland. Ik dank in het bijzonder voor de minister Gayflor uit Liberia. Maar alle sprekers, de keynote speakers, waren uitmuntend. Ik dank alle deelnemers, alle collega's parlementsleden, ook voor hun getuigenis wat betreft hun eigen parlementaire praktijk. Ik dank de vertegenwoordigers van de civil society, van de NGO's die vandaag aanwezig waren. En dit is toch ook een illustratie van een dialoog tussen het parlement en de civil society. Ik dank de Senaat voor de bijzondere bijdrage, het sterke partnerschap om deze conferentie te kunnen opzetten. En ik dank de hele staf van de Senaat, gaande van de huisbewaarders, het onthaal, de technici, de mensen van de keuken, de vertalers. Ik denk dat we een fantastische begeleiding hebben gehad. Sommigen spreken zelfs van pampering, maar het is niet evident om op die manier te worden bijgestaan. Hartelijk dank daarvoor. Ik dank de staf van AWEPA en alle stafpersonen, adviseurs die aan het inhoudelijke werk hebben bijgedragen. En ik dank onze donoren, de minister van Buitenlandse Zaken in het bijzonder, het ontwikkelingsagentschap uit Zweden, de grote donoren die deze conferentie hebben mogelijk gemaakt. En tot slot hebben we een emotioneel moment voor jullie voorzien. We wilden eindigen met een toets die toch iets meer oproept. We hebben veel nagedacht vandaag, we hebben veel gedebatteerd. Maar ik denk dat deze problematiek ons ook allemaal fel raakt. Onze dag is vandaag ook zo begonnen met iets wat iedereen fel heeft geraakt. Ik zou een artieste willen inleiden, een artieste die afkomstig is uit Afrika, maar ook leeft in Europa, die een beetje de brug maakt tussen de twee continenten. Het is een jonge vrouw, Dobé Gnaoré is zangeres, zij is danseres en percussioniste. Ze is afkomstig van de Ivoorkust, waar ze haar muzikale loopbaan startte en ze leeft nu tussen Europa en Afrika. Via haar muziek brengt ze hulde aan Afrika en haar culturen, door te zingen in verschillende Afrikaanse talen over de uitdaging van de Afrikaanse samenleving, vrouwen en kinderen. En ik weet niet of de tekst beschikbaar is van haar liedjes en of die kan worden uitgedeeld, zodat de mensen kunnen volgen. Anders zullen we ze via de website ter beschikking stellen. Maar ik ben heel gelukkig om u vandaag de conferentie te laten afsluiten door kunstenares Dobé Gnaoré, die trouwens ook de Grammy Award vorig jaar heeft gewonnen. Heel veel dank voor jullie bijdrage vandaag.
viens parler de la place de la femme dans notre société en Afrique. Je rends aussi hommage de cette chanson à la grande mélodie cultivateur qui soit en propre avec les plantes. And this song is Jigen is for all women who fight for new war in Africa. Jigen free.
Initié par de la situation politique en Afrique, qui tourne en Côte d'Ivoire. Et initié signifie je suis fatigué. Fatigué de la situation politique en Afrique, fatigué de voir le sang couler sur le continent, et fatigué d'être suspendu entre la vie et la mort. Initié is I'm tired for politics in my country. Initié for you.
The floor back to us, because she says we are politicians. We have to give a future to the young people. So let's do that, and I think we finish like this. It was a wonderful and inspiring end of this conference. I will ask for another warm applause for our singer and artists. Just an applause. Thank you. Thank you. It's the last word, Madam President.
Je peux demander à tout le monde d'applaudir Sabine de Béthune. Elle a fait un travail important. C'était elle qui était l'esprit de toute cette conférence. Merci Sabine pour ce que vous avez fait.
And there's a coffee downstairs who wants something warm before going home.